Welcome back, everyone, to the GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Metal Gear. Day 2. It's our second day showcasing some of the incredible games that are here in the Metal Gear franchise. My name is Jiggy. I'm going to be hanging out with you all day, and I am super excited about the incredible runs that we have today. All right, let's go through the schedule. We're starting off the day with our classic, our retro representation. We got Metal Gear 2 coming at you. We're doing Big Boss mode. That's going to be a blast. Then we're going into Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, any percent. That's going to be a blast as well. Metal Gear Solid 2, any percent. And then, because yesterday you all gifted out subs, you became subs, you used your Prime Gaming subs here on the channel, we unlocked the bonus run of Metal Gear Solid Mobile. That's going to be an absolute blast. It's on a phone. You play it on a 2008 phone. Then we have a Metal Gear Solid 3 European Extreme Race, so that's going to be awesome. And we are wrapping it up with Metal Gear Solid 4. So I'm excited about that. I hope you all are too. Our count for the amount of Metal Gears that we have seen is 10. So keep count all day. Make sure that you figure out what we can do and how many we have. And yeah, why don't we get right into this first run? It's Metal Gear 2 Big Boss with Tatsi. Tatsi, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, Jiggy. Thanks for having me. So yeah, this is Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. We're going to be going for Big Boss rank today. And joining me today on commentary is my good buddy, Killed the Joke. Joke, how you doing, bud?
Doing pretty good. Thanks for having me on board today, man.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure to have you. So real quick, we're going to go start the game up. While we do this, however, I'm going to explain the rules for Big Boss rank. So to get Big Boss rank in this game, you can have no more than 6 alerts, off no more than 5 guards. And realistically, that's the only other requirements for us because we're going to be playing the game all in one sitting. The other thing that, of course, applies is no continues, no rations. And so we're going to start the game in 3, 2, 1. Go.
I am super excited about this run, by the way. It's going to be a blast.
So I believe this is our, well, aside from the mobile game, this is our quote unquote only retro game. Were we solid about that?
Yeah,
I think we're pretty solid about that.
Yeah, today is our only, this is our only NES game. We actually, tomorrow on Hotfix, have Metal Gear Solid Metal Gear Solid Snake. And I'm pumped about that as well. But today, during Oops All Metal Gear, we only have Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake.
So this opening area here is rather tight because of that first guard punch. You got to be very quick to get to him because you also want to get that ration in the first truck. We're going to collect 3 of those rations throughout the run. And you need those in order to get into the last room of the game. Without them, you're backtracking quite a bit. So getting that ration and punching that first guard, very tight windows. We do need to pick up our pistol here. So we'll get our Beretta. And we are going to slip right under this truck, right past this guy for a very clean infiltration.
Now, the biggest thing right now, especially when it comes to this point of the run, we're actually running under a bit of a, already a bit of a time crunch because we're trying to get to the first major boss of the run in a very specific time without being spotted by the guards. The reason we're trying to do this is because the first fight has a lot of really fun RNG that we just don't want to have to deal with him moving around, especially in this category where taking damage is a lot more dangerous. The fight's still going to be dangerous, but if everything goes well, then we can get a set pattern where we can expect where the boss is going to be at all times. So it will make it a little bit easier if we get it. The only issue is that it is still dangerous in terms of damage for us on this difficulty. So I've seen Todd do many of these runs at this point, and I have full faith in him that it's going to be just fine.
Well, thanks for the confidence there, buddy. So it is worth noting that the manipulation that Joke was just talking about, it is different on the Master Collection version compared to the PlayStation 2 version, which we would normally be playing on. And because of that, this is actually a relatively new manipulation, so I am going to ask for some silence during this fight, just because I haven't had a lot of time to actually practice it. I actually only just came across this manipulation a few days ago. Not good. All right, we just gotta wait for a better pattern at this point. Gotta try to bait him into moving. Okay, one more hit. There we go. It was a little slow. By a little slow, I mean really slow, but we squeaked it out.
Squeaked it out, got through it. That's what matters.
I think you
it
did
is a horrifying fight on this difficulty. On just the standard easy difficulty, it's like you could just stand there and sponge hits the entire time, and it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, on easy, it's really you're just standing there tanking damage. All right, but we got past Black Ninja. He has told us about a green beret that could lead us to a hidden prison cell that's holding Dr. Madnar, the creator of Gasp, Metal Gear. So we gotta go find him.
The best and worst part of this run is Green Beret.
I don't know about that. There are some scarier spots a little bit later on, especially pertaining to this rank, as far as the 4th floor and the backtrack to the 4th floor. There's a lot of things that can go wrong there.
That's true. Yeah, the 4th floor is probably the scariest in terms of like this specific run in general. Just because you're really hoping on the guards just being in good placements for there, but we'll discuss that more as we get to that part.
Would help if I had the right key out.
It certainly helps.
All right, so this is our green hat wearing friend. We're going to follow him around, not to be confused with Luigi. I get how some people might be confused about that, but it is not Luigi.
Is it though? I feel like it might be Luigi.
I mean, you can't.
No one can confirmed he's not Luigi. So by all intents and purposes, he could be Luigi.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he might not be Luigi.
But again, with as much as like we hope that it is Luigi, as much as you might want to like talk to Luigi and be with him, you do not want to interact with potential Luigi right now, because if you do, this entire section resets basically. The minute Luigi sees you, he runs off the screen and the entire map just gets jumbled, and you have to go back to the last main area of the game to get the whole thing to reset. So making sure that Green Beret doesn't see you is very imperative. There's lots of safe spots to be while it's going through, but if you're
Including
just like
right next to him,
not care, yeah. So if you're just not careful though, it can go wrong. I'm well aware of this at this point, but Todd knows exactly what he's doing at this point.
So yeah, like Joke was saying, getting spotted by him is going to be like most of the time it is a run killer, but especially if you sit through this for a long period of time, we actually have to go through all 4 of these screens twice, and then there's one final screen which Joke will tell you is a 5-minute time loss, and will absolutely kill any chance you have of being in a race.
Yeah, it really does. Wouldn't know anything about losing a race to Green Beret on the last screen. I would never do something like that.
No, not at all.
That'd be crazy. No, definitely not during a live charity event. That would never happen.
So really tough screen transition there. We have to stand right here on the very edge of the screen, otherwise he will spot us. So as soon as you screen transition, you stop. On the Master Collection NTSC versions of the game, not that bad. When you're starting to play the PS2 PAL version, though, which incidentally runs somewhere between 12 and 20% faster, I've heard various numbers from various people, then that screen transition gets a little scarier.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter how safe like you actually are in that scenario when you get on that screen. Like just getting onto that screen is very, very nerve-wracking. You're typically good if you just edge your way into it a little bit, but like it is a absolute nightmare every time. You're just hoping that it works out.
Okay, we've made it this far. This is the final screen that we have to follow him for.
I gotta say, Todd, I'm very pleased that you have implemented the spinning strats into this section of the run.
Spinning strats are absolutely necessary. They save so many frames. So we're gonna call our friend Dr. Madnar. Of course, we know that he's the creator of Metal Gear from the first Metal Gear game, but he's apparently being held prisoner here. In his words, being forced to work on a new Metal Gear. So we're going to work on rescuing him. But to do that, we have to go cross this treacherous swamp. But we're going to detour just a little bit into this desert here. And we're picking up some landmines for the next boss. We need 7 of them. Oops. Now, the swamp run, typically this will trip up casual players because there's really no good way to know where to go on your first time through. It's a lot of trial and error, but we do have some visual cues like the bubbles and certain patches of algae that we basically use to know where to go. Also, I'd like to point out...
I'm following around ahead of time to be like, am I correct and do I still know this route? I'm making sure I still do.
We're going to take him out for safety. That counts as our first guard that we've taken out. And this is Running Man, former Olympic sprinter turned terrorist. The boss fight here is pretty straightforward, pretty simple. We're just going to plant a bunch of mines in these hallways because he refuses to face us directly. And we're just going to blow him up.
And you'll notice as soon as he blows up, he actually was not a running man at all. He was a pile of dino nuggets.
Or run out to catch our breath.
Thank goodness. I was thinking I could use some lunch right now anyway.
Oh, you getting hungry over there, Jiggy?
Just a little, just a smidge, just a smidge.
All right, well here, I'll cook up some dino nuggets for you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And there we go, a nice crispy dino nugget for you.
Ah, perfect. Enough for the whole family.
Okay, we'll quickly equip the new card that we got from him, re-equip our pistol, and we're gonna run back across the swamp.
Also, if Chad hasn't noticed yet, yes, Ash Ketchum is in this game, and Pokemon is canon to the Metal Gear franchise.
Yes, absolutely.
It's pretty cool to see that actually confirmed, you know?
Gotta catch them all. We'll see Ash a few other times throughout the run, I'm sure. We might even run into May a few times.
Once or twice?
Once or twice.
Who knows?
All right, so
Tatsi, I'm interested here in just like, can you give us just the micro rundown of the Metal Gear games on NES compared to, of course, you know, when they created Metal Gear Solid? Like, is this a classic Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is the reboot kind of thing, or are these games canon? Like, how do they work?
So yes, these games are canon. The game that you're seeing now, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, was actually the second game in the series. Both the original game and this game were released on the MSX home computers in Japan. And longtime fans of the series, or even newcomers who might be playing Metal Gear Solid for the first time, you'll get references from a character in Metal Gear Solid by the name of the Cyborg Ninja to this game quite frequently. And that's because, without trying to give too much away, he is Gray Fox, who we will be encountering in this game as well. So yes, very canon. More canon than the NES versions. The NES versions were actually done not under the supervision of Hideo Kojima. And really, the only reason that we got this game and subsequent games was because Kojima found out that they did Metal Gear on the NES. Like, they ported the original NES Metal Gear to the NES, and he was not part of it. And then they started working on a sequel that he didn't have any part of either.
Wow, that's intense. We're actually going to be seeing Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear tomorrow, during our Speedruns Today special that I'll also be hosting. So don't worry, tomorrow, if you want to see apparently this condemned game that Kojima hates, we're gonna be running it tomorrow, Professor Retro, at 7 p.m. Eastern here on the Games Done Quick channel.
Okay, so another difficult room if you're going for Big Boss rank, because you don't want to get spotted by that first guard on the left there. So we gotta wait for him to turn his head. Then we just sneak in using our cardboard box. Staple of the Metal Gear franchise. So we've now made it into the Zanzibar Tower building, and we just got a call from Holly, who was an operative that was sent in before us. She has apparently been captured and locked away somewhere. She doesn't know where. She can hear water running, and she can hear a pump of some sort, but that's the only hints that we get. So Snake, being the smart guy that he is, thinks, well, I should go check the sewers. Which, also, side note, if you don't take that codec call on that screen, you can't take it anywhere else. So you have to take it there. Otherwise, you'll show up to where she's at, and she just won't be there. Like, if you don't backtrack to take that call, you're going to be stuck for a long time.
Yeah, so you remember to call Holly. Now, of course, there's only one reasonable way to be able to get to Holly at all. Not by any official door means, but maybe a good old explosive to a wall will do it for us.
Yeah, Big Boss's folks couldn't be bothered with putting in doors or anything, so they just built a whole wall. And Holly was nice enough to tell us that that was unfortunate, did not want to take that damage there. But Holly was actually nice enough to tell us that Dr. Marv had a carrier pigeon that he used to like to keep, and that she saw it apparently up around the top of the tower building with a note attached to it. So we've got to go find that carrier pigeon, but first we have to go get some green pineapples because there's a certain character who just loves his green pineapples, and we're going to feed him lots of them. Behold, the green pineapples of lore.
Wow.
I like lore.
Big fan of lore.
Lore's pretty fun.
So we got to make it.
Now the pigeon is going to be one of the.
Oh, no, go right ahead.
Oh, I was going to mention how the pigeon is going to be a very funny case of RNG in this run. I say funny because there's not a whole lot you can do, but when we get up there, the pigeon's going to be flying around, and there's a chance that it might be on the ground, ready for us to grab right away. But there is just as likely a chance that the bird will just be flying around for a while, and we just gotta follow it and wait for it to touch the ground safely. So we're gonna hope that it's pretty chill today and wants to just hang out and chat with Tot without having to fly around a whole bunch.
Yeah, we're really hoping for good pigeon, good messenger pigeon.
That's the best part about speedrun is when you're just like, yep, we're really hoping for some good pigeon today, you know?
Yeah, I could use some good pigeon. It's been a while since I've had good pigeon.
Needs more pigeon
Good
in the
pigeon
game.
RNG. Yeah.
Realistically, every game just needs more pigeon.
Agreed.
Good pigeon though. Good pigeon.
Every game should have a pigeon. Quick little fun fact: if you look at the map there, if you saw it, it is actually in the shape of a snake. The tower building, the hallways form a snake. Neat little bit of trivia for you.
Another fun fact: the pigeon's name is Philip.
I didn't.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I'm
I
sorry.
was just gonna say I didn't know that.
I think you're making this stuff up, aren't you?
His name is just as much Philip as Green Beret is Luigi. It hasn't been deconfirmed.
I mean, Snake's first name is Solid.
Cannot confirm nor deny. And of course, the grenade guy does not want to cooperate today.
No, why would he? We even have his favorite snack, and he still doesn't want to cooperate.
Whoa! So that pit is a little scary, especially if you stop holding your direction when you see it open. Because if you do, once the cutscene of the door opening stops playing and you're not holding the button, you're falling right down it.
Yeah, it is a horrifying thing. I've never fallen into it,
Ooh,
but
we
every
got a
time
good
I
pigeon.
run by it, I think I am. Good pigeon! Let's go!
That pigeon came right to us. That was great.
That's our Filbert! That's our Filbert! So with this message, we got to have a call where we just have no idea what they're saying. So we're gonna go and I believe find. Remind me again, who do we have to find to translate this?
So we called Dr. Marv because it had that note that the pigeon had his codec frequency on it. We don't speak Czech though. So we had to call Dr. Madnar, be like, hey, can you communicate with this guy? And Dr. Madnar is even like, no, I don't speak Czech. You should go find Gustava. She's back in the first building in disguise. So we're gonna go try to find Gustava now. And fans of Metal Gear Solid who have not seen this game are probably gonna have some flashbacks when we go to find Gustava for the first time. Of course, to get there, though, we first have to go back down through the sewers. And once we...
And then not only are we going to have to go through the... Not only are we going to have to go through the sewers, but we're also going to have to go through floor 4 next as well, which is going to be a very tight spot as well.
Right. Floor 4 is scary, especially for big boss runs. There's the very first punch of the floor, which it's a tight window. On NTSC, it is harder than on PAL. But we should be fine there. What we're really concerned with is the mannequin rooms. So there are 2 mannequin rooms that you have to go through. For whatever reason, Big Boss is like a fashionista, and he likes to display his uniforms on mannequins of his soldiers. And he had the bright idea to station a couple of these mannequin rooms with live soldiers. So anytime that we enter a mannequin room, there is a 50% chance that we're going to get immediately spotted. And because we're only allowed 6 alerts in the entire run, 2 of which are forced upon you due to events in the game, the mannequin rooms can very easily add to the other 4 that you're allowed to take, making the rest of the game just a nightmare. So we're hoping for, decent mannequin rooms where we at least get spotted, no more than once on each trip. So this is the infamous 4th floor punch. Right there.
He said it's instant. Like, as soon as you get in that door, you gotta hit that right away so that you can have enough time to get by all these different alert systems.
Right. So if you don't hit that punch, you're going to miss your chance to get by the laser trap there, and then it also puts you at a bad time to get past the camera. The backup strat is just to leave the room and then walk back in, and in theory you have enough time, but it still tightens it up a little bit. Hey look, there's May. She's looking for dark types.
Oh, what's up, May?
Okay, 1 good mannequin room. If I could punch the guard. Hey, 2 good mannequin rooms. That's awesome, actually.
Hey, there we go. That's a great start.
So we're gonna make our way across the mess hall here to where Gustava is hanging out. Right there. And again, as I noted before, fans of the original Metal Gear Solid, yes, we meet Gustava in the bathroom, in the ladies' bathroom. Just like we meet Meryl in Metal Gear Solid, so. A lot of the story beats from this game were actually recycled into Metal Gear Solid. So there's this one, there's one that's coming up here in just a couple moments. Well, a few minutes, actually. One other thing I didn't cover at the start of the run, you'll notice that I'm crawling into elevators whenever possible. The reason we do that is because it forces Snake to not run as far into the elevator as opposed to if we were to just run in. If you run into an elevator, Snake moves a lot further down, and you don't recover as quickly.
And concerning how many elevators we actually go in this run, it makes a lot of sense to always make sure that you are crouching into the elevator.
So this underground section here is probably one of my favorite sections in the game, just because of that bulldozer avoidance. If you follow the right-hand lines in both of those hallways, both going into the first door and up the center hallway there, you can just keep moving. You don't have to stop. You just barely miss the bulldozer. It eliminates the reaction time that you have to walk by it.
And it's good news. It's so awesome because we're going to be back here again in a little bit. So don't you worry. You get a second chance to get excited.
I'm just like shaking in my seats right now because I'm so excited already.
So we've rescued Dr. Madnar. He's got to go take care of some business.
Yeah, this is the part of the game where nothing bad happens. No betrayals or nothing. Nothing sinister happens at this point.
Nothing bad is going to happen. I can feel it.
It's just, yeah, it's just the gang reminiscing about how much they love the big bulldozers and how everything's all good.
So, fun fact, all this crap that I'm running over in this hallway, you cannot run over it in the MSX version of the game. They cleared the hallways for the PS2 and later ports. But you could see, like, we ran to, like, here when we ran into the elevator there. So we crawl in whenever we can. Anytime that we have a party, anytime the game decides that this is a JRPG and we have a party member, we cannot crawl. Gonna just pick up some landmines there. And, oh, look, a bridge!
Oh, wow. Perfect for walking across.
Absolutely. You know, just like in Metal Gear Solid 3. Just like the connecting bridge in Metal Gear Solid 1. Nothing bad ever happens at bridges in Metal Gear games.
No, bridges are the safe havens.
It's safe, see? I guess we spoke too soon.
No!
And so Gustava, unfortunately, and her final words were the name of her lover, Frank. Poor Frank. Anyways, there's Gray Fox.
Just there for a second, and then see you later.
Tight little window there to punch that guy before the guy that pops into the screen will see you. That one's not too bad. A lot of this game is remembering where to go and being able to take the cleanest lines possible to get there. Because there are just some rooms that just will not work unless you take perfect lines.
Yeah, so some areas that seem like they would be like relatively safe, not much to worry about, can be like somewhat stressful if you just don't get that right punch at the right time.
We're gonna pick up these bombs instead of running through them, because again, we're playing on original. We're not playing on easy here. We are going for big boss rank, and you take a lot more damage from explosives than you would on other difficulties.
So yeah, and even with the extra health that we get throughout the run, it is not. You're never safe. You're never safe in this category, so it's always best to minimize damage as much as you can.
Yeah, we actually won't get a health refill still for a little while. The Red Blaster health refill is realistically the last one that we get before the Ultra Box boss fight, which won't be coming up for probably at least another 5 minutes or so. Oh, crap. I didn't have my card on there. That guy's real. The rest of them aren't.
Yeah, we don't really know why he's just there.
He's just chilling.
He's just chilling though. He's just hanging out.
That's got to be the worst post to have in all of Zanzibar land. Like, that guy just really made Big Boss angry, and that was his punishment, was he had to go stand in that room.
It's a living. What are you gonna do? So now with this key card, we're going to be doing the run is going to look very very similar for a moment. Is what it's going to look like, because we're going to basically end up going back through floor 4 again, and doing basically the same route going back to where we found Gustava. However, we will take a pit stop to go get more of the very specific rations that we need to get through the end of the game, as well as what always eluded me when I was first learning this game, turn the brooch into a key.
Yes, so once again, Metal Gear Solid took some cues from previous games in the series, specifically this one. There is a key card that we have. There's a brooch that Gustava gave us before she left us, and it actually needs frozen to be turned into a key that we use later. Oh, what? Okay, so there's a strategy for that room. You punch as soon as you walk in the door, and if you punch like just a frame or two after walking in, you should punch that guard. I didn't see him standing there next to me. Apparently, I punched like too soon, like soon enough that it stopped me, but I wasn't close enough to him. It's one of those 50-50 shots.
That's our first one, I think, right?
That's the first alert from the mannequin rooms. So our current total is now sitting at, well, because we haven't gotten any of the forced ones yet. So yeah, that's our first alert.
Yeah, so we still have three more. Which, considering the 2 visits to level 4, only getting spotted once.
Yeah, that's huge.
Not bad. Now, once again, Chad, I hope you were excited for this area. I know it's pretty huge for us.
I mean, anytime I get to the goop hallway with just one alert is fantastic.
Yeah, I think
the only Metal Gear goop hallway.
Goop hallway. Right there with long ladder, goop hallway is right there with us.
Long ladder has a song.
Yeah, but goop hallway has goop.
This is true.
You know, every part of Metal Gear is special. They all have their own thing.
Speaking of songs, though, like the soundtrack in this particular game was so good that they oh crud. Well, we're gonna have to backtrack just a little bit after this fight because I forgot to pick up some extra mines. I'm glad I noticed now, though.
Oh no, that's good that you noticed now.
Does mean we are going to lose a little time, but it's okay.
Yeah, compared to the easy difficulty, it's like you need a lot more resources.
I do not have enough.
You don't have enough.
This is gonna be fun.
Oh, right, because of the difficulty, right?
Yep. I should have picked up those mines. I forgot all about them.
Well, this will be a fun fight.
Elevator battle.
Now this might sound weird, Todd. The sprites are not changed, right?
No.
For the horsemen here? No, I don't know why, but I'm looking at them now and being like, why do these guys look like baseball players? Just with
They definitely look like they're wearing baseball jerseys, yes.
Yeah, I was kind of like, wait a minute.
All right. So we got the backup. That did eat a little time.
But if we're safe, we're safe.
All right, so we got to backtrack outside for just a moment so I can actually pick up the rest of the mines that I'm going to need that I should have grabbed for that fight. If memory serves correct, I should only need one. Grab 2 just to be safe. Oh, mistakes were made. Okay, that's fine. We can actually leave and just go back in. We have an extra alert. That's fine.
Yeah, that's okay. Not the end of the world. Like, that's why we got lucky on the floor 4. That's why we got lucky there.
I'm not used to going back into that room, so like my initial thought was, oh, I have to run down and punch this guy. No.
No, I know. That's why I was like, hey, you're supposed to punch that guy and keep going. I'm like, wait, no.
Oh, and we don't get shot. That's actually nice. So that's going to be important here for a bit, because normally you'd get shot there or, something, and then you'd run into that guard, taking a bit more damage. The next boss fight is immediately after this part, so any extra health that we can have going into that is going to be very helpful, especially with my lowered grenade count right now. Like, I'm not going to have a lot of opportunities to miss, so I really need to hope that the next boss cooperates.
I believe in you. Let's get some hype in the chat. That's what I want. Hype in the chat. Send the energy. No miss October. I was gonna say no miss November. It's not November yet.
Not yet. So we've got our tower climb here. Again, Metal Gear Solid 1 holds this straight from this game for that game. Not quite as exciting because we can't do a boba skip or anything like that, but
there is tight cornering, which is still very impressive. And plus, everyone gets to pick a favorite floor of the staircase. Mine is 18. Very fun floor.
I personally like 17.
Also good choice.
Whoa.
So after this little section, this is where we're actually going to be using the paraglider to get to the following area of the game. And don't follow Snake's protocol here. He's going to have to smoke a cigarette for a little bit to figure out, just to make sure that the wind is going the exact right direction for us.
So it's actually funny. There is an item in the game called a gas grenade that you can use. And when you throw it while you're standing on the balcony, like, it shows you what direction the gas is going. But you can't actually use it to tell which direction the wind is going. And the gas even changes direction. By the way, quick note, cameras cannot see on-screen transitions.
So thank you, cameras, for having a absolute blind spot.
And then we just get treated to this this lovely cutscene of Snake gliding across the where the bridge was. And the music in this game is, like I said, just absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, it's wonderful. Like, especially for the era, to like really nail the feeling of the franchise like this early on with the music is so nice. So we'll be coming up to what could be a little dangerous fight, just depending on if he decides to cooperate or not.
I think we should also just take this wonderful moment to appreciate, Totsy's wall art, really just like representing the franchise. Did you go and buy them just for today's stream? I appreciate that,
No, those are actually ones that I've had for a long time. So they're just.
Yeah, this man's just dedicated.
That's even crazier. That's like true dedication. You knew that you were going to be on Hotfix so long ago that you bought those art just to be on it. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, he knew years ago that he's like, this day is coming. Mm-hmm. I got to make sure I have that good art.
October 12th,
I was hopeful.
2025, ready to be on Oops All Metal Gear.
So we really want Jungle Evil here to spawn around these boxes. That one was too far away, and I'm not going to take another hit, so we'll just wait. There we go. So as long as he stays on this screen, the number of spots that he can pop up in is less.
Yeah, it's fairly,
but
a lot more limited compared to the other areas of the screen, but he can still just about appear anywhere, so we're still just kind of hoping that he's got good placements and that even when he is in a good spot, if we were just in a good enough position to not get shot.
All right, that'll work.
That'll do.
All right, so we're coming up to one of my absolute favorite things. We're gonna take that guy out because we're gonna get this is the first optional alert that I'm going to take. Oh, what the hell? What? I don't know how those cameras didn't see me. I was so confused by that I messed up my menus. Like, what? That was wild.
Yeah, it's so strange. Like, what? Okay. I guess they didn't see it.
I think that happened the last time you and I were on stream, Joke. Like, I think.
Actually, yeah, it did, didn't it? Did it happen to you or me?
It happened to me.
I think it happened to me. It happened to you twice. Yeah, it was you twice.
Like, I need to bring you on stream more often.
Yeah, apparently you do. It's like you might not know this, Todd, but I'm actually in the game. I'm always with Metal Gear, and I'm just spray painting the cameras constantly.
Yeah, I see. That's why we're not able to see it.
Yeah.
You're just hiding there in the screen transition.
Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah, the dead zone. I'm just in there.
So we're gonna knock on the wall there to distract that guard just momentarily. It's long enough to disrupt his patrol pattern, so that when we get into the prison here, we've got a much clearer path. And we're gonna play a fun little game here called Who's That Pokemon? So chat, drop what Pokemon you think that Snake is going to hatch into the chats, and we'll see who's right. I'm hoping for a Dratini.
Pikachu.
I might help. I'm hoping for a Geodude. I'm just hoping for a Geodude.
See what we get. Oh, we got a Hoot Hoot.
No.
We got a Hoot Hoot. It's unfortunate.
Oh.
Should we give a nickname to Hoot Hoot?
Sure.
I choose to nickname him Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
It's a very good name for Hoot Hoot.
And thankfully, Tom Brady is very distracting.
So, I just want to point out, it's like broad daylight, and that owl just decided to hoot, and because of that, the guard decided to shut off the security system for the base. Because he's got to go to sleep. Like, he doesn't have all day to be there.
Yeah, it's nighttime.
Yeah, nobody's going to break into your base in the middle of the night. So we're now getting a codec call from a mysterious stranger who is telling us about this boss that we're about to fight, who is invisible, by the name of Night Fright.
Sounds like it's going to be pretty difficult.
It would sound
Pretty
that
on
way.
brand for
However,
this month, you know?
his little pea shooter doesn't do much damage to us. So we just kind of stand here and lob grenades at him. And then this is where all of those brown rations that we've been picking up throughout the game come in handy. Those are actually acid puddles, and there's chocolate in those rations that mixes with the acid and neutralizes it.
Because of course, that's how that works. Honey is a natural cure for that.
I was gonna say, I think acid and dogs have something in common. They both can't have chocolate.
Very true. Very true.
Very.
Do not give your dog chocolate.
No,
He will not be a very happy pooch.
no.
Don't give your acid chocolate. It won't be very happy acid.
That is also true.
So before we can actually get into the final area, we've given all the chocolate up, but we still need one more key. And where, of course, will this key be? Well, exactly where the Jungle Man fight took place. Unfortunately, it's not there until all the chocolate has been, all the acid has been fed its chocolate. So now the key will be there.
Right. See, what happened was when Jungle Evil blew up, the card went flying. It only just fell back down to Earth.
Yeah, it took a while. I mean, there were a lot of grenades going off, so it went pretty high up.
So while we were waiting, we just cleared the path. That's all.
How fortunate that it's just the same amount of time it takes to feed the acid that the key comes down. It's an incredible thing to work out.
It's amazing. So we're going to backtrack back over to the Night Fright area. Along the way, we're going to do some scary looking things, so...
Be brave, chat. Don't close your eyes.
Whee!
It'll be all right.
I might close my eyes. I think it's gonna be scary.
So that laser...
You're brave. You're brave.
That laser trap right next to the cliff there, you can actually run along the left edge of the cliff and be totally fine. The laser trap will not get you. But now we got to deal with
Laser trap.
Now we got to deal with this punch. There's one guard that we need to catch up here. That we need to, right here, we need to meet this guy. That's a very tight window.
Woo.
And we're just gonna punch that guy so that he shakes his head real hard. We're gonna call this elevator. And just punch that guy for good measure.
punch him in the head so hard. He wishes he didn't get punched in the head so hard.
Yeah, he's really not happy about that.
I mean, it's one thing to hit him, but to hit him also through a shipping container is a little bit extra.
So we're gonna grab card 9 to open this door, and then we're going to come down here and grab this key because we're gonna need it. Oh look, it's Dr. Madnar. And oh look, Dr.
Yo.
Marv. Wait. Something's not right here. Oh, hi, Holly. Oh, what's that? Dr. Madnar's been working with Big Boss.
Dun dun dun. Who could have seen it coming?
Guess we gotta blow him up.
The only reasonable response, blow him up. We gave him one chance, and look what he did.
So now we've got to deal with some Zanzibar hamsters. Quite poisonous. You don't want to try to pet them. Everything about them will kill you.
I think
Yeah,
that's
by far
probably the hardest
worst
part,
hamsters.
right? 'Cause
Yeah, it's like you
to
really
pet them.
want to. Yeah, you want to pet them really bad. But don't forget, chat. Don't forget, this is the most important message that you will ever have, right? Kill the animals, save the frames. Don't forget. These animals are bad.
These animals are very bad. So I believe I have just enough grenades to take on the Metal Gear, which
Okay.
Dr. Madnar
All right,
is
perfect.
conveniently going to tell us how to destroy right now. He never learned how to make the armor thick on the legs, so we just need to target the legs with grenades.
Seems like a pretty easy solution. Just put more armor on it, but you know, that's okay. It helps us out quite a bit. So
before I start this fight, I am going to... Hello? What? I never go in this room. Wait, that's the wrong room anyways. That's why I never go in it. I do want some extra... Damn, come on. Now I'm looking like a fool. I do want some extra grenades. There is an epilepsy warning here, so if you guys do have issues with that, please look away. I will let you know when you can look back.
yeah, thankfully this fight is very quick. If you're with the positioning that you have for this, it's actually pretty safe.
The hardest part about this boss is the
distracting to
flashing
watch.
lights. Like,
Yeah.
okay, it is safe to look again.
There you go. Now, the next fight of the run, I'm actually very excited to see. Is the next fight any different on this difficulty?
Nope, no
Or is
different.
it exactly the same? No, it's exactly the same. Perfect.
I think that counts towards our counter. That is, in fact, a Metal Gear.
That is a Metal Gear. It was a Metal Gear.
Yeah. So that counts towards our counter. That's 11. We've seen 11 Metal Gear in our Oops All Metal Gear special here on GDQ.
So yeah, we just Gray Fox wants to fist fight. We just kind of walk through the mines that he has conveniently set up for us, and that's the end of that fight.
Yeah, he didn't take into account that we're invincible to grenades, and he is, or to mines, and he is not. So unfortunately, it was kind of a good fight for us.
Now let's hope that Big Boss here decides he wants to cooperate and not come after me too hard just yet.
And there is a lot of acid like in this area that wants to be fed, but we only care about one in particular that we will make sure to feed on the next on the way around here.
So we got one more acid puddle to avoid, and that's in this room.
Yeah, deceptively dangerous, that acid puzzle.
Ouch.
That acid puzzle. Ooh. And touching an acid puddle, by the way, is a game over.
Yeah,
or a death,
that
at
is
least,
that
so.
is a one-way ticket to melting.
So if you needed somebody to tell you to not touch acid because it can hurt you, I'm glad we told you that.
Take it from Snake. Do not touch acid. It's a bad idea.
Again, they spent all this time trying to build Metal Gear devices when the greatest weapon of all has always been just hairspray
And a lighter.
and a lighter.
Oh, come on. There we go. So, fun fact, at House Test learned this the hard way a couple years ago, and I did as well not too long ago. If you're playing on the MSX version, or the Wii Virtual Console for that matter, if Big Boss dies too close to the edge of a screen, the game will actually soft lock. And you will not be able to complete it. You will have to do the whole thing over. Thankfully, not an issue in this version. We don't have to worry about that.
And then the surprise of a lifetime.
So I believe that's alert number 4.
So we are
Still
good,
good.
I would say, right? Yeah, perfect.
Now,
No, really good alert luck.
the immediate knee-jerk reaction for me, especially because I generally only run any percent, is to get up here to the final screen of the game and just start unloading bullets into the hallway to just not get hit by these guards. I actually have to wait 20 seconds after this little mini cutscene before I can take them out. Otherwise, more will spawn and we will lose the rank. And time will be when Snake complains about there being no more ammo in his infinite ammo gun. I think we're good now. Ah, we're out of ammo. Time.
No, I can't believe that.
GG.
Way to go, man.
That was awesome. Absolutely fantastic. Thanks so much for showcasing this. This was so fun to have Metal Gear 2 on the show. I really do appreciate it there, Tatsi.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime. Thank you so much for having us, Jiggy, and thank you for putting on such a great event to showcase Metal Gear. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Tatsi, why don't you tell people at home what they can expect when they go and hit that follow button on your channel?
So what you can expect is you can expect some more Metal Gear speedruns. Recently, I've been speedrunning Metal Gear Delta as well as Metal Gear 2. I've also been speedrunning Mario Party games recently with my buddy Joke there. And if you want to go and follow Joke's channel as well, because he's got a wonderful little series. We're actually doing part 2 of it tonight. It's his Friend Lock. So if you're a Pokemon fan, be sure to drop in and check that out as well. I'll be there along with a bunch of other cool streamers and Killed the Joke, and we'll have a great time tonight. that starts like about 8 o'clock. So, well, after
sounds
this.
awesome. Absolutely, sounds amazing. Well, thanks again, thanks again, Tatsi, for showcasing Metal Gear 2. This was absolutely incredible, really awesome run. Friends at home, please go and follow Tatsi. You can go and hover over the title of the stream and click that follow button right there. Just hover over his name and click that button. Joke, thank you so much for commentating. Do you have any shout outs that you want to give?
Yeah, actually, well, I mean, first of all, thanks, Tatsi, for even inviting me to commentate for this. I'm a relatively new runner to Metal Gear 2 and just the Metal Gear scene as a whole, because I was given this game as part of another event where I had to learn this run from scratch, and the community is absolutely fantastic. Always willing to help, did everything they could to make sure that I knew what I was doing, that I was comfortable, and just a complete fantastic crowd of people. You can tell immediately because Todd used most of his promotion time to pump me up, which is such a sweet thing of him to do. But of course, if you like Metal Gear runs, please, Todd is the absolute master to check out, as well as any of the other runners right now. If you do want something a little bit different, you can find me on Twitch as well. I stream a lot of Mario Party speedrunning. I'm going through the entire series right now, going through every category. We're also doing a shuffle tourney right now between a bunch of the top level runners. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun to do that. Plus tons of other series. You can basically find me on my handle just everywhere on YouTube and Twitch. But at the end of the day, I'm just glad I got to be here for the Metal Gear run, because this was a fantastic showcase for a fantastic game.
Well, thank you very much. With that, chat, we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, we will be jumping in to Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. Don't go anywhere. Hotfix will be right back. Folks, welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Metal Gear Day 2. We have a lot of stuff going on here on the channel today, so I hope that you're sticking around and having a good time. But if you miss any of it, if you missed yesterday, if you missed tomorrow, if you missed right now, you can actually head on over to youtube.com/gamesdonequick, where you can catch up on all of the shows that we do here on the channel, not just Hotfix, but also our mainline events, as well as Fatales and Back to Black. So definitely go check those out over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. And if you're watching on YouTube right now, I want you to comment with the time code, and then tell me your favorite Metal Gear game. Okay, all right, that's what I want. All right, without further ado, we are jumping into Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes any percent with Snake Succumb. How are you, Snake?
I'm good. I'm delighted to be here, ready to see what memes Twin Snakes has got for me today. And I'm looking forward to it, man.
I am so excited that you're here. It's gonna be a blast. You know, this is the GameCube title. It's really awesome that we're getting to showcase this game. We also got Nick RP Green back. Welcome back. How are you doing today?
Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm back. I'm good. Well recovered from the excitement of yesterday. Ready to show off the better speedrun of the two versions of Metal Gear Solid 1.
Well, I am pumped about it. Socom, are you ready to rock and roll? You got anything to tell us before we go?
I'm ready to rock and roll. I will just give you a few little sort of things of what we do. So in this run, we don't have a radar because it saves us about 2 seconds on skipping a cutscene. So no radar for this run as well.
Awesome. All right, whenever you're ready, give us a nice countdown and let's get into Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes.
Right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Woo!
Here we go. So we start off by skipping cutscenes, and then we get straight into this codec call. And yeah, we'll skip through that as well. Here you want to be mashing circle as well, or whatever your button setup is as well. So you skip that little like cutscene of Snake standing up almost. We're going to do a new skip that was found I'm going to say a year and a half ago. Is that right?
2023.
Yeah,
This is the skip that got me to do this run on the main stage.
Oh, first time.
Nicely done, first try. So that's called the Prozac skip, and it was actually first discovered in Metal Gear Solid 2 during the tanker section of Metal Gear Solid 2. It was found that Snake can throw any throwable, magazine, grenade, and then by turning in first person whilst throwing it, it extends Snake's hitbox just enough to trigger the engine room door on the other side. A little bit of time passed because some people will jump straight into Twin Snakes. For those who don't know, Twin Snakes uses the same engine as Metal Gear Solid 2. This is a remake of Metal Gear Solid 1 using the Metal Gear Solid 2 engine. So people jumped into it and tried going through doors with it in Twin Snakes and didn't find anything until a couple of runners tried it out on some of these not doors but sort of skipping into cutscenes, and there was two that were found, and that was the first one. So that is a massive time save. If you watched my run yesterday of Metal Gear Solid 1, you'll know how long I had to spend waiting for that elevator to come down. And in Twin Snakes, we just go, nah, we're just gonna skip it.
And I suppose the crazy thing with us, before this was discovered, we are just waiting, whereas at least in MGS1, you can just farm alerts for the rat. Whereas in Twin Snakes, we're literally just waiting, doing nothing. But you'll see me here, like, switching weapons a lot. Snake has this little, like, animation when you're switching weapons, which, like, jolts his leg a little bit forward, so we actually move faster through in intrusion mode by doing this. So it's always good to have it on a good bind on your controller, so it's easy to do.
Is there somebody there?
That guard shouldn't cause any problems.
You know what? That is not the first time I've been likened to looking like Lionel Messi. Literally. I mean, I wish I had his wage, but...
Now, anyone, again, I'm going to go back because there's so many comparisons between this and Metal Gear Solid 1. Anyone who was disappointed with my run yesterday where you didn't get to see any boss fights whatsoever, you'll be happy to know that in Twin Snakes, there is no big, giant, any percent skip. Snake SOCOM will be battling every single boss because to this day, no major skip that like breaks the game, that completely changes the way the story flags work, anything like that has been found. There are little skips, there are little glitches here and there, which we'll get to see, but nothing major. So you are actually going to get to see Psycho Mantis and Ocelot, the tank, Sniper Wolf, all of that good stuff.
Yeah, the tank is going to be our favourite meme of the day. Right, this is the skip that's a little bit harder, so I'm not 100% sure I'll get it, but we'll try.
This is the Prozac skip again. I also find I struggle with this one. Second try, that's good. Nice job.
We'll take it.
That just means that that Snake hasn't had to worry about waiting for Meryl to go and knock out Johnny. There's Johnny on the floor, and now Snake here is going to take out all of these guards in the guard rush nice and quickly. Headshots are the quickest way of taking them out. So just little auto aim up, shoot in the head, and get through this as quickly as possible. All blasts there. And then every single guard now is going to come from the same direction. They're all going to come down this hallway. So we just stand here in this corner, wait for them to turn up, and take them all out.
Oh, that one's not good.
Grabbing ammo and rations in the in between the waves. That guard there. Oh, that was a shot straight in the heart. That's an insta kill if you get them in the heart. Oh, very nice finish there. And Meryl just decided to shoot the, fire extinguisher for some reason.
Because you were so much help before, she thought, "What? I'm just going to waste some ammo here."
The bosses in Twin Snakes come quite thick and fast. We will be going into. I suppose it depends if you class that one as a boss fight. But our first boss, if you like, then is only a couple of rooms away. It's going to be Ocelot, and Ocelot is one of the big reasons why people really don't like the Twin Snakes. It's a fantastic speed run. Casually, people complain about the Twin Snakes. It's not as good as the original, and all bad. And you're going to see that a lot. If you know the original Ocelot fight, obviously you didn't see it yesterday. If you do know the original Ocelot fight from Metal Gear Solid 1, you're going to kind of see a really good example of one thing that Twin Snakes just doesn't do very well. Because we didn't have first-person shooting in Metal Gear Solid 1, and Twin Snakes we do. So the Ocelot fight just looks like this.
Hiding won't help.
And that's Ocelot.
That's Ocelot. Done in 3 shots. Well, 4 because I missed one, but
Yikes!
Yeah, very
So
very
fast. Poor guy.
And Snake Sokol's playing this on very easy difficulty. That fight is identical on every difficulty. Even on extreme, it's just 3 shots. It's just bad. It's just bad. It's just really bad.
Oh. Brace yourself, guys. We have to face the tank. Oh, I went far too far.
So now I need to call Meryl, let her know who we are and that we wanted to open the door upstairs, and then move out to the tank fight. Now, in my personal opinion, the tank fight in Twin Snake is actually an improvement over the original. Some other opinions may vary, of course, but yeah, we do get a few more options as to how we want to take the tank out, and hopefully, if Snake gets some good luck with this, then it will go really smoothly. But are we going to see a laser skip first?
What have I done? I always do this.
Oh, you've gone up to B1 instead of floor 1.
Yeah.
It's a minor time loss.
It's fine. It's remembering which elevators are up and which ones are down. It can mess with your heads. I just wanted to see B1 again. It's fine. Right, I'm taking the safety route here. Like, there is a faster way to do this, but... Oh my god. It's fine. Yeah, there is a faster way.
Another little addition that Twin Snakes added, those little control units, they weren't there in the original. You did have to dodge the lasers. Although in a speed run, you wouldn't dodge the lasers, you just go out of bounds instead. All right, tank fight.
Yeah, here we go. Psych ourselves up, guys.
So throwing a chaff grenade straight away, that is going to stop the tank from being able to aim and shoot us. And then Snake's going to try and get into a very specific position on the floor, which is going to keep the tank in one place. And that's not a headshot, unfortunately. So it might take this first file to take a little bit longer. Basically, all we're doing is just waiting for the iframes of the guards. And the tank's moving forwards a little bit. It's okay. So just waiting for the guard to pop back out again, auto-aiming, and then just moving up with the aim just slightly, pops him in the head. Nice. So that's the first gunner down. Prep for the second gunner, throw another chaff grenade, grab some more, get into position. Now we just want to rinse and repeat.
Oh, again.
Unfortunately, it's still not a headshot, that one, but it does look like the tank's locked in place. The hardest part of this fight is when the tank starts moving away.
Oh my god, he's being awkward.
He is being a little bit awkward. You got this. You got this. So just wait outside. We know you can shoot as soon as Snake auto aims at the guard.
Oh,
we're just going to run out of ammo.
Oh my god.
The aiming here is really awkward. The way the tank moves, it looks like it can look like you're aiming directly at him, and you'll just miss because the tank's just slightly moving.
Come out again.
You could see there, like that bullet must have just whistled past him.
Come on.
But you do seem to have had the tank stop in a nice position here. As long as it stays over there. Oh, one hit! One minor hit off. Hey! And it's done.
We never talk about that fight ever again, please.
Very funky fight. Another really little glitch here, which is a little bit of fun. Actually saves more time than it looks with that, because that actually skipped a codec call as well. There's a codec call that comes in when you first lie down on the floor in here to say, you shouldn't use weapons in this area, and that little glitch prevents Snake from being on the floor. So we never trigger it. It's actually a trick that does work in Metal Gear Solid 2 as well, but it has no year. There's nowhere to use it.
It's just difficult part. It's always nice to have a skip that you can't use anywhere.
It's grabbing the Nikita, because we're now heading down into B2 and towards the ninja fights. There is actually a Nikita skip for Twin Snakes that was discovered, I think it was earlier this year, but it's really, really precise and the timing's a bit awkward, and in most cases, unless you are like absolutely perfect with the timing, it doesn't save you any time. So at the moment, it's still seen as better to just continue to use the Nikita.
One I've not learned yet. I don't think I even knew about it, to be fair.
It's not. As I say, it's not really worth it. The timing of it has to be like absolutely spot on, and even then, it's only saving a few seconds.
One thing I hadn't spoke about actually is you'll see that when the codec calls, like the auto codec call comes up, I've actually been pressing the select button straight away. Reason for that is it actually can bring up the codec menu before it just auto comes up, which is very, like, saves like a couple of seconds here and there, which is quite nice. Oh my god, I'm trying to roll, man.
I do that all the time. There's a slight issue with the GameCube version of this where there's a slight dead zone in one direction on the diagonals of the analog stick, and it can proper throw you. So here in the ninja fight, what Snake is going to do is going to keep the ninja in his first state. This is why he's sort of doing a punch kick combo, then shooting,
got one.
and then doing a punch, and that shot resets the ninja's combo, so he's not going to move into the second phase. The other thing you'll see he's doing is when he does his punch kick, as he goes to kick, he's swapping to the Nikita and then swapping back. Having the Nikita equipped whilst doing a punch does more damage, and that also includes the kick. So just by having the Nikita equipped, even though it doesn't look like Snake is kicking with the Nikita, it does still register as extra damage. We can't finish the fight in phase 1. We have to finish the fight in phase 2. So move into phase 2, and now it just takes a couple of hits just to finish the fight.
I might have to get him into third phase though, because I don't think I quite got the health where I wanted it to. Oh god.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, that's going to go into phase 3.
It's fine. Small mistake.
A little bit hide and seek. That extra damage goes for any weapon. You do slightly more damage if you punch whilst having your handgun equipped than... There we go, that's the fight. Than doing it with bare fists. And that actually does come into play at one point in the speed run.
One of those where we'll take that. It wasn't the best, but a few mistakes here and there.
As long as you don't go into phase 4, because that's the really slow phase.
Yeah, exactly. So more skipping cutscenes.
I think this is the longest section of codecs and cutscenes in the run.
Yeah, definitely. It's like 8 to skip or something like that.
We get a nice close-up of Otocon's face. There he is.
And as it's a marathon, we'll get to see something cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mario.
Now, shooting Mario there is actually RNG manipulation for later on. It's not really. That's a complete lie, but we always tell that lie because it's funny.
I was going to say, like, what do you mean?
You can shoot the Yoshi as well, and the Yoshi will go Yoshi. Kind of a precursor to Metal Gear games appearing on Nintendo consoles. It's not that well known. Metal Gear Solid 3 was remade for the 3DS, Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater 3D, and all of the keratin frogs that you can shoot in that were replaced with Yoshis.
That's very funny.
A little trick we did there.
The Metal Gear franchise has had a very interesting relationship with Nintendo.
The big question at the moment is, when's Twin Snakes coming to like modern consoles? Are we going to get it on a Master Collection, or is the Switch 2 just going to add it to their GameCube collection? Who knows?
I hope so.
Yeah, I'd love that. I'd be all for it.
All right, we now come up to the most iconic boss in arguably all of the Metal Gear series. But just before that, we get out that one mention of having to equip a handgun to do enough damage. If knocking Meryl out there, if Snake had not equipped the SOCOM, that wouldn't have done enough damage to knock Meryl out, and he'd have had to do another couple of punches.
Yeah, and if you forget sometimes because you start unequipped, you're like, damn.
So Snake's going to be setting up next to the sofa here to try and get a quick shot off on Mantis. Single punch. This is deliberate. So now what he wants to do is he wants to do a very specific amount of damage, which is one punch, and it's either 3 or 4 headshots, because that is going to give us a phase skip. It's going to do exactly the right amount of damage to finish this phase, and that is it. That's perfect. So what you're going to see here is Meryl's going to get up, and she's immediately going to fall back over again because we've already done enough damage to skip the next phase. There she goes. Now, one thing you may have noticed there, I said headshots, and Snake was shooting Psycho Mantis in his right leg. For some reason, and nobody knows why, Psycho Mantis's right leg is programmed to deal headshot damage. Only his right leg, not his left leg. His head still takes headshot damage. But yeah, for some reason, you can shoot, and it's far easier because it's a much bigger hitbox.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice finish.
I want to flex with that shot so bad.
that was so fast, that double headshot. You got to be careful in that fight. Obviously, you do that fight in first person, but after a certain amount of time, because it's the Psycho Mantis fight, the game takes your first person view away from you and switches your view to seeing it from Mantis instead. As we're playing on very easy difficulty, the time, it's a good like 3 or 4 seconds, but by the time you move up in difficulties, it gets like a second, and you have got to be so fast with your shots. It's traveling through the caves.
Aim at these dogs because they are horrible if you don't get the shots on them. These dogs are, or wolves should I say, very aggressive. Well, wolf dogs, half wolf, half husky. As Snake kindly tells us in the cutscene we would have just skipped. And we shoot there just to skip a little cutscene where Meryl will tell us all about how we're supposed to be good with dogs.
completely ignore Meryl's solution and just run around the outside.
Yeah. The one thing that's a little bit different to the OG as well, not the one thing, but one of the main things that's different to the OG. In the OG, she does the same, but you can just like run in a straight line, whereas we can't do that on Twin Snakes.
So next up we have the fight against Sniper Wolf, which means, as Metal Gear fans will know, we are going all the way back to the armory to get the PSG-1.
He was in
Mining the
such
dogs.
an awful
Oh
position.
no, there's a dog.
Oh,
There he
there
goes
you
again. I love the way they flip at you.
I'd never seen that wolf dog in that position where he's like, that was a weird place for him to be. But hey, we're out there.
Yeah, really, really long, awkward trek back to the armory to grab the PSG-1. So we're going to go back through the nuke building, back across the canyon, back into that's not the
You got the wrong way, Snake.
Oh, it's the PSG-1T. So thankfully, for the remake, they added in this PSG-1T, which is a tranquilizer version of the PSG-1, which is just there in that room instead. So it's not a huge long trek back to the armory. It's just there. It's one of the things that makes the Twin Snake speed run a little more forgiving than Metal Gear Solid 1. Is there's some of the really big backtracks were fixed. You will see this in even greater detail right towards the end of the run as well, where the biggest backtrack in the game is completely taken care of.
Isn't there still
we're
a
gonna
bounty
go...
out for it in MGS1? Oh, this dog, man.
Oh. And clear.
Luckily, that's the
Right.
last time we have to deal with that because we'll have the handkerchief later.
Sniper Wolf 1.
Oh, nice. Oh, give me that RNG all day.
That was what? That was insane.
Give me that RNG all day long, man.
That was amazing. That's the Sniper Wolf 1 fight is complete RNG. Where she moves to, where she stops to shoot, and all of that. I have never seen her just lie there and take 3 shots to the face like that. That was that was so good. That was so good.
GDQ
Wow.
blessed us on the RNG woman. She's literally, there's 2 fights with her, and on my live splits for this run, she's called RNG B word 1 and RNG B word 2. And if Joseph is watching right now, Joseph Joestar, he'll be unhappy that I just submitted to this torture. So I do apologize. Because he's a big Meryl fan.
I don't think you need to apologize to Joe. I think Joe can handle it, you know?
I know letting Meryl meet her unfortunate end is against his morals.
So now back in prison, and we've now sort of caught up to where the Metal Gear Solid 1 any % run diverges, but there's still a lot more to do in this run. Is Johnny 2.0?
Johnny 2.0.
Shut up in there, will you?
And in Twin Snakes, it is actually a time save to keep knocking on the wall and getting Johnny to react. If Johnny stops to sneeze, it takes longer than it would do for him to stop and say, "Shut up in there, will you?"
Shut up in there, will you?
So yeah, knocking on the wall is kind of mandatory in Twin Snakes.
Hey, shut up in there, will you?
We've still got some sorry Joes in the chat. Joe said it's all good. I'm used to it by now.
A funny mechanic doing that knock-in. And someone, I was de-rusting this like the other week, and someone nailed a comment about his voice acting in this game. He goes from like what was a really aggressive man and angry in MGS1 and becomes a car salesman in Twin Snakes.
Hey, I'm here. Where?
Thankfully, this whole section is a lot faster in Twin Snakes as well. But next up, we do have an escape plan as well. There's a couple of different ways of doing this version. So I'm not sure which one you're most comfortable with. So we'll see.
I'm doing probably the safest one that I can be comfortable with.
Gotcha.
So you'll see. Well, the safest one would be just doing it normally, I guess. But I will not be doing that.
Yeah, throw out and in. So what Snake's doing here is deliberately left the room without his gear, but he also hasn't triggered Johnny to run off to the bathroom. Johnny should get indigestion and run off to the bathroom again. And that's going to, when he comes back in, that re-triggers this to happen again. So Johnny's just leaving the bathroom again. The game has sort of been tricked into replaying it. And now we can get out without triggering it at all, whilst still having Snake's gear. We know that this trick has now worked correctly because there's no gun turrets in this room. And basically, the game's story flag to say that you have escaped from prison has not been hit. It makes it slightly faster to escape prison in the first place because we don't have it's an unskippable cutscene waiting for Johnny to sort of keel over from his bowels and then run off to the bathroom. But most importantly, it now means we're going to skip some triggers. The main one being there is a codec call that usually takes place in the area that we fought Sniper Wolf 1, and that codec call is about 50 seconds long, if I recall correctly. And that codec call now will not trigger. It's a nice little time save. There's a few different ways of escaping like that. Yeah, marathon safety. I'm not surprised you went for that one. It is. I
can do like it's like the 2-bump roll, but on practice I keep being like 1 frame out on the item box, and I was like, I ain't doing this.
So see the little nudge through the door again here. Take that guard out.
So Snake's iron box just has like a really strange hitbox. You can be like completely in the box and it's like, nah.
Now we'll just make our way back to the underground passage and into the towers. And as Snake already said, luckily doesn't have to deal with the wolves again this time because we can just equip Sniper Wolf's handkerchief that Otacon gave us.
Ooh.
There it is.
Or the scope.
One nice addition that was made to Metal Gear Solid 2 compared to 1 that then carried over into this is to go through doors. Snake doesn't have to have his keycard equipped. In the original, you have to have a keycard equipped in order to go through doors. On this, you just have to have it in your inventory, which is a lot nicer. It means it's one less thing to have to worry about, and you can like keep the handkerchief out.
And don't get me wrong, guys, it's not weird that a dog likes to smell a handkerchief. It's Sniper Wolf's handkerchief, who is like very friendly with the dog, shall we say. So it's not that they like the smell of snot or something.
So that's the codec skipped. That pile of blood would have been where it would trigger. So yeah, a nice I'd say about 40 to 50 second time save. And just like the original, there is a disc swap. It just comes in a bit earlier in Twin Snakes.
Imagine down to the difference in size of disc, because if you look at PlayStation 1 disc and GameCube disc, they're about, well, yeah, like, I don't even know, like probably like 4 times the size almost.
So we now go into the Tower A climb. The stun grenade that Snake threw there was to take out the 2 guards that were following behind him. Now we just ascend the tower. There's no boba skip in Twin Snakes. We're going all the way up to the top and then rappelling back down the other side, and just a combination of the M9 and the stun grenades. Thankfully, during the tower climb, you don't have to headshot a guard with the M9 to take them out. Although actually, I'm pretty sure on very easy, it doesn't matter where you shoot them anyway. But yeah, so
Auto aim job.
Yeah.
If it works.
Snake's auto aim can be a bit funky in this.
Now, a lot of people talk about the Metal Gear Solid soundtrack in this game as it's probably one of its most criticized things about Twin Snakes, but I must say I really like the Tower Climb soundtrack. Got like a nice little jolly tune to it almost.
Jolly tune is you're trying to be murdered by a bunch of guards. And up at the top and up the ladder to finish. And now we have to rappel back down the other side.
Our favourite rappel.
You don't in the original. You don't tend to see rappel in anything outside of glitchless speedruns now, because all bosses still uses the boba skip. The Twin Snakes rappel is a heck of a lot easier. Every difficulty is the same, and you'll just see there's a little glitch at the end of it.
Liquid, you won't be laughing for long, my friend.
So 2 jumps straight down, walk down to the edge. The steam there is RNG, whether you get hit by it or not. If it's there, you just take it. All the way into the corner, do a jump to the right, slight jump to the left, one more jump to the right, and then just nudge the top, and boom, Snake just drops down. And that's it. It's a really, really simple rappel sequence, that was very well executed, though. Well done.
So it's one of the things I always remember is the inputs for that. It's like down, left, down.
Thankfully, those guards are nice and easy taken out with the PSG-1T. Some extra rations if you want them.
There is a few different strats you can do for those guards, but I always do the safest option.
Now, here in Tower B, one other change they made is you don't have to go quite as far down before Snake realizes that the floor's given way. Because also in the original, it's only like 1 floor down. Yeah. Like any normal person would have been able to jump from the ledge down and would probably have been fine. But it's actually a really steep drop in
this
Twin
one
Snakes.
actually makes it more feasible that you go, can't go down there.
Also, unlike the original, you can actually go down there. In the original, there's an invisible barrier that stops you going off the edge. In here, you can just either jump off or drop down off the edge. It's a death if you do, so I wouldn't recommend doing it.
Yeah.
But then, similarly to MGS1, we climb up using chaffs and come back down using grenades. But in a change from yesterday, you are now going to see the Hind D fight. How do you feel about the Twin Snakes Hind D fight?
Oh God, where do we start? Another very RNG heavy fight with he can basically he'll start saying can't find him, and I'm literally there like, well, that's because you're hiding from me. There's a reason you can't find me right now. But yes, he is the pain, put it that way.
It is one fight in the run where the Metal Gear community does have a bounty for someone to try and find a skip for it, because it is everyone's least favorite fight. in Twin Snakes. The first the fight split into 2 phases. The first phase is pretty much sort of kind of on rails. It's pretty straightforward as long as you keep up with where he's moving. It's the second phase that can be quite nasty. The other problem with this fight is we're using the Twin Snakes Stinger. You actually see in the top left-hand corner it says version 1.03. This references the fact that there was the Stinger in Metal Gear Solid 1, which would have been version 1.01. There was the Stinger in Metal Gear Solid 2, which is version 1.02, and now we're on to the third version in Twin Snakes, which you would think, because this is just the Metal Gear Solid 2 engine, it's identical to Metal Gear Solid 2's. For some reason it's not, and it's really bad. The lock-on can be really awkward. You can fire shots that seem to be locked on and then they still miss. That's the end of the first phase.
Yeah, one thing to really remember is when that cutscene of this is going on, do not touch your controller, because you will actually remove your aim while in that scene, and it can be a proper pain.
So now we move into phase 2 of the fight, and during the fight, the Hindy is going to drop down like this, and depending on your difficulty level, he'll stay down longer the lower your difficulty. So because we're running on very easy, he's going to be down there for quite a long time, and it's completely RNG exactly how long he stays down, exactly where he moves to. Ideally, you want to be getting in 2 shots whenever he comes back up, but oh, that was nice. That was nice getting that second shot in. But it can be very difficult to get the second shot in.
Gone now. I can't even find him.
Where? He's up, but I don't know where he is.
Yeah, I do not know where he is right now. Well, that was annoying.
Where did you go?
He's going to be impossible to hit while he's there,
Yeah. So the second hit, quite often you actually need to lead a shot. You can't wait for the targeting reticle to come back up. You have to lead a shot ready for him to then fly into. And unfortunately there, when he drops down, he does get iframes. So even though it looked like that shot connected, his iframes had already kicked in. So yeah, this is why as runners we just hate this fight, because it takes so long and there's a lot of RNG involved. Oh, just not quite.
Come on, get up. See what I mean? Where'd you go? Yeah. You're literally the one running away.
But that's the Hind D fight. Considering what you got given, that was a really good fight though. You did your best with the RNG that Liquid decided to hand your way.
Yeah, that was he was a bit awkward in certain places, but all in all, I'd probably take that. Take the stinger box because we are very low. Now for a tower descent. Is my only chaff, so I will take some hits here, but best not to get hit on the 4 camera one because it makes the emulator like really laggy. There is a little trick we can do as well that like reduces what it does as well. So these ones here, you'll just see me do that. Didn't quite get me to the bottom like I wanted to. I think I was a bit too eager on the roll there.
Yeah, what Snake will be aiming to do is try and do a roll where when he gets shot, it cancels the roll so he's still in a stood up position rather than lying down. It's pretty precise.
We don't mind if we get the full position if we fall right at the bottom though. I suppose I don't mind that too much. It's where I still then have to like run down a couple of stairs as well.
Next up, we have the Ultra Box, or Four Horsemen. So Snake goes into the elevator, realizes the weight limit sign's gone off. Is very confused about that because Snake's not particularly overweight.
Yeah, I'd say he's quite a healthy man.
It turns out 4 guys. Oh, and warning for Otacon jump scare. There it is. 4 guys stole Otacon's other stealth suits. Luckily, they're all dead.
Yeah. Totally feasible strat that a real life agent would pull off.
That trick can be done on every difficulty except extreme. If you do that on extreme, the C4 will kill Snake as well. But it does make...
We would not want that. No.
And now out to Sniper Wolf 2. Just like Sniper Wolf 1, there's a lot of RNG in this fight. It's rather an open field though, so you get a lot of opportunities to sort of lead your shots and try and take her out. What Snake's going to do straight away is going to go and run and stand on top of an ammo box, which is going to continuously refill. So if he ever runs out of ammo, he will instantly pick up the pack that he's on top of. So it means he can just blast away at this fight. It doesn't matter how much ammo he uses, he's got no worries about conserving it. Want to go for headshots, obviously, because headshot damage is a thing. And we wanted to try not to go around that. Oh, that was a nice shot. Try and go around that snowdrift too much, because that's the longest amount of time that we can't see her. But again, complete RNG this fight, exactly how it plays out. You just have to play with what you're given. And she's deciding to go back towards the snowdrift. And then
hide behind the tree as well.
Nice one. Hey,
I just
that's not bad.
Spamming then I was like, whatever. It's one of those fights that's super RNG, which makes it really annoying if you get a good fight on like a PB or something, because you're just like, oh yeah, I'm forever losing time on this fight. Like, I'm kind of glad my Wolf 1 is not on my PB. It was on this, because running against that in hell.
Down into the blast furnace, we've got another kind of example of how the MGS2 engine ruins a room a little bit. You don't have to worry about the crane or anything like that, because you can just hang over the edge and drop down. And there you go, the whole crane section is now skipped. We just have to mind out for those gun turrets. Through the steam room and out the other side.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, another example of having an easy get out. Although in the PC version, in all bosses, we get to just use GME and run through the room anyway. of MGS1. Oh, he's not dead.
Very, very simple fight there. You can try and headshot them, but it only takes 3 shots from the SOCOM. You've got plenty of ammo, so it's just easy to just hold the auto aim button and just blast them. So we descend the elevators. Mind out for that camera. And we're going to go into the next boss fight against Vulcan Raven. Arguably one of the easiest fights in the game.
Oh no, I think Gosselot's got that title, my friend. No one is ever taking that title off Ocelot.
Raven is an interesting one across the different difficulties, because on every single difficulty, this fight is played out exactly the same way and is really, really easy. You're going to see it in a second just how easy Snake SOCOM's going to make this. The exception is Extreme, where on Extreme, Raven becomes probably the hardest boss in the game.
Yeah, on Extreme, it's horrible.
just because this strat doesn't work on extreme. So there's no RNG here. Raven always starts in the same location, except between difficulties he moves. And all Snake Circle's going to do is just keep his rations equipped, go into the Stinger, and just wait out the iframes and just tank all of Raven's damage. We finished with one headshot, just so that we've got the SOCOM ready and equipped for the next set of rooms. And I'd congratulate you on that fight and say you made it look really easy, but that's because it really is that easy.
Yeah, there's not too much skill involved in that boss fight.
I'm still
Only
going
the
to
tank was
congratulate
needed.
you. I think you did fantastic.
Oh, thank you. I
You
appreciate
did
it.
it.
There's a couple of extra guards to take care of in here.
That's fine.
That's all right. And then we now come across Metal Gear number 12, I believe.
Now, this is my one gripe with Twin Snakes, is why have we not got the Zoom soundtrack here, man?
There is no zoom. We do have some guards to take care of. But one of the nice things in Twin Snakes compared to the original is this is all one room. There's no separate ladders separating it off into 3 different states or anything. Take that guard out. There's going to be another guard at the top here. In between all of the Archon codec calls.
Yeah, I'm just shooting a guard, Otacon, all right?
There he goes.
We are getting to one of the most. This is very like. What should I say? It can be hit and miss whether you get it. It quite consistent, I find, but this is where it won't work. There's a specific drop we do here, and compared to like the original where you just run down to the bottom, and yeah, sorted. But yeah, we have a specific drop here, and Snake is going to grab a rope as he drops. There we go. Nice.
Hey.
Dying there is very frustrating.
So you'll.
There he is.
I think the alert requirements for the power key being in the ditch there's a lot more than in the original. So for Twin Snakes we always get the rat, but there's no rat RNG. The rat is always in that position, so it makes that nice and easy to grab. But yeah, with that rope drop that Snake did, where he grabbed the rope at the end, there's some bug in the game where you have to mash the action button to re-grab the rope, and there's like a single frame or a couple of frames where if you push it on that exact frame, Snake won't grab it. You'll quite often see runners do that, and even though they are mashing like crazy, they will not grab that rope because you've just hit that sweet spot where it doesn't register. So now we're into the POW key sequence. I said earlier that there's another really great example of how Twin Snakes cuts out all the backtracking. Again, I'll go back to, if you watched my run yesterday, you'll know that we now spend all of this time going back to the warehouse, making the card turn cold, then we brought it all the way back, and then we went all the way back to the blast furnace to make it really hot, and then we made it all the way back again. But Twin Snakes does away with all of that and instead gives you these 2 pipes. And there's a wonderful example of the grab not working correctly. But yeah, there's 2 pipes in that corner. One is a cold pipe, one is a hot pipe. All you got to do is shoot the pipe. The card changes instantly. There's no waiting around in the pipe for 60 seconds, and then just go and pop it in and come back around again. It's a massive time saver. There we go. That's the cold one.
Unless you missed the grab.
unless you miss the grab. Yeah, so much quicker. I used to do a race with House Test, who you'll see running Metal Gear Solid 2 in a little bit, where he would run Metal Gear Solid 1 and I would run this. We'd do it together, and for the
GDQ,
entire
right?
race. No, we never. We did it for my first appearance on GDQ Hotfix. Actually, was that race. So he would run all bosses, I would run this, and for the entire game he would be ahead because Twin Snakes cutscenes are slower, codecs are slower, everything about Twin Snakes is slower, up until this point where I just absolutely overtake him in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, all that backtracking and then waiting in rooms for, what is it 61 seconds?
61 seconds for every change, and you can still go back into it if you really want to. If you want to be a bit of a purist and still do the original route, you can do, but it's longer than 61 seconds. I actually don't know how long it is because I've just never bothered to go back and find out. Not doing that. There's 2 pipes. I'm gonna have this over and done with in a minute.
Yeah, the reason why I grabbed that one rather than just drop in is Snake has a little leg jolt and it's a little bit slower, I find. That might not be factual though.
Casual leg break.
Yeah, it feels slower. Plus, I don't want Snake to break his kneecaps. He's got MGS2 to deal with.
Just getting ready to put the final PAL key in. Deal with the trap that Liquid has set. Spoiler alert, by the way, for the second time this event, it's not Master Miller, it's Liquid Snake. Let's go. 3rd PAL key. Metal Gear has not been deactivated. It has, in fact, been activated.
Thank you, Snake. You'll see an example in a second of me pressing the codec button before it comes up. And yeah, we can basically call in before the cutscene has even happened for the door. I mean, by the time we get to the door, are we ready to call us?
Nice.
Now, there's a specific spot to step for Metal Gear X. However, I have not got that spot on D-Rust, so you'll probably see me get hit by a missile at least once. It's fine. Like it's here, but...
Thankfully, the Rex fight is pretty straightforward in Twin Snakes. We can just have rations out to tank the damage. And it's the same as in the original Phase 1. We take out the radome. Phase 2, though, is even easier. We do still have to listen to Grey Fox's speech. We actually know who he is this time.
Yeah.
I can't do it. No, I can't do it. I can't shoot.
Can't do it. No, can't do it.
Yeah, where Snake likes to interrupt the ninja here.
No good.
I love this. This is so good.
If we weren't speedrunning, I'd really want to show the cutscene of Snake going, "Fox!" Because it's so extra in Twin Snakes. It's pretty funny.
This is Phase 2. You may have noticed that Snake has not moved.
This counts. This is number 12.
That was Phase 2 of Metal Gear Rex, supposed to be the biggest, baddest boss in the whole game, and Snake was able to stand in a single spot and not take a single hit because the fight was just not very well programmed.
Another idea of having the tools, but the user of the tool was obviously not very good. Sorry, Liquid.
This isn't the Liquid fist fight. Works quite differently from the original. What Snake's going for here is called, we call it the lottery roll, because the input for it is so precise that it might as well be RNG. What if it works? I'll wait and see if it.
Nice.
Oh yes! Oh, that's a nice lottery roll. So what happened there was Snake just hit that sweet spot where it meant that like every frame or every other frame of Snake's roll animation dealt damage to Liquid. It's such a sweet noise as well when it happens. But then once we get Liquid into his final phase, we just punch, get out of his way, punch, get out of his way, and just repeat until the fight's done. That was a really nice finish. Well done.
That's nice. Yeah, that makes up for the tank memes now.
Getting a lottery roll in is always sweet.
Yeah, you can literally, if you get it like perfect, you can literally take like nearly like most his health bar down.
I'll take the wheel.
Yeah,
again, one of the cutscenes I used to really love as a kid when I first played Twin Snakes was the Liquid and Snake fight after you beat him, because it's just so extra. We were like tying up backflips and all sorts.
If you've never played Twin Snakes casually, I highly recommend it, as long as you watch all of the cutscenes, and then you'll understand why people have an issue with this game. A lot of people have the headcanon that Twin Snakes is actually the story of Shadow Moses being retold by Otacon, and because Otacon's is like Snake's biggest fanboy, he bigs up everything that Snake does. He's like, oh yeah, and he backflipped off a missile, and he threw a grenade right down a tank's cannon. You know, all of this really bombastic stuff that you just wouldn't expect Snake to have ever done.
That's that's the best.
It makes so much more sense if you watch those cutscenes with that in mind. Because, yeah, it gets dumb. It gets very dumb.
Here they come.
But we are nearing the end of the run. This is the escape sequence.
Yeah, it's all made up by Otacon's line in MGS4. Snake, you're the shit! He is, let's just say he's Snake's biggest fan. I'm sure he's probably got posters of Snake on his wall.
This fight pretty much plays out the same way as the original. Nice little extra touch. You can shoot out the Liquid's headlights. You know, you already see Snake took one of them out. Doesn't really do anything. It's just a nice little extra detail that they added.
Ah, nice.
So a few more shots.
All done.
Final cutscenes and codex to skip. And then, ready on Snake's SOCOM to call time.
Thank you for reminding me for that. I would have definitely forgotten. Fine.
Woo!
So that was not as I was going to say. Before it gets into the credits, and you're going to see a really cool thing in the credits that we do on Dolphin Emulator. But it tells us some little facts about nukes and stuff. So, yeah, pretty interesting when you actually read them. Yeah, that has been...
GG.
Yeah, so...
Thank you so much.
In the speedrun of MGS1, you'd have to sit all through this, but in Twin Snakes, we hold tab and it goes extremely fast and does like a nice little remix on The Best Is Yet to Come. Basically, there's like a little function in the Dolphin emulator where it like skips a frame by holding the tab button. I kind of like this version. I hate to admit it, but I kind of like it. Thanks for the GGs in chat, guys. I really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy Twin Snakes. And Nick,
Yeah,
thanks
it was
for
an
being
absolute
here.
blast.
And Juggy for hosting as well. Appreciate it.
Yeah, this was awesome. Such a fun run. Seriously, absolutely incredible. Please, Socom, tell everybody just a little bit about what you do on your channel and what they can expect when they hit that follow button.
Yeah, so I think someone pointed out earlier, there is an underscore after my name. Damn it, someone got Snake Socom before me. Actually, we didn't talk about the making of my Twitch name. So it was down to this game, actually. Before we had the Prozac skip, there was a role you could do in Twin Snakes at the guard rush where I found it randomly and you can roll into picking up the SOCOM. So that's where the name Snake SOCOM was born. But yes, on my channel, I do a lot of Metal Gear Solid speedrunning and Resident Evil speedrunning. They are my two favorite games, specifically Resident Evil 2 Remake and probably Twin Snakes. So yeah, you can see... You probably see like the first 5 minutes of these games on a constant basis. so yeah, if you like the first 5 minutes of games, I'm your man.
They've all been deleted from the base's computer.
Fantastic. Well, seriously, thank you so much for showcasing the Metal Gear Twin Snakes. Very excited, and it was an absolute blast to have you here. And Nick, thank you so much for commentating. I know we're going to see you later, but we appreciate you being here for this one as well.
Thank you very much. I'll see everyone back here for Metal Gear Solid 3 in a bit.
All right, folks. We are going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to jump into Metal Gear Solid 2. So don't go anywhere. In fact, during the break, I want you to go over to the gdq.gg/hotfix and check out what we have coming up on the channel. You can check out our entire schedule right now. Just go over to gdq.gg/hotfix. All right, chat. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Metal Gear.
What should I do? The woman.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Metal Gear. We are about to jump into Metal Gear Solid 2, and I'm really excited about it. I hope that you're all having a good time. How are we doing? What's our I think our Metal Gear count is at 12. I want to say it's 12. Have you guys been keeping track? Because I know I've been doing my best too. But I need your help. Math is not my strong point. We have a ton of stuff that goes on here on the GDQ channel. There's all kinds of different shows and different speedruns that we showcase here on a weekly basis. But we actually have a couple of upcoming events that I think that you should mark on your calendar. In fact, open up your calendar right now because it's time to mark them. This weekend, coming up, literally a week from today, we will be live from San Diego at TwitchCon with GDQX. It's from October 17th to the 19th. We're going to be benefiting the World Central Kitchen. So you can check out that full schedule over at gdq.gg/schedule. It's going to be a blast. I will be there. It's going to be amazing, and I hope that if you see me there, if you're going to be there, please come up and say hello to me. We also have at the end of this month, we have Games Done Queer. It's our first time doing Games Done Queer. It's coming October 31st, so starting on Halloween and going all the way to November 2nd. It's highlighting the queer and LGBTQIA runners. It's benefiting the Lambda Legal Defense and Education Fund. So it's going to be an absolute blast of a show, and prize submissions are actually still open, so you can go. They're open until October 25th. And if you'd like to donate a prize and be involved with GD Queer, please go over to gamesdonequick.com/prize-guide for more information on that. I'm pumped for that show. It's going to be awesome. So I hope that you guys will stay tuned for that. Without further ado, House Test, are you ready to jump into Metal Gear Solid 2?
Ready as I can be. Thanks, G, for the intro, and hello, everyone, and welcome back again after the break. I'm so happy to be here. My name is House, in case you don't know me. I'm running here from Germany, and today I have the honor of presenting you at first Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on PC. And with that, I got also a good friend of mine, Joseph Joestar316, also just called Joe normally, with me to help out with commentary. How's it going, Joe?
Hey, well, thanks for having me on again, and looking forward, seeing what House is going to get into with MGS2 Substance.
Yeah. All right, so let's quickly begin here. This is an almost hour-long run, so we're gonna do the full tanker implant. We're gonna do it today on a normal difficulty. I sadly did not have enough time to practice EOX, and don't feel need the radar. So let's go here in 3, 2, 1. Let's start. And as always, I gotta say it wrong. After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. Hang on, that's the wrong game. We're actually running here Metal Gear Solid 2. And like I said, this is the PC Substance version, not the Master Collection version on Steam, but the original PC version, which was released way back then as a port of the original Xbox version, where Substance first released. And I already started at the beginning doing something weird that usually the comments always get confused, like, why are you spamming your M9 at the beginning? Well, the answer is quite simply, I try to get rid of some of my ammo here. So at the end, before that, though, we're gonna move on quickly upstairs to meet Olga. And I'm just gonna keep spamming away a little bit here. And for those that are also wondering, we will sadly not go for rank 1, meaning we're not gonna go in and do a flawless run. We do actually get some intentional alerts here, which are part of the routing here to do the rooms a little bit quicker. Oh. Wonderful, of course. Let me quickly re-explain why I was spamming my ammo in the beginning. So, I was actually shooting up my magazine here so I can get it empty. I'm already on 5 shots here, and during the next fight that's coming up, the Olga fight, I will try my best here to empty it out. We're gonna have Olga go to the lefty, which is great for me. If she goes lefty, we have a chance to loop her. If I get clean headshots here, it is random. There's a certain animation she needs to finish out. Let's see if she goes on the tar. Looks good so far. I need one more headshot and we're out of here. And we don't have the cutscene play. And as we see, that is a clean left side loop for Olga.
Yeah, nicely done.
Thank you very much. Phew. I'm glad. It's one of those things where you just hope the RNG plays along. If she goes right side, we have to do a little bit of a different route. We have to watch the cutscene. On the left, there's still a chance this can go wrong, but thankfully it worked out here. All right, time to go to the bowel of the tanker here. We're gonna meet the next Metal Gear.
Yeah, so I guess maybe one thing real quick before House makes his way down is that you may be seeing a bunch of, timers on the game screen, as well as the fact that the life bar is, well, not really called life, it's House Test. Because we're playing on MGS2 Substance on the PC port, we actually have mods and extensions in place that allows us to add in, a global timer, a segment timer, renaming the life bar, and a bunch of other useful things, including the turbo, which you may be hearing the Fallout, Pip-Boy sound like when he's clicking his turbo on and off. So if you're hearing that beeping noise, that's what that is. He's just enabling and disabling turbo. And now what he's going to go for here is called the Prozac skip, named after the runner that discovered it, which is Chewable Prozac. So he's going to try this again, where he's going to lead up against a door, throw the magazine while... Oh, there we go. Very nice.
Ooh, that was close. We do have a backup where we just empty yet another magazine and try again, but, ideally we don't need to do backup. All right, let's focus for a moment here. There are 3 centers we're going to shoot out, and I hopefully don't blow up the tanker. Wonderful. Oops. Man, I certainly lied down. Snake's already tired here. It is, after all, evening in Europe times here. So, I just had a coffee still, so I'm wide awake. Moving on here. Joe, what are we going to do attempt next?
Well, we got Guard Rush coming up, but before that, there's a couple of guards, including one that's a favorite of mine, which is the one just enjoying some music.
Okay. This did work well in practice, and now it does not anymore. So what we try to do is we're going to put these guys to sleep normally. Let's go and use the backup where just shoot them in the head quickly and put them to sleep. So when they're asleep like this, they're usually out of the way. Come on. This is the last one here. I'm going to take it easy. Keep running, it's fine. There we go. So normally on normal difficulty, hell was not an issue right here, but I do not have a ration on me because I normally don't intend to. And usually the timing on the first guy works out, so he just looks to the left and I rank him again, and I can walk through him as he's falling down. With the animation playing, normally it would slow us down, but if we do it just right on that timing, normally we can move on. Right. Little hiccup. Let's move on to Guard Rush here. And on normal difficulty, we do this fully lethal, so we run up here quickly and basically spam the number of body shots here. And while this is not the big boss way, certainly it is a fast way. Unfortunately, the fifth guy that comes out here is certainly staying behind you, so I've got to wait for him to pop around. And then there's 3 extra guards coming here. 1, 2, 3, and that's it. That's Guard Rush done. Moving on to the holds.
Killing them is actually faster than, tranquilizing them. So yeah, typically in a big boss run, we would be using the M9 while then saving the last 3 with the USP. But since House Test mentioned before, since it's on normal, he's not intending to do, rank 1 strats of any kind. Also, nice ladder glitch.
Ooh.
Actually killing people in Metal Gear, weird. I thought we just let explosions and gravity do that.
Yeah, just 2 normal study does not do that.
Explosions.
There will be explosions.
Freeze. Freeze. Freeze.
Nice.
And I don't know what it is about the holds, but I always get nervous in here.
Oh, absolutely. It is also very important that we do not get a continue here, because we set something up before the run even. There's another aspect of the game that works on all the platforms and difficulties, and that is called the so-called pentas trick. It's a memory manipulation where we eat like 200 pentas beforehand, then we take a quick continue and cancel out immediately to the main menu. If we then start a new run and go all the way without continuing, we go to the sniping sections and the pentas value will still be the same in the memory. Nice. I don't need to eat it. I don't need to worry about taking it. It's just permanently active, as long as I don't take it and continue. So I have to stay active here and not die.
I don't think it's healthy to ingest that many potassiumines, by the way, for those
Yeah, kids, don't do drugs. That's of course clear here. All right, switching over. Tanker is done. Snake is dead. It's the era of Raiden. If you have the emotes active here, I want to join me as I do lots of spinning motions here with Raiden throughout the whole of plant. That is actually slightly a little bit faster than just walking. There we go. So, docks. A famous location present in almost all of the Metal Gear games, I want to say. I think even Metal Gear Solid 4, which we'll see later, has technically a docks in Chapter 3. I'm gonna go here.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Yeah, the cool cutscene is on boats, and I think they're docked somewhere.
I mean, Twin Snakes has got them, MGS1's got them, MGS3's got them.
Yep.
Yeah, that just blew my mind just now. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, if you think about it, there's a lot more Metal Gear games that straight up have docks. All right, so just as a backup, I'm gonna get a few rations here. Normally, we don't necessarily need them, but again, doing practice out, so we had some interesting boss encounters, which we're gonna get to in a few minutes, where I thought I was safe with the help I had, and then I wasn't, so I'm like, we have time to spend here, because the elevator that's come down is on a timer anyway, so I'm just gonna use the time quickly here, just walk around.
Is there somebody there?
I'm gonna spend some time here. Knock this guy out. Thankfully, he will immediately be knocked out fully. The one on the right, we don't even care. Let's skip this animation. And now it's time to enter. So, just a few cutscenes done here, and we're going to start officially in the bomb defusal segment. This is going to be a long segment. We're going to have to go throughout all of Shell 1 here and defuse a bunch of bombs. But before that, of course, we have to learn about bombs. I'm a good guy here. As we move on here, we're going to answer all the codex, skip all the tutorials, because we're already an expert on the game. You know, we do have thousands of hours in VR missions, so we're perfectly trained as a soldier here. There we go. The thing right now, at least, is we do not have a single weapon on us at all. So we're going to do a little bit of a snaky move here. And we're going to see it also in this next room where do a few cartwheels behind the back of these enemies. I got to be careful not to make any noise early on. copy for this guy, and he's like, oh, what the hell happened to you? They're already gone. Bye-bye. All right.
Yeah, I mean, we have our wits as our weapon, you know, and that's good enough.
Yeah. We trained the wits to 1200. Got double S ranking on that, so good to go. All right. Met this Pliskin guy here. Not sure what he's about. But after that, we're going to just skip a little bit into these dialogues here. Not encounter our safe boss, which is one of the more annoying bosses in this game.
I don't know, that Pliskin guy kind of looked like Snake. Might be a distant relative.
Maybe. Maybe it's his beard. Maybe if he shaves, maybe he looks more like him. Unfortunately, we do not have the shaver here. I think you can only get it on hard difficulty in the docks. Maybe in other locations on other difficulties, but I wouldn't know of them right now. All right. Time to meet Stillman, and for further information here, we play on New Game Plus, specifically, so we don't need to wait out the 999 minutes it takes for this cutscene to play out. I'm sure all of you don't want to watch a whole explanation of how to defuse bombs here. This is another stream for another time. I think the event is called Really, Really Longathon. But here, at least for this show, we're going to take the quick route here and just skip all of the explanations. Whoops, excuse me. And I held turbo for a little bit too long here. Lying on the floor. All right, time to officially do the thing. We have our coolant spray here. Let's defuse some bombs. You're going to start immediately here with Strut C. First one here in the ladies' bathroom. And as always, we have on every uneven bomb a little codec happening here, so we can just move on. So like I said, we're going to also see first a few instances of where we're going to take alerts and actually strategically use them. However, this alert here from this software, we don't want. Very annoying, the guy that comes up stops us in a moment. So we're going to wait a little bit before we start actually with the intentional alerts. The Febreze spray? Yeah, it's a Febreze spray, that's fine. So we're just going to disinfect all these bombs here. No more germs on these bad boys, and then we can move on.
Freeze!
Yeah, and the reason why we don't want to take some of those alerts, like House was saying, is that alerts do carry over from one area to the next,
right.
Where you have to be dealing with sentries in different positions and backup SWAT guards, which are definitely not fun to deal with.
It's the enemy. I need help.
See, beautiful. I didn't even get the transition alert here. Alerts are happening during room transition like this. They may not count for the actual in-game state, but they still count for the score screen. However, this is the first intentional alert we get here. All of the guards will now swarm to our area here where the camera saw us last. We're going to quickly move away here. We're going to use a little bit of movement tech as well, which is called the coolant rise. When we go here, I'm prone on the floor. Quickly go with the coolant FPV, stand up in FPV and unequip it again, and that allows us to very quickly rise without, rising without it. So instead of waiting for the entire animation, coolant spray, get up, unequip the coolant spray, cancel that, and we do this quite often from this point onward.
Sending reinforcements to the first floor, Strut A. Boost security.
I'm spraying this bomb from behind, which in case you don't know, that works. It's a nice little lineup. And now it's time to leave. And as we've seen, all the guards already left the room here. There's just this one extra guard that's already present here normal anyway. And then we can just leave the room and stay on caution like this. And we're going to keep carrying this until Strut even.
Who is that?
Just going to quickly leave here before he calls in the follow-up. All right. So moving on straight up to Strut F, the warehouse. We're going to get the re-alert here, unfortunately. Let's see. Getting lucky. This guy did not kick me. Good. It's this one guy that's
so
always
close.
ready. Yeah. Quickly march around him here. He does not see us. We go perfectly when he looks to the right and left. Okay, that's that bomb done. Dropped him here. Ooh, wow, that. Normally I interrupt him with the shot so I don't get hit again. Gonna get a little box here to not get interrupted from this shot, and then we're moving on. On this connection bridge, we're going to get a very important item, the Claymore. We used to take the Claymore for the Fatman fight that we're going to have later. However, in today's run, I'm going to show something that's relatively new, which Marlon Haight has found, and that will be called later the President Parkour. That's where we use the Claymore later. In the meantime, as we move on here, still carrying on that evasion state, we're going to once again get another intentionally retrigger here. This will delay the guards coming down, they'll be actually way higher up. And if I go here, do a copy, I just copy through the door while they keep it open for me. How nice of them.
Yeah, and then the alert cancels out here because it's a scripted event. So it's one of the exceptions where the alert carryover does not apply.
Yep.
Oh, look, there's that guy that looks like Snake again.
Oh, that's nice. Should shave, though. All right. Hey, you're where are we going? So we're going to defuse this bomb here. Just with the right distance. Gonna skip this codec here, and once again, gonna go up a coolant rise here. Just gonna press X and then R2. Come on. We're gone here, and we're gonna take also this one extra box here. This is box number 3, and we're gonna start using the box actually not just as a cover to not be interrupted and keep our momentum, but we're also gonna use the fast transportation system that this game offers us here. In case you didn't know, yes, if you go in the box here in one of the conveyor belts, it will actually teleport you to pre-designated locations according to the box that you equip in. So I have on previous already the box 1 equipped here. If you go on the conveyor belt the wrong way,
Who's that?
you're gonna teleport it here to strut C. How lovely. This strategy used to be not worth doing, as the glitch that I just used there is a relatively easy lineup, and it was just not known for a long time. And there was an alternative where we used a glitch where we go sideways, and then I think also quickly swap the weapon to do the sideways, just like we've seen on Twin Snakes today, if I'm not mistaken.
It's the enemy. I need help.
The alert came in. Unfortunate. I'm not sure if I can salvage this. This might be the time where we take a alert here. Let's see. So normally we make it without an alert past the bridge and get an actual intended alert here. However, this is probably another good reason why I have backups here. It's gonna quickly take care of this bomb. And as these soldiers are rushing in, let's see if my shots are on point today. I'm just gonna try to take them out with the M9. I don't have the M9 because I'm normal difficulty wall. Wow, this is not going great at all. 5 shots left, okay. And of course there's backup guards coming, so I really gotta hurry now. Like I said, this is not usually the way we want to do this. It's going the way it should.
Nora, I believe in you, man.
It's those marathon situations where you're just hoping for the right thing to happen. So normally the strategy here is that we go out and we get that alert. We have the guys that spot the alert on top of the stairs, stay on top of the stairs. We're going to drop down and then can defuse the bomb underneath. And the guys would never bother looking downstairs. They're just going to be there. And so after that, we leave here on caution, and then this codec happens here. So unfortunately, the whole thing with the panda streak that I did in the beginning of the run does not work out. It's just quicker to quickly take a diff here and still basically continue the route as we should. Gonna quickly go to the box here. Gonna interrupt it.
It's the enemy. I need help.
And we just move on. It's fine. Bit chaotic. That's just the nature of the run. I'm gonna make sure to be on box 3 for now, because now we're actually gonna teleport to strut A back again using box 3.
Who's there?
And there we go. So it saves us a bunch of walking around here, and we're just gonna use this teleport as such to move on over. We use run time.
Yeah, the whole.
Normally.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the whole idea of using the conveyor belt routing is so that we don't have to start from what would be traditionally either picking up sensor B at strut C and then getting the last codec for the bomb in either the BC connecting bridge, the DE connecting bridge, and this way you can go directly to strut A over traversing, you know, several different areas. And it was an idea that I think that started being a thing when years ago people were starting to optimize the very easy route, which for years, you know, world record in that category was not really like contested as much. Now it's in a completely different place due to the, you know, optimizations of using the conveyor belt route. But yeah, nicely done.
All right, that was the final bomb here. You can, if you're just in the right spot, without even seeing it, still defuse it. That was quite nice that it still worked out. And we're moving on to the fortune fight. So on higher difficulties, you maybe see runs going in the box and just go left and right. But between very easy, normal, and hard difficulty, it's actually worth doing a different strategy here. So I'm going to do right side 3 punches, crouch, look up, and this manipulates Fortune to shoot out immediately the headlights above us. These lights, when they're taken out, are basically like a mandatory part of this fight to happen anyway. But if she does it early on, this already accelerates a little bit the necessary points for this whole room to be destroyed enough so we can get out of this room. Because it's technically only like a destruction time, I want to say. We're going to manipulate to also shoot more of these boxes early on. We're going to get rid of these 2 up here. This one takes 3 shots. I'm going to quickly duck here in time to not get hit myself. Because the second shot goes through, but the first and third shot do not get through for some reason. I don't know why. And we're going to use this time to quickly heal up. We want her to shoot the barrels next. These 2 barrels also another important part and necessary items that need to be destroyed. And from then on, I can just move on here. And it can happen that she shoots you instead of the barrel. That's why I have the extra ration on this.
Wow, that is so mean.
It is so mean, isn't it? Thankfully, though, now most of the key parts are destroyed, so I'm just waiting for the rest to happen naturally, and then she will shoot the ceiling like this. And that ends the fight.
Yeah, the idea here is to minimize all dialogue with Fortune as much as possible, because every additional dialogue that you incur does add time to this fight, which, again, for many years, we all thought it was just a scripted, interactive fight. Nothing that you really did seem to matter, but as it turns out, it actually does matter what you do in there in terms of, trying to optimize the fight. And it's all right. I've tripped those mines more times than I'd like to remember.
This is another thing that worked fine to warm up today, and now, of course, on this live stage, gotta drop it. My chat always says it's not a real house test run unless I trip these mines, so I take it with grace. So now it's an official signature house test run.
I mean, people often say to me,
I don't want a fake one, I don't want a fake one at all. I want a real run.
Exactly. So now it's actually like a signature. Sorry, Joe.
Oh, I was just going to say that people would often say to me that it's not a Joe stream unless if I blow up that connecting bridge at least once.
Freeze.
It always has to happen sometime.
Under attack. Stay alert.
Like, we spent so much time in this game, some failures are just meant to happen. All right, we're back on the bridge here, this time without an alert. That means also we can advance through the next Strat E to get to the roof of Strat E without any additional issues. Be fine, pretty sure. Do I want to go in the box? I don't know anymore. Actually, this guy to the left will turn around. I'm just going to go in the box here to be safe. Right, it's not extreme. On extreme, there's an extra guard here that we need to tranquilize, but normally it's not even there. So there we go. All right, time to make our way to the roof here. And like I said, this next up-and-coming fight is Fat Man. Normally, on normal difficulty, this is the point where we use the Claymore. However, for today, I want to show on this marathon live stream something that's relatively new. It's called the President Parkour, and that's where I need the Claymore later on. So, we're going to do it slightly different here. We're going to do it without it, basically. Not that difficult. We just want to spam him down with the SOCOM to have him fall over, get into headshots, and it looks like this. Right in the spot here. You wait for him to fully drop, headshot, turn around, use the first bomb. Follow up. Gonna wait for him to go far enough away. Hopefully he plays nice. Oh my god, where does it go? Good sir, please. Oh, that's not good. I'm empty. Well, that's what can happen. To be safe here. Where is he? I sadly don't have stereo audio for here. Oh, there he is. Okay, fine. I think he dies just then and there. It was like one shot, but of course, this one shot I did not have the final bullet on. Today this run is cursed. It's fine though, we're marching on. Here we go. Bunch of story happened now, and we're gonna find a certain guy called Ames. I don't know what he looks like, but I'm sure chat will point me out when we find them. Should be quite easy here. Just means later runners get snacks, that's right.
Wait a minute, that can't be the ninja from Twin Snakes.
Nah, can't be, right? That ninja? I thought he died. Again. We just saw him there earlier this stream.
I was gonna say maybe they could just be cosplaying as the ninja, but we just don't know who it is.
Maybe. Peculiar. Who is the ninja? Well, we'll find out soon. But now, though, we're going to move on, and the next target, like I said, is going to find aims. But before that, we got to get a key item, which is, of course, the AK, which is part of our disguise here. So we already have the BD1. We have to get, get the AK here, and hopefully not get stuck at the wall like this. This is a peculiar quirk of the game engine, where sometimes when you try to just corner quickly enough, the game's like, oh, you want to go right? Yeah, we're going to put you right. Oh, after the corner, sorry, I just misunderstood here. That was a nice damage cancel. It's just an issue. I did not want to trigger this Claymore. Well, see how this moves on. See how this plays out. Yep, not well. Oh, excuse me.
Move.
Let me. Just gonna say. Well, good thing I have extra rations on me. I may have to take another intentional death just to clean this up here. It's a little bit of a mess now. Because I don't think I can make it past these sensors. Yeah. Let me just take this quick death here. It's a very unfortunate situation. Normally we don't have this going down this bridge, because it's a very clean line we take with the D-pad. It is actually quite easy. I don't know how this messed up. Like I said, today maybe the runs are cursed. Tomorrow they'll be fine again, but unfortunately I'm not live here tomorrow. So again, put it back on here, copy it over. Thankfully on this difficulty, it doesn't matter how many panels we knock out here. You can just move on. They're going to be put back in place, thankfully. Going to get repaired. And we finally made it here to the core of Shell 1, and we can now move on and find aims. Thankfully, though, of course, we know that we also have to get the directional mic for aims. So we're going to quickly move first down to the B2 level, and then to B1 where aims is located. And I'm going to use a strategy here, which is a little bit bold, but let's see if it plays out. We're going to throw a stun into the elevator, have an explosion happen in the elevator. Then we get the alert state here, and then we'll keep actually the elevator door open. So when I come back, I don't need to wait for it to come back. It's already open the whole time. I don't want to lay down here. Excuse me. In any case, grabbing the D-mic. Making sure I don't accidentally bump into this dude, because from here on we don't want to have an alert. And let's see, once we come back then. Don't bump into this guy. There you go. Elevator open. Don't need to wait for it. Nice and easy. Alright. So this is a bit of a strategy here. We're going to actually immediately go down left, knock the wall here, line us up like this, punch twice, turn to the right, and then we just grab this guy from behind. No dragon at all, just perfect in position, grab in, and we're moving on with the sensor. Alright, chat, so we gotta find aims in one of, like, I think 20 locations. Because the problem is, as we know, we play a New Game Plus, and on New Game Plus, Aim's location actually gets randomized. So instead of being top right where he always is in the new game, he's randomized. And as we see here, as it's late enough, it's almost 10 p.m., we have the specific old lady spawn. So all of your hostages are replaced with the old lady here, except for Aims. That makes it, of course, very easy for us to find Aims. Like I said, should be easy, right? This is another one of those fun things that BMN, a developer for the community, has done for us. It's a plugin that allows to set the internal timer always to 10 p.m. Because as an Easter egg, there's like 4 different times or hours where the hostages have like special spawns. There's the Jennifer spawn, the old guy spawn, and then also the old lady spawn. So for speedrunners, because it's so easy to distinguish the old lady spawn from Aims, usually use that spawn here. Yeah, Jennifer's sadly not here today. He got called in sick. Alright, time to leave.
There's someone else here.
And for our escape from Shell 1, we want to use something very fancy here. So I'm going to use this trick where I hold up a guy and quickly copy into another, and hopefully don't get the alert before I leave. Hold up, copy you, and leave before the alert comes in. So while the alert sound was just being played and it does count for the score screen, in-game actually does not transfer over, and we're still on caution, which allows us to move a little bit quicker through all of these rooms here, because of course on evasion that would be on the ciphers here, but because we're technically still on caution, nothing to worry about. It's all good, we know it. Alright, time to get the PSG1. Here's another little fun trick here. I'm gonna go into box. I did not have the box in previous. I forgot. It's fine. We just want to knock this guy out with the AK in hand. And if you punch kick a guy with the AK in hand, it actually does extra damage and fully knocks him out. If we were to do this with any other weapon that we have at this moment right now, it would not knock him out. All right, we're gonna
actually, as a fun fact with the AK or the M4 is that if you aim at the head while punching a guard with that weapon, it actually will knock them out instantly. I've done enough shenanigans just to know that. For those curious. But in a speed run, it doesn't help, but it's just a fun thing you can do.
Yeah. So I did another oopsie here. I should have put on the box. It's fine though, we're just gonna copy for all these. There you go. Making our way through. But normally we don't have a re-alert situation here, so we'll make it work. It's fine. Thankfully on normal, it's not too much of an issue. We're just gonna move on, go to the shell one to connection bridge, and now it's time to do some more sniping. Like I said, unfortunately we lost the Panther Strike, so we're actually gonna have to get some here. It's just a minor delay, thankfully it's nothing too big. Let's shoot up some ciphers and hopefully not blow up. Let's see if this works out. Quick shoot here. That was the first issue normally, and then the rest should be fine. Oops, I accidentally shot the bird. Normally we just want to scare them away. This one, so there's one behind the flag here, and then there's a couple more. 1, 2, 3, and one behind us. That's it. So all the sensors, moving on into the next fight, which is the area. And Joe, please take over here, as I have to focus.
All right, so what House is going to do here is go for a quick 5 hit where he's just going to spam at the Harrier as it's flying overhead, getting a 4th, followed by a 5th as it's taking off to start going in a circle. And then when you see that little cutscene prompt along with Snake, oh yeah, I mean, Pliskin is actually Snake now. He actually revealed that. But it's at that prompt where we then know that it's time to do a follow-up shot, followed by 2 more underneath the bridge, which we refer to as dot shots, which is just a cutscene dialogue prompt to know when it's safe to fire an additional 2 rockets. And then from here, we're just going to take cover behind the little pillar thing in the middle so we can, evade getting hit by the target lock missile while trying to get as many early hits as we can during the overpass. And okay, yeah, well, sometimes that happens. So now he's going to do the missile barrage, which on normal is not that big of a deal. We can just take the damage as we need to get additional hits. But it's the knockdown that's more of an issue than the damage that we take, because the knockdowns take what feel like an eternity to get up from. Then compared to something like Twin Snakes. So I think you probably got like another hit or 2.
Maybe just 1. Yeah, there you go. Again, one of those things that work just fine in practice. Normally, when he flies over you second time, we do a couple of follow-up shots, and we never get to see that rocket face. And then, slightly drifted off, did not get the overhead shot. Ugh, it is, of course, the way it goes. However, at least getting this initial 5+1 shots out, that is tricky enough. I'm glad that's worked out. So the end is like, whatever. Gotta move on. All right, I'm setting up for another follow-up trick here. On this difficulty, we can use a little thing, but we don't need to use to BDU if my timing is good. Let's see. So I just distracted only the first guy here. The second guy not. Yep, perfect. And with this here, this first guy will actually advance into a cycle a little bit earlier. And just as I'm about to go over the railing, he already has turned away from us, allowing us... Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? Run, please! I was not meant to go down there and catch myself.
Man, giving me a heart attack over here.
Yeah, and I can tell this was absolutely not intentional. Oh my lord. So this alert is intentional. It's fine. We plan to throw a chaff anyway. There is a way we can do this without getting alerts, similar to what we do in big boss runs on Extreme. However, it's not necessarily worth doing so. So we just use the chaffy that we picked up anyway on the way. And we can move on. But oh my lord, this stuff just before the ladder, I already saw myself falling down accidentally. I do not know what's wrong with the inputs today. Let's just keep going. I have a very bad feeling for what's to come next because we have a little bit of, well, you'll see. But there's a high risk coming in, which normally is not an issue. But so far, how the run goes, I have a feeling a certain person will not behave well here. Before we meet that person, though, we gotta do some acquisition. So we have to destroy the electric panel, of course, as you know. And for that, we gotta quickly go down. So let's do that. Gonna take it all the way here, go to the elevator, take it down one level, and grab the Nikita, our next rocket launcher. And I don't know about you, Joe, but do you want to take bets about this? If the president dies.
Well, I mean, I mean, I'm not gonna be the one to say that I haven't killed Johnson trying to take out the power box, but it does happen to all of us. I have faith in you. I think he's gonna come out of this on the other end without being killed, at least not by House.
That's important, but not by me. All right, little parkour here. Not much to worry about. This is where my old man hands definitely appreciate the use of turbo. It is fully allowed in this game and category. We can just use it here to save our thumbs a little bit, so I don't need to like mash B, for example, or circle. You just hold it down and then keep swimming. In terms of is turbo necessary to do all the things we do in this run here? For like 99% of the things, not. There's a couple of things where it definitely makes stuff easier. We're gonna get to that in just a moment. I'm just gonna call in the elevator here, do a few menus, and there we go. So
yeah, I mean the primary benefit for turbo is resisting the solidus torture, which on the higher scale, the difficulties, it's extremely lengthy, and I don't know about you guys, but I want to continue using my wrist and my thumb, in the near future. So that was one of the big things for allowing it. And then further on, it was found that it does optimize skipping through the codecs and cutscenes a little bit faster. Well, excuse you, Johnson. We're trying to do something here.
Yeah, please go out of the way. We have some deconstruction to do. Thankfully, this time he played along. He just went to the right instead of going to the panel. If he goes to the panel, there's two things he can do. He can fall over and like fall flat on his face. That's bad because if you then shoot the electric panel, yeah, he dies. But if he then cowers instead in front of him, he does not die if you shoot it. It's peculiar in that system. All right, we're getting to something that's brand new, something I think has not been shown up yet in the marathon, so I'll try my best to make it work. I do have the training here just in case it goes really wrong, because if it goes really wrong, I go into the infinite out of bounds and I can't come back here. But thankfully through the train, I can very quickly reset the runs. So at least for the show here, it should be fine. And the whole trick is called President Parkour. As you know, when we leave here, we normally go out and, excuse me, gotta get the Tony Hawk turbo out for this one. So normally when we go out here, there's a bunch of cutscenes happening. And what Marlon Haight has found out, another speedrun and glitch hunter, is when you go just out of bounds, out of the vent here, you can find a moment where we just go away from an FPV item. And if we stand up at the same time, that's why we need turbo for this one. Let's see if it works. Come on, game. I'm gonna do this very slowly, just an inch forward each time. Again, this is more of a showcase rather than actually saving time. Come on. Fortunate. So it happens like this. You see I'm permanently stuck in FPV mode. I'm gonna do it one last time. If it doesn't work, then we're just gonna move on as normal. But this is, trust me, it is a really cool trick. It just so happens when we stand up at the right frame, we can make it out of bounds. And then we can walk around the trigger for the cutscene. So again, this is more of a showcase rather than actually saving time, because it's actually very new and very tricky to pull off. If I happen to hold the stick forward as we go into the transition, I roll forward and land immediately in the out of bounds. Okay, it just doesn't want to work here today. It's whatever. Let's move on. But the whole idea is you stand up and you're just between the two textures, basically. And since you're out of the room now, you can parkour between the walls to go to the elevator. And then basically you just skip all of this, what we just see right now, the codecs and cutscenes. It is overall, I think, a 12-second time save if you do it clean first time. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to pull it off here today. So apologies for that. I tried, but like I said, it's a new trick and it's very finicky. And like we've seen also, it's reliant on turbo for this one instance. It can be technically done without turbo, but yeah, good luck with that. Instead,
You're doing awesome. It's awesome so far.
we're moving on, of course, here to the next encounter, which is Vamp 1. And thank you for the kind words, of course. Yeah, Raiden provides himself out of the vent, exactly. That's kind of the idea behind it. Again, if it works, it's really cool. I've done it a bunch of times already, but let's move on and not waste too much time. All right, next trick.
Yeah, the idea with the oh yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to say, next trick you see where we try to go out of bounds by just swimming. How does that work? Well, just use this one pillar here and don't press deep it up. That is the one thing you're not supposed to do. Let me set it up again here. So the whole idea is that we just tap deeper left here, and at this one corner, we can manage to swim constantly up. And if my nerves allow me to play along with the timing, we can see like I'm barely getting height here. There we go. Took a couple of attempts where we made it. So we're just swimming out of bounds here. It's called the swim glitch. There's also a swim skip, but that is only available in the Sons of Liberty PlayStation 2 version. For the PC, sorry, for the Substance release in general, fix this patch, and instead there's this version here. All right, time for Vamp.
Yeah, so House is just gonna aim at the pool, and yeah, that's Vamp.
That's Vamp. Bye bye. The lethal method to fight
That's
it
gotta be
here
the
is very
simplest
fast.
explanation I've ever done for a boss fight.
Yep. We could turbo this, but I wasn't sure anymore if I had enough stingers, because the Harry fight did not go that well. You can have like 24 stingers going in this, and you just turbo them away. With turbo, you need double the amount you normally need, because only every second stinger actually counts to do damage. And because of turbo, the stinger comes out so quickly that every other stinger would not count. So that's why we need double the amount. I did this one out without. As you can see, you don't need turbo for this instance, for example, and it still works.
Yeah, but I was gonna say something witty about the the swim glitch, but yesterday we had the airwalk glitch with Delta, and now we got air swimming.
Yep. Lots of air stuff.
Lots of air stuff.
Yeah, we're not walking on sunshine, but at least on air, so I'll take that. It's not quite a Portal 2 game. All right, so for this next room here, or this first room I want to say, we don't even need to grab up, we just move on. It's fine. Going straight into the next set of cutscenes and codecs, and then we're going to actually start dragging our binders. And this starts the whole lengthy sequence here of dragging them along, going through the sniping segment. So I hope you all out there are hydrated, are doing well, are cozy, and relaxed. Yeah, I'm going to use this time to chat a little bit about what's coming up next already, because if you've seen the schedule, maybe there's also something that's coming from me, and that is Metal Gear Solid Mobile after this one. So if you think you've seen some weird stuff in this game already, get ready to see Metal Gear Solid Mobile, a 2008 mobile phone game. We're going to talk more about that once we hit that game, but yeah, I hope you will stay around. There's of course more coming in Metal Gear Solid 3. There's a speedrun race coming between two awesome runners on European Extreme difficulty, and we also have Sergeant Silent joining us at the end for Metal Gear Solid 4 on Liquid Normal, I think it's called. It's the normal difficulty.
Yeah, it's on normal.
Normal, right. So a bunch of cool Metal Gear games still to come here.
Absolutely. We have a lot coming up in the day, including our next run, which is the bonus run. Very excited about that Metal Gear Solid mobile run that House you are also running.
Yep. Submitted it as an extra game, like, hey, it's a bit weird, but it's fun. You want to take it? I'll be happy to. Do you want us to then? Jiggy said yes. So I'm very excited to show this one.
And it's all because of Twitch Chat. Twitch Chat gifted out and hit our goal in the first segment of yesterday. Our goal of 25 new subscriptions, which by the way we're actually at 72. So you guys have almost tripled the amount that we need, which technically means House you have to run the game 3 times. It's just a requirement,
I mean, let's do it. I'm down.
No, I'm kidding, but yes. Aww. I just want to say thanks again to everybody who did become subscribers, gift out subs, because our goal was absolutely smashed yesterday.
Yep. So for this room here, we thankfully don't need to do much here. We just drag it all the way along. There's a couple of guys we don't even need to worry about because their timing just works out so they don't look at us. The first one was just tired and had his eyes closed. And the next one, this one, I don't know how he doesn't notice us. So we're just going to drag him along here. We're good to go. Following up here is a nice little trick. It's a mini trick here. We can bounce Emma over the door. I hope this worked. Yes, it worked. Look very closely. We're going to have a spawn actually a little bit further into the room rather than dragging her through the door. Saves us a bunch of time here, not needing to drag her. And as we get here, we'll quickly throw a chef. We're going to continue onwards. Oh, coming up is also something very special. One of the mods that this PC version allows us to do is change the ringtone. Now, this ringtone you may be familiar with, so let's listen into that sound. You are freaking kidding me. I hope it still works out now. Okay, so the ringtone is the Metal Gear Solid 2 ringtone, which is only present in the Sons of Liberty Japanese edition of the game. Because we just got spotted, unfortunately, I don't think it will ring anymore. So unfortunate. But yeah, if we're close to the fire, we're gonna get a call on a mobile phone, and the ringtone from the Japanese version of Metal Gear Solid 2 Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty will play. Oh well. It is what it is. We're going to move on. You just got to believe me that this is a very cool sound. Alright, quickly taking care of these guys. And now it's time to do the sniping segment. Our favorite thing we'd love to skip, but unfortunately, for the most part, Metal Gear Solid 2 is relatively watertight in its programming, and we have not done successfully so. The Prozac skip that we've seen in the beginning of Tanker is basically the last large time save we just gotten. And it's actually, it was in the beginning of 2023, as we heard already during the Twin Snakes run. So since then, I don't think MGS2 has really changed at all, besides what I tried to show you, the President parkour from just a few months ago.
Yeah, finding a sequence break in MGS2 is proven to be very challenging, due to the fact that doors have, key card requirements, unlike in MGS1, where you could just bypass that by, reaching the loading zone. And in this case, even if we were to reach loading zones on some doors, we would just be soft locked running into the door as we load into the next room. The Prozac skip in the Tanker is one of the exceptions because as we load into the room afterwards, the door is open. However, I would not recommend trying to go back because I believe you would soft lock trying to leave. And I guess the other thing too was the Emma bump. As a disclaimer, if you are playing this game on HD Collection or Master Collection, do not, I repeat, do not do the Emma bump. It is not worth it. You will risk soft locking your game by having Emma fall through the floor at the KL connecting bridge, watching your run go away with her in it. I've done this too many times to myself, so I'm just telling everybody else out there, don't do the Emma bump on HD Collection, Master Collection.
Yep. For those that don't know, the Master Collection of the games for Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 are actually based on the Xbox 360 version. We can tell because instead of pressing just square to use the coolant spray, like we do in the PC Substance version, by the way, we're forced to use the right stick forward as we do on the Xbox HD version. All right, I'm going to wait here quickly because there's one more guy coming around the corner as Emma basically vanishes behind the first tower here. I'll quickly wait here. Take your time, Emma. We got all day here. It's fine. I like being in the sunset. Honest to God, this song is one of my favorites on the OST. It's cool. It's relaxing. It's a little bit loungy. So I actually personally don't necessarily mind staying here. While the gameplay is maybe not as exciting, at least the vibes are good.
Vibes are always good. Big fan.
That's the whole point.
Plus, we get to see this beautiful PlayStation 3 era brown green. That HD color. Even though this game was PS2, it was ahead of its time.
That's right. Yeah.
That's I always like to refer to the PS3. Xbox 360, the 2007 HD, where everything is just brown and green and gross. Even Nintendo was kind of a culprit of it with Twilight Princess, where stuff was like HD, you know, that 720p era.
Oh yeah. I remember those years.
And we're just now finally getting back to color.
And fun fact, from this era also came the Metal Gear mobile game, which we've seen after this one. So it's 2008 release. Thankfully, it's not brown. I can already reveal that.
It's not brown.
Nope.
I'm really excited to see because I have not seen the Metal Gear Solid Mobile other than just watching a little bit of your submission.
Yeah.
Mostly because I know that a lot of times there's so many different, like, what is considered a mobile title, you know?
True.
Is this going to be more along the lines of like a Metroid Prime Hunters, which is a full Metroid Prime game just on a DS?
Yeah.
For better or for worse? Or is this going to be more like a watered down, hey, it's on the iPhone kind of thing, except this was on the Nokia?
Yeah.
Or the N-Gage, sorry, not the Nokia.
Take a coffee break, please. Thank you. All right, we're almost done with the sniper segment. There's no more guards coming, thankfully. Now it's just a few of these ciphers. Just gonna let them come down here so I can actually start shooting. There's a little bit of time when you just equip the PSG-1 where it does not sway around without the Pantas. And for example, some runners do this when they go for extreme/European extreme runs, big boss. They swap between the two different types of snipers that we have. So I did not pick up in this run here the PSG-1T, which is a non-lethal sniper that we use, of course, you know, to do most of these encounters non-lethally to keep that big boss rank, as there are no kills allowed. And like I said, on normal difficulty, where we don't have that fancy rank 1 title, we go mostly for lethal strats anyway. I was going to get any games on your phone? Fun fact, I mean, the one game that I definitely have on my phone, I'm not going to answer this seriously, although it was a joke, Balatro. I can't live anymore without Balatro. It's so good. It's my idle game. I need to take my mind off something. It's my smoke break game. I don't smoke, but I do Balatro every now and then. It's like just 5 minutes, playing a few cards, we're good to go. All right, so are you excited for Vamp 2? I hope you're not, because it's going to be very short. Just a few seconds. Right now. And that's Vamp 2. Thanks to Turbo, of course, this fight is done
even
quite
faster
quickly.
than Vamp 1.
That's right. Now, without Turbo, of course, I got to mash a little bit faster, but in this instance, yeah, Turbo is just the fastest way to do this on PC subs, and that's fair. For people that do not like the use of Turbo in their speedruns, I can see that argument in this fight. That's for sure. Malacha's my drug as well. It's so good, right?
I just like that it retrofits the PSG-1 into like a fully automatic like machine gun sniper from just a normal semi-auto sniper.
Yeah. It's always fun when I share like a clip of it and then people say, like, how did you do that? And I'm like, Turbo. I wish my fingers were that fast, but they're not. So before we went through here, we just quickly throw a chaff. None of the ciphers are an issue anymore. We just copy quickly over these gaps. And if I'm cool, I can copy also up the stairs, which normally we can't do, but there's certain stairs like this one where if you just have the right distance to it and the right timing, you can copy all the way up the stairs. So I'm always glad when I hit this. It's such a small time save in comparison to just walking up. But you know, when you hit it just feels good. So at least that one went the right way. All right.
I always end up falling on my back whenever I try it.
Like I said, it's such a small time save, but when you hit it, it's like so satisfying.
Jack the Ripper.
Hey, I recognize this room. We're in Twin Snakes, right?
Yeah.
Know this fellow? You remember?
Looks very nostalgic.
You've grown.
Wait a minute, I still only had one arm in that moment. Uh-oh.
Concentration of
That's weird.
cerebral implants.
Well, anyway, you got that
Altered
from?
your memory too.
Not a faithful remake anymore. All right.
Nope, it's over. Get time to remake it.
That would be great, right? Since you got Delta already, we've seen that Konami has asked around in a poll what game the community wants. And they listed basically every game, at least every mainline game, even the 2D games. So I'm very excited to see what like the feedback will be from the community. And we're going to see what's being announced next. Same with the Master Collection Volume 2. Everyone is very excited to see that. We're all hoping, of course, the Metal Gear Solid 4 is finally leaving the PlayStation 3. So times are looking promising at least. And we hope, of course, when the Master Collection Volume 2, for example, releases, it'll come out in a great state right away. Which is at least what we've seen from all these developer commentaries that they are actually keeping in mind this time around. In the meantime, we're just going to do a speedy here and just run all over the place. You know, birthday suit. Cowboy index probably 0.
Who's there?
And we're just going to sneak past all of these guys. Now, this is a tricky way to do this or a safe way. I'm going to opt for a safe way today. Like, so many things have sadly gone wrong. So I'll just take the easy route here to the left. We could go to the right, quickly knock out this guy, get an alert, but during the alert, we might be shot. Thankfully, we did, even without alert, still make it over the gap here. This gap is relatively tight in its timing. It's not super intense, but hey, often enough when you like relax too much and you're thinking, oh, we're good to go. Then especially you drop down, you have to do a follow-up round. Yeah, thankfully this time we did
casually doing cartwheels while naked, though. I get it, you know.
I do that every Tuesday. All right, so we got a couple of codec strands here. They're all on a timer. There's 5 in total and the 6 follow-up, which follows immediately after the 5th one. So wait here. We should stay at this part of the pipe, importantly enough. If we stand here, the follow-up actually will come in. If you stay like too far down, it will not happen. So here's the 5th. And holding down select immediately to first frame answer the 6th one. And now we're moving on to the sword tutorial.
I mean, you say sword tutorial, I say a really, really, really early build of what eventually became Revengeance.
All right, I have a possibly controversial question.
Oh no. Hit me.
Do you all think that there will ever be a Metal Gear Solid 6?
Ooh. That is hard to say. The question is Metal Gear without Kojima really Metal Gear? We've seen this a couple of times throughout the history. I would wager it's not been that successful yet. Then again, basically, since Metal Gear Solid 3 at least, Kojima tried to hand over the reins to new generations. And Konami has at least, you know, gotten also new people on board with fresh ideas. So if they do it, I'll be open, I will try it out, and we'll see what happens. And in the meantime, there's Death Stranding 1 and 2 and whatever great games he has developing right now. All right, Tango 1, got a rush through here. We're just going to go all the way to the end. At the door, we technically can do the progress skip again. However, specifically with Raiden only, we can also implant here to another kind of door glitch. I'm just going to go for here. We have these guys. Ooh, third, please go to sleep. There we go. So I'm going to do the punch, kick in FPV, and I let go of FPV as I turn towards the door. And then, for some reason, the hitbox of Raiden just touches the load zone behind the door. Excuse me. Quick preparation. And now we got to focus. Please take over, Joe.
All right, so what we're going to do now is say, Snake, you know, you've been working too hard. Just, you know, take a quick nap. We're going to, you know, take over from here. So by putting him to sleep, he's not going to kill the Tengus in the first wave here, which we want to keep upright by just spraying them with the coolant. It's, you know, more useful than just taking out bombs, but it can just keep these guards incapacitated while doing a little, you know, little dance, I guess you can call it. And so what we're doing at this point is we're allowing enough time to pass so that when these guards are still upright after, I think it's like a minute 10, minute 15. I actually forget at the top of my head what that number is.
The minimum is a minute 4, and I usually go for around a minute 8, a minute 10, yeah, to be safe.
Yeah, because like if you break out of this too early, then we won't be able to skip the remainder. So on higher difficulties, there are more Tengus to deal with. And even on normal, it's, you know, significant to be able to skip having to deal with the remaining Tengus, even with Snake's help.
It works.
So once he's done, trying to buy enough time. You just knock into them by either punch kicking or a quick cartwheel just to get a few of them to like bump into each other. The game just then says, hey, you know, the other Tengus aren't here. We assume that you won, so we're just gonna skip the rest of them.
Exactly. There's a certain story flag that we've seen a person like investigate. There was like a log of events happening that the game spits out. And then at some point after a time, there's like a certain event happening, and then it checks if any of these Tengus are still standing, apparently. And then if they find them lying, they're like, all right, moving on. And we used to believe this was, I think, only a console thing. And then...
yeah, and PS2.
PS2, yeah. And Platonic Guy then experimented around with it and found out, nope. This also works on the PC Substance version. And since it's the most common version to run by MGS2 runners, because, you know, it's quite easy, it has all the cool tools, you know, and it also runs on like almost any system these days. It's so low in demand for performance. It's very easy to get into Metal Gear Solid 2 running specifically with this version of the game. So it's the most common one, and we're glad that the strategy here with the coolant actually works. We only do this on normal difficulty and higher up. On easy and very easy, we don't do it. It's actually faster to do the Tengus regular, because there's not that many there on this difficulty.
You ran from it, and now you've been led back to war by
all right, race. 7 in count. Let's see if we can do this clean enough. Joe, take over.
All right, so we got, you know, riding against a whole bunch of rays, which, you know, thankfully, because we're on normal, there's not that many. So he's just going to be taking turns by, you know, between each ray by targeting its leg to open up its mouth, which will do critical damage. If you aim at the mouth while if you aim at the ray's head while the mouth is closed, it'll only do minor damage, which at times is acceptable, but when we're trying to set up this loop, you know, if you will, we want to do sufficient damage as quickly as possible in a particular order. So he took out the first two, and he's going to wait for ray A3 to hop up. The behavior of the rays is pretty much predictable. You know, they spawn in from the same area, they file in a particular order as far as like health priority is concerned, meaning the ray with the lowest amount of health will always be the next one to jump up. And we keep this in mind so we can visually keep track of which ray is due up to jump next. So one ray will jump off, the next ray will kind of queue up to jump in, while the third ray will be then lining up behind the second one. And we just rinse and repeat this until we go through all the rays that are necessary.
Well, that's not ideal. Normally stays down. Oh well. If it is on normal, it's not as strict, it's not as troublesome. We'll make do with it. Okay, watch out. I'm running low on the stingers. Oh, this one jumps on. I gotta do some stuff. What the? I think I shot his neck or something, but not him. That is weird. No. Alright. It's a little bit loosey now. Like I said, thankfully it's not too much of a trouble. Wow, he's just the right distance to not get hit at all here. That's... okay. It's fine. The thing is, like always, it's just one on stage at all times, so... there we go. We just need to do a little bit more damage. Because the fun thing is, we just need to take down 7 health bars, not actual 7 full rays. So even if we spread the health amongst like multiple ones of these, once the amount worth of 7 health bars has been, you know, taken from these rays, the fight's over. Alright, because the GDQ for today, I will not turbo this. It's only normal, it's not that hard to do, but still, gonna do this without turbo. Now, of course, if you do this on European Extreme, you know, we're going to hold this for 90 seconds, so that is way harder, way longer. Thankfully, normal difficulty, it's not too crazy.
It's not him.
Even I can hold stand.
I think on Substance it's 50, but on PS2 it is like over a minute, and it's bad. Don't do
crazy
it.
Long. All right, we're getting ready for the finale here. The final boss fight awaits. Solidus himself gives him the honor. It's going to be a sword fight. A preview of Revengeance if you want it. Just have to sadly skip the greatest codec of all time.
Bummer.
Yeah. I really do like this. Every now and then when I do a speedrun and I'm, just practicing just to not keep being too rusty, I just listen to this. All right, here we go. Gonna wait for him to retaliate. And then we begin a little loop here. So Joe, take over.
All right, so what he's doing here is he's hitting him twice with the blade, but not a third time where it will knock him off balance. And so what he does is he aims on his left-hand side of Solidus, because on his right-hand side, Solidus lost an eye, so he will... it's a blind spot for him, so on one side he will always block, but on the other he is open to attack. So we take advantage of this by utilizing that blind spot. So he'll just do 1-2, get hit, and then he does another 1-2 for a block, which is going to trigger Solidus to do a counteract kick. And now we're in phase 2, where he's going to lose the octopus arms. And he's now going to gain more speed because he doesn't have the octopus arms weighing him down anymore. So he's going to do a bunch of zips and hoping for getting what we call the people's elbow, which he's going to do an elbow. Nope. Oh, and he doesn't. Yeah, so when he does that charge, he can often do an elbow, which is what we want because that leaves him open to an attack. If you're really gutsy, you can actually swing the blade on him just as he's about to attack you. You can either get a block, a parry, where it'll stagger him off balance, or if you're really good, you can actually get a hit during that moment, but it is really hard to do that.
That's time.
And, yeah, that's Solidus.
Yep. Sorry, I should have announced this earlier, but this is time.
Congrats. That was awesome.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, thanks to this plugin here, we also see the final time that we would normally see on the score screen. The final time would be at 1 hour, 30 minutes, 57 IGT. I have to admit, that's not really a good performance normally, because my PB on the board is a 1 hour, 7:31. But I hope you guys still enjoyed that. We tried out some stuff, spent a little bit extra time to do some extra glitches we've not seen yet on the marathon. And overall, I hope you all enjoyed this presentation on Metal Gear Solid 2. Joe, thank you so much for commentating with me here.
Hey, no problem.
It was absolutely incredible. Seriously, House, thank you so much for showcasing this, and I really appreciate it. Now, Joe, I think is this your last time on the show today? Yeah, it is. This is your last time. So, do you have any shout outs or anything that you wanna give out?
It's up to us.
Yeah.
To the community.
Yeah, really, if you're interested in learning to speedrun Metal Gear, check out the website at metalgearspeedrunners.com. Check out the wiki. There's lots of good material and resources out there. And if you're further interested, you can make our way to the MGSR Discord and, just interact with us. We get people of all backgrounds and skill levels all the time. And it always, brings a warm feeling in my heart that when people are remotely interested in wanting to try out something because of either a run that they saw or they may have heard it or seen from a stream someplace else. So yeah, definitely check out MGSR. But definitely follow House first of all.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. House, seriously, thank you so much for showcasing this run. Our friends, House is not actually going anywhere, but I'll just let you all know. Just go and follow him. You can hover over the title of the stream and click on that big old follow button. But we are going to take just a quick break, okay, as we set up for the next run. This next run is the bonus run because you all gifted out subs and became subscribers here on the GDQ channel. Yesterday, we unlocked and hit our goal for Metal Gear Solid Mobile. So House is going to set up that phone, and we're gonna be seeing that in just a quick moment. So literally, just go get some snacks, get some water, and we'll be back in just a minute. All right, stick around.
On the streets below.
This is it, everybody. The bonus run that you have been waiting for. Yesterday, during Oops All Metal Gear Day 1, we put out a quest to reach 25 new subscribers here on the Games Done Quick channel, and you all knocked it out of the park. In fact, we are getting close to triple that number with 72 currently. I just want to say thank you very, very much for being a part of our GDQ family and helping us to create these incredible shows. We would not be able to bring you shows like Oops All Metal Gear or any of the shows that we do here on the GDQ channel without your support. So I just want to say thank you so much for supporting Games Done Quick with your subscriptions, with your gifted subs, with your bits, with all those contributions, because they help keep our shows running. If you are enjoying the stream, just consider it. Consider continuing your gifted sub or becoming a subscriber or using your Prime sub right now, because again, that really helps us out. It gives you exclusive emojis and it allows you to chat during our replays during the night. So seriously, thank you so much. And from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you all unlocking this incredible run that we are about to see. So without further ado, Metal Gear Solid Mobile, House, take it away.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And once again, thank you so much, everyone, for helping to unlock this bonus game here. It is such an honor once again to present Metal Gear Solid Mobile here. I think Desmoflin was the only other person to ever show mobile here. And to show you what I'm doing here, we got this flip phone here. It's not a flip phone, it's a slide phone technically. It's a Nokia N95, 8 gigabytes of RAM in here. Oh, that's not right. That's not even RAM. Sorry, that's actually save. I'm miscommunicating. 8 gigabytes of save data here. Let's go. And
wow,
yeah, this bad boy can hold whole 8 gigabytes. There's also 4 gigabytes.
That's so impressive for 2008, though, when you think about it. That is so impressive. 8 gigs. Like, I think my old laptop only had 16 gigs of RAM. I mean, it's
dude, this is moon technology in here.
Moon technology.
Right.
All right. So I'm so pumped, but before we get into this, just explain, because this is a short run. This is a quick old 25-minute run. Just House, tell me why. Just why are we playing Metal Gear Solid Mobile? Why do you want to show this game off, and what are we about to see?
So we're about to see again something that's just really impressive for the time. This came out in 2008, the year Metal Gear Solid 4 dropped, which was developed by Intrev, and like I said, came out for the Nokia Engage 2.0 system. So not the banana phone that you may be familiar with, but a line of Nokia phones that came afterwards, and Engage 2.0 was basically like a predecessor of what App Store, for example, is on iOS these days. So a bunch of software you can get from the store digitally, and then if you were around back in the day, you could get this game, buy it for a bunch of euros, and then could play this. And I like it because we're going to show here today the big boss route. We're going to do no glitches at all this time around. We're going to go straight forward throughout the game, hopefully without any alerts, without any kills, and especially without any deaths or rations being used. We're going to take it a little bit safe here just to keep the marathon rolling, but I'll try my best to keep that rank for as long as I can. And yeah, with that being said, just be amazed. We're going to go a little bit more into the details about the run when we start running, and we're going to press the any key. Where's the any key? Actually, gotta click into the thing here. There we go. So this thing is a phone, and a phone has a camera. And one of the cool things in this game is we can use the camera as part of the gameplay. So once I hit start here after the countdown, we're gonna start playing, and there's a lot of fun things gonna come together here. So are you ready? I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Metal Gear Solid Mobile. And you can just tell by the look of it, like, okay, that's a game. I can recognize Snake from this here. So it is technically a 3D game here, but it plays more like a 2D game here. We only have 4 ways of movements: up, down, left, and right. No combination, no 8-bit movement here. And it's very much straightforward. There's a relatively small set of levels we're going to go for here, and there is actually a mission we are following here. We're trying once again with Otacon together to find data about a Metal Gear that has shown up here. And as I said, we're going to try to go for the big boss rank here. So I'm using chaff, for example, here to not get detected. If guards see me like this one here and the chaff is active, they cannot call in an alert. And even if they see me, there's a little bit of a delay before the alert actually fully comes in. So you maybe have heard the alert music already. But thankfully, does only count when the commander on the other side actually reacts to it. So there's a little bit of time between when an alert gets notified. So for example, here, this guy runs away now, wants to calling in the alert, but we already left the room. But definitely nice and easy here. And of course, as it's standard for a Metal Gear game, we gotta get access codes. So this time we're gonna go here to terminals and download a bunch of software. And we're gonna do this by just going to the terminal actually. So this guy, we specifically wanna have notice us. I wanna walk around to the right side, go to that terminal here, and this will actually already interrupt him calling in the alert. And get ready for the first minigame, the interference game. This is one of the few things we gotta do here. Basically just tap up and down in order to mark this little curve here, and then we get access to the data. And the access here, of course, means get access to level 1 doors. Maybe some mobile master collection too, I wish. It's a lot of fun here. It's as already been said, a little small thing. And as you notice, this guy just ran past us towards the terminal where we were, but we're already leaving here. So the AI is quite something. Literally just ignores us to go to the next objective. So I'm like, all right, we're good. Once again, now that I walk back behind this guy, I'm going to use the shaft once again here, because he does notice us here. I think there's like almost a pixel-perfect line where he would not notice us, but again, for marathon safety, we're going to keep it a little bit safe here and just move on through and use shafts to avail here. And yeah, I mean, look at the game. It looks a little bit worse than a PlayStation game. I always was reminded of like, if you know some Game Boy games and how close they technically like zoomed in on playable characters and stuff like that, it reminded me like an NES game. So for mobile,
yeah, I mean they have to because the screen is so small.
Exactly.
You know? That's the way I've always looked at it.
Yeah.
I always they've even done little things like that with like the Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past on GBA. It's like zoomed in way more than you think.
Yeah. All right, we just ran past the guy just by timing ourselves well, and he thankfully turned upwards around himself, and we just snuck behind him. And we see also our snake is purple. I would normally see a doctor about that, but thankfully we don't need to worry. This is actually part of the gameplay here. So as I said, this game came out in 2008. What else came out in 2008? Well, Metal Gear Solid 4, of course, which we'll also see later in the show. And in that game, Metal Gear Solid 4, they also use a principle called the Octo Camo. So the suit that we have on can change color, and of course it's way more sophisticated in Metal Gear Solid 4, but in Metal Gear Solid Mobile, it allows us at least to change color to be matching, for example, with the background. And we're gonna see also later a bunch of like color checks, basically checking our color of a suit, and if we have the right color, we're allowed to move, to move through. Speaking of moving free, we want to normally go through the bedroom here, so we're gonna quickly just take this path here, because there's something in the way, I think a guard. We're gonna take the vents. And look at this close-up of Snake. He looks so majestic, doesn't he? The specific emote in the Speedrunner server.
Polygons.
Which just displays. This is so good. So I just took this perfect line here. It's a little bit tricky, but this guard notices from far away. And actually, the weird thing is, even if we like approach him after he initially already saw us, his eye is already locked in. So like I noticed something, but I didn't see something yet. So we can just bypass him even though we technically almost touched him. All right. This room here, like I said, this is the first one where actually this color check will happen. So we did not use it yet. And we're gonna go up to this poster here and take a quick snapshot here. So this is our camouflage system. And now we are red snake, and we need to be red in order to bypass this color check here, as we see. Let me just walk on through here. And if we're lucky, we don't take damage. Let's see. This guy notices us and also runs away. Perfect. And as you see here, guard says, intruder alert. But as we leave the door, HQ was not able to respond in time, so the alert does not count. We're gonna move on through here. We're certainly gonna take a bit of intentional damage here. There's just no faster way to do this. We're just gonna run through here, take a little bit of damage, and then move on. And like I said, in this run here, health has to be managed quite well if you want to go for big boss rank. Despite there being plenty of rations on the way, we don't want to use any of them because they would invalidate our run, and instead of big boss, we would get the fox rank. Alright, just gonna make our way through the armor here. And there's nothing we can get here. There's always high-level doors, and so we're gonna move on to the next room. He blends in perfectly with it. I know, right? It's all part of the plan, trust me. Because as we go into this room here, which is a holding cell, we have another terminal where we're gonna upgrade once again our technology. So we're going to interact with this here. Download a bit of information. Oops, the door behind us is closed. We're being trapped. Oh no, what's going on here? Well, I'm going to quickly just use my camo and take the color off the wall. I'm going to lean against, and as we can see here, camo 100%. We're technically invisible. Great. And this reminds me a little bit of Metal Gear Solid, of course, where we're in the cell and then Johnny tries to find us and we lie on the floor of the catcher one. It's a little bit similar. We basically just vanish from sight here. Oops, as we are being perfectly camouflaged. Sorry, there we go. Just got the curve right here. Good thing is, Metal Gear Solid Bomb, so there is an in-game timer running, and this is what we use also in order to determine the fastest time on the leaderboard for this game. The IGT in this game, for a mobile game, is actually quite well done. Loads are not counted at all, thankfully, because loads are relatively long. Depending on your phone, if you don't have like a fast 8GB version, it can be even longer. Like difference can go up to 4 minutes between IGT and RTA. So like a 20-minute IGT run, but almost a 26-minute RTA run. So yeah, thankfully loads don't count towards the IGT. Imagine that. Being in the menu also doesn't count, and so many more. This takes place before 2? Technically, yes. And I will talk a little bit about the technicality of this lore impact. Before, though, we're going to quickly go out of here. Where's Snake gone? I better go inside, just to check myself. And I played this game casually once before I learned to speedrun, because I was just fascinated by all the different kinds of Metal Gear games that are in the series here and that we are actually speedrunning. And so I saw this on the leaderboard, looked at it and was like, I gotta get this and play it. And so hiding under that, unfortunately, does not work. Tried that initially, so we have to take this camouflage level, take the color off the wall, and then we're good to go. All right, so we're like almost halfway down, I want to roughly say, not quite halfway down, but we're basically for the first half of the story of this game. We just got captured, and during our capture, we noticed, oh, all the guards that were in place here have actually been taken out by another infiltrating unit, which now want to take over the Metal Gear that's present at this base. So we're like, all right, then we can stop them then now. Those poor guards are being slaughtered left and right, unfortunately. So it's time to get a first lethal weapon, and we're actually going to use it here. Open quickly over here to take out these sensors, because we still got to do that here. So this is where they got notes from in 2? No, not quite. The notes were definitely a thing already in MGS2, half a decade before that. Quickly use a chaff here to not get shot, and I'm going to swap back to my pistol, because in this upcoming room, we're technically back again in the beginning, just on a little bit later on in this whole level system. Now there's no guards here, but there are laser traps, and they are wired to bombs. So of course we're going to take them out here. Excuse me, wrong button press. And take out this sensor here. This sensor here. Aiming, by the way, is great on this game. It's very slow and gets very quickly sticky to objects. Okay, got the shot. Quite good. And there we go. We just took.
It exists. You get to go into first person in an in a game from 2008 on a Nokia.
Yeah, think of that. Yeah, absolutely. And also, funny enough, in first person aiming, there is actually 8-way movement, because we can go at that angle in first person aiming, but not in the level. There we're locked to 4 angles, 4 directions. Excuse me.
I just want to know. I wish I was a fly on the wall for the pitch meeting for this. Is like that there was like the developers, they sat down, like, you know, Konami was just like, you're making a new Metal Gear game, and they probably all thought like, we're on 4, we're gonna make a new Metal Gear like 4, it's gonna be incredible, Kojima, and then they're like, it's for the end gauge.
Oops. So we gotta take the green tone off this sensor here. I did not quite get the right tone. Oh my god, what is happening? Come on, let's take it slow. It's the shade of green, and hopefully the sensor lets bypass now. Okay, what is going on here? So normally the strategy is we go and take the green of this sensor here. And you can tell that this is black, yeah. Wow, okay, what is going on? I swear, guys, I'm literally the world record holder in this category in this game. Don't know what's going on, why it doesn't accept the green tone. There we go, we can finally move on. Oh, how cursed some of these runs are today for me. In any case, we got the right shade of green.
Awesome.
The right shade of green we're allowed to pass on, and now we're gonna go back down again, thankfully. For a phono of this time, it looks better than expected. Absolutely, right? I'm really glad this exists, and it has been preserved also through other means, and so we can still enjoy it here. It's not lost media. Fun fact, the original mobile port of Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, which we've seen earlier at the start of the show. So we've seen the Master Collection version, which is based on the Xbox 360 HD version. The Xbox 360 HD version is based on the PS2 port, and the PS2 port again of Metal Gear MSX and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake is based on a Java mobile port as well. We do have a bunch of versions for the first Metal Gear game, and I can recommend looking at that with a Java emulator maybe. It's a journey. And
tomorrow on Speedruns Today, we have Metal Gear 1 for the but it's for the NES.
Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Yeah.
And so, like, again, there's like a whole line of my mobile games that have existed before that most people these days have just never heard about them again. All right, I'm gonna go back here again. This time we can just take out the sensor. Don't overshoot the target here, or else you trigger the bomb that's right next to it, C4. I'm gonna do a tricky shot here on the corner. So we're gonna go to the bathroom this time for the regular door, not for the vents, like a normal person. Imagine that. And excuse me, sir. So when you go around that corner, there's like a certain time your movement. When you shoot him once, he immediately falls over. And of course, because my runs today occurs, I needed to take a second shot, taking a little bit of a time loss. Whatever, let's move on. So we're moving now through the central corridor here, but this time throughout the right door, and we're going to access basically more throughout the northeastern side of this building. And we just grabbed the brown shade of uniform here. We see also the person behind the desk again. Okay, this time the shade of brown works, thankfully. There's no issue with the color. We bypass the color check and we can move on throughout the surveillance room. In the surveillance room, as you'd expect, there's lots of surveillance and cameras going on here. It's basically what GDQ Tech is seeing right now. I'm thinking, oh my God, what is going on? This guy doesn't know what he's doing. Well, we're going to find out the same thing here. This whole operation here is a little bit jank, and they do have a Rex, but it's in operation now. So we're going to take a little bit of a time loss here, just like 10 seconds. I hope this is fine, to actually show you this next cutscene, because I think it's really cool. Because I hope, Jiggy, you've been keeping count up, and there's been a bunch of Metal Gears already in this run. The last one had a bunch of Metal Gear Race, and in this one we load here and have Metal Gear Rex. That's right, Metal Gear Rex.
We are at it, unless I've lost count, and chat can help me here, but I'm pretty sure we're at 15 altogether for the entire event. But I could be wrong.
Well, at least there was I think 9 race on screen at my Metal Solid normal run, plus this one here, so 10 in total for my side at least. All right. So
so then we're definitely higher.
We're definitely quite higher if we count all the race instead of just making the one count.
Yeah, we're at 21 then, or 22.
Let's go. All right, we're just going to walk back here because we just learned, okay, Rex is at the space. Normally, we need to go downstairs, and when we go downstairs, we would find out in this corridor there, oh, there's another laser trap, and this time the sensors are actually not in our way. We have to get a Nikita here. So now that we have level 4 access, I'm just going to quickly prepare everything here. I'm going to move on through here back to the armory, and now get the Nikita, so the remote control missiles, and with them, go downstairs, we can take out the sensors. As we go here, all the way to the left, gotta be aware there's another laser trap in front of us. So I'm gonna quickly go to the pistol. Now, shoot it. Like I said, it's very sticky with its aim, and if you think you're on the sensor, sometimes you're not, just barely hitting it. Did it though this time. And now we go actually to the elevator, takes us down to the B2 level. Wonderful. So, fun fact here, there's 2 main categories for this game. There's Big Boss and there's any percent. In any percent, where we don't care about like the score screen at the end, we use rations. And of course, when we use rations, also to heal cells. And in this game, there's a funny situation. It's the first situation where we have a dead man walking thing. So we can go trip the lasers, and take this shot intentionally here, it's fine. We're going to trip the sensors, and the moment everything around us explodes, we can just open the menu quickly and then heal ourselves. And as we heal ourselves, we survive technically this explosion, but the game handles us as if we're dead, and we can move past this sensor, go through the hallway and leave through the door, and basically skip all of that. We don't need to get the Nikita, we don't need to shoot any of the sensors. It's a huge skip here in any percent that we could do. But again, it's a needs us to use some rations here. And of course, invalidates the rank that we can go for here. So this is the hallway. We're going over here. You can see the three laser lines here. These are both three sensors we got to trip in. Excuse me, hang on. Wrong button pressed, so fine. I'm going to move over here to this vent. I'm going to shoot the Nikita now in this vent here. And we're going to have to take out, like I said, 3 sensors, each one of these lasers. The Nikita in this game is probably the worst one. We've already heard the Twin Snakes runners complain about the Nikita. I mean, there's no locking on in here. It's a very, it's just 2D navigation throughout this venting here. There's no up and down. It's just left and right, really. And we gotta hit these sensors, like I said, but turning around the corner is so slow. And if you think you just made it around the corner, the rocket all of a sudden just turns way too big and you do touch, for example, the wall. Like any slight touch of any wall or box immediately explodes the rocket here. You really gotta space yourself out, time yourself well, and go around the corners like this. And unfortunately, of course, the third and last sensor is all the way in the back end of the room here, so we're gonna go all the way around here. And you see how slow it is to speed up again. One more turn here, and I'm gonna take it extra safe here today. I'm gonna all the way in here. We can explode the rocket early to be a little bit more optimal, but like I said, we're gonna take it easy here and safe. Just to move on through. All right, all the lasers are gone. Nothing else can explode. And like I said, this path here we could take technically in the white void if we were dead in 80%. But it's another day for another time where we would run this game here. All right, so moving on here. I'm going to take this one ration here just as a precaution. I don't know what will happen else in this run here. I don't intend to use it, but better to have it rather than not and taking to continue. So we're going to also soon talk about the lore of this game here, because as we move on through this game here, I did not want to intend to use that chair. Oh, that's fun. So fine. We're going to go to this wall here. I'm going to place down a C4. Barely making it away in time here. I'm going to explode this one and go through. I'm going to use this little cutscene quickly here to get rid of my jacket. It's actually getting warm in here. Here we go. Nice and comfy. Let's continue. And it's like, what's going on here? What's all with this colorful lines in this game? Well, as we'll find out, this whole game is a VR mission. It's not real. You've been fooled all along. This is actually not something that Snake has done, in like a mission before Metal Gear Solid 2. This is actually all just a digital replication here. I'm gonna shoot up this sensor and this. Move on over to the M9, pray to the gods that everything goes right, because here is the first actual boss encounter, the guard rush. Thankfully, it's not as tricky as it sounds. It's just these 2 guards here, but they can mess it up. Thank God I did not. Here we go. I did take a bunch of damage here, but it's fine. And after this encounter, we're also getting straight on to the last boss. So again, not being allowed to take any damage here also needs us to stand in certain positions here. So you can do this with only taking once damage. Unfortunately, I took damage twice here. It's fine though. Moving on. And at this point in time, when we actually go up to Rex now in this angle here, you may be disappointed. We're not going to fight Rex itself. We're going to fight the commander on top of Rex here. And it's actually a Vulcan Raven fight. Because he literally has the machine gun and everything. So we're going to do this here, of course, non-lethal. I'm going to go over here, shoot it a bunch of times with the M9. And we're going to grab some resources here as we wait. And you see here with his gun, he will actually start ramping up. And underneath his lethal or non-lethal health bar or stamina bar, we can see he actually heats up his gun. This heating up is a key thing for us to take care of, because we actually can... there we go. Sorry. Can have his gun overheat when the chaff is active. So ideally we have at all times in chaff active, so his overheating happens quicker, so his meter fills quicker. And every time at least once when he fills up, we can shoot him, and another time again when it's full, we can shoot him one more time. So we're gonna have him walk up here, it's fine. 1, 2, and we're gonna take care of this extra guy up here. Ooh. Like I said, aiming in this game is quite finicky. Did I hit him enough? Oh Lord, I hope I did. I'm gonna auto shoot him here. Gonna be, extra safe. Yeah, we did not hit him. Now he's down. Okay. Whew. Come back out here. We're going to move in position for this side here. And it's basically at this point, just this fight here, back and forth. I'm going to try to have him, again, constantly overheat his gun. Taking down with a few M9 shots and also juggle him with the other guard on the top left. Just going to use my chaff here quickly. Ready, FPV. Shoot him. Shoot him. Didn't take damage. Good. We can hide now behind here. Wait for him to keep on moving to the left. Come on, dude. That was not intentional.
Oh, you're. I was gonna say your health.
Okay, the other guard on top is gone. It's fine. Like I said, I have a backup ration just in case. I don't want to use it. We gotta take it extra safe, Oh lord. So we're just gonna happen one left and right here. Have his gun overheat. And we can see, your gun goes left and right after a while. Once it's fully overheated, it's gonna go up here. Auto aim in this guy on the top left who's waking up again. 1, 2, resourcing. It's a little uneventful, I want to say, but this juggling, especially with this low health here, is sadly almost mandatory now. But it works. All right, we just hit the box again. This is a metal box, thankfully, which cannot explode. So we're just going to stay here. I'm not going to take any risks. Normally, if I want to optimize this, I want to stay behind here. And one more cell. Come on, shoot. Yeah, the guy behind us suddenly woke up. It almost worked out here. It's fine. So we lost the rank now if I was not taking the damage here, unfortunately. So we're on Fox End now. But normally at this point now, let me show you. There, this guy is asleep, and he should not wake up anymore in time before we can finish the fight here. So I'm going to go one last time to a chaff. Excuse me, go out here. Gonna wait here by the box. He shoots the middle one, despite us being here behind the left one. And as he goes here around the corner... Oh, aiming, like I said, is particular. I just overshot him here. Come on, dude! Oh my lord. 1, and... Get ready for time as we fade to black. It's the fight done. It's been an evening for me here. But we made it through, guys. Time. And that's it. That's Medical Mobile.
That was awesome. Thanks so much, House, for showcasing this. That was so cool. What a fun little game. You know?
Yeah. Again, considering 2008, a mobile game, you haven't heard about this back in the day, but this is quite impressive, I would say. And once again, thank you so much to the viewers out there in chat to subscribe and make this bonus run possible. I always love when I can show the little bit non-standard game from the Metal Gear series. There's so much greatness in there. Let alone thinking of Acid or Portable Ops. So these games also deserve your love and attention. If you want to learn how to run this one, for example, let me just go quickly into the shoutouts. I teach you this game, Metal Gear Solid 1, Metal Gear Solid 2, and a few other games in the series on my YouTube channel, which you can find at youtube.com/@housetest. It's just every other name. Basically, if you go to speedrun.com and check out any game guide, if I have a guide there, I'll teach you happily. I also teach you, for example, Monday evenings in my streams. For example, tomorrow we want to do Peace Walker True Ending New Game Plus. It's going to be fun to learn. We're running on the New Game Plus save where everything's perfectly prepared, and then run for the entire game from the starting mission throughout all the end where we fight actually Peace Walker. So it's going to be a lot of fun to learn this one. I invite you all to join with me, learn along, have fun with the runs, and especially speedrun races. And with that, I also want to hand it over to Jiggy. Thank you again for asking me to come on the show. Happily obliged, and now I'm here.
House, thank you so much for showcasing both Metal Gear Solid 2 and of course Metal Gear Solid Mobile. That was absolutely incredible. Seriously, we appreciate it so much. Friends, please go give House a big follow. You can hover over their name in the title of the broadcast and push the follow button so you don't miss when they are live on their channel. That was absolutely incredible. Seriously, House, that was so much fun for both runs. Chat, with that, we're going to take a quick break, but I have a secret mission for you. I got information that the GDQ mods have changed the security protocol of our Discord, and it's our job to test them. All right. So exclamation point Discord in the chat. I want you to go over to the GDQ Discord general room and type I'm in. And then if you do, I will give you your very own Metal Gear. Okay, so go on over there and let's test out the mod's new security. All right, exclamation point Discord. Get in there. Discord is the best way that you can be a part of the GDQ community. Go right now. I want to see in general chat, I'm in. All right, without further ado, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to be jumping in to that Metal Gear Solid 3 race. So go to Discord. Go right now. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining that GDQ Discord and giving all of our mods heart attacks. It's fine. They'll be okay. I believe they'll be fine. But we really do appreciate that. If you don't know, being involved with the GDQ community is awesome. And if you want to get involved, seriously, go check out the official Discord and definitely give yourself the roles that you want to be that you want to get notifications for. Just like the GDQ Hotfix role that gives you all of the upcoming events that we're doing and everything. It's a really great way to be involved with our community. So big hearts in the chat for you all to go in there and get your own Metal Gears. All right, it's time, everybody. We are going to be jumping in to our Metal Gear Solid 3 race, European Extreme. This is a race between Cali Star Rain and Delfino Plaza Guy, and I am so excited about it. It's been just so much hype. So let's get into it. Delfino Plaza Guy, how are you?
Doing good, man. Most people, you can just call me Delfino. I get my names pretty long, so that's a-okay with me. On the Cali.
Yeah, hi, I'm Callie. I'm Callista Rain. You can call me Callie or Callista or Valeria or Val. I have many names. Just choose one. I'm okay. I'm nervous. I've got my mental support. I've got Toast here. This is Toasty, the mental support raccoon. We like Toasty. Shoutouts to Toasty. Yeah. I'm good. I'm definitely not nervous. Definitely not. Yeah.
You got this. This is going to be incredible. Again, this is an European extreme race that we have coming on today. We have commentators Nick RP Green. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Good to be back. This is going to be awesome.
And then we also have Vermilion. Vermilion, welcome to the show.
Yo. What's up, guys?
I am so excited. So, Delfino, give us just a rundown on what we're about to see before we get started.
No rolling like in Delta. There is rolling, but damn near not as much. So that's pretty nice. You don't have to deal with the wild snake rolling everywhere. We're going to be fighting the Cobra unit. There's not many glitches in MGS3, so that's pretty exciting in a way. It's just going to be a standard run through the game as fast as possible.
Fantastic. And this is, like you said, not the Delta version. This is the HD version on PS5, correct, Callie?
It is the well, specifically it's the Master Collection version that we both run on the PlayStation 5, though it is basically just a port of the already existing HD collection that came out in 2011 or 2012, I think. Yeah. It's basically the HD collection. It says it like that on the speedrun leaderboard as well, but very specifically, it's the Master Collection. Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. Whenever you all are ready, I say, I don't know, Nick, will you do the honors of doing the countdown for the race?
It would be my pleasure. All right, everybody ready?
Sorry, I'm not ready. Can I have just 1 second?
Cool. Go for it.
1.
Well, I guess
probably helps. Probably helps if you have your save, your new game plus save ready.
I guess while Delfino does some stuff right now, I will be saying this is European Extreme. However, well, it's usually we go for the Foxhound strats, Big Boss strats. I'm changing that up a bit. I won't say more, but I will. I will. So no Foxhound for me.
To see. Keeping us on our toes there, right, Val?
Definitely.
Right. Sorry about that.
No problem. Are we both ready? Are we ready to rock and roll?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, Nick, take us away.
Here we go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start.
All right, good luck, both runners. Now, so guys, everyone here, Metal Gear Solid 3 European Extreme, this category is pretty crazy if you guys have never seen it before. Many things in the speed run to look out for. Number 1, it's game over if discovered. So if at any point the runners get seen, it's game over. And Nick and I know both have experienced many tragic game overs running this category. Like, it's pretty ridiculous. So they're gonna have to do a lot of crazy stuff to make sure that they don't get spotted by anything. Also, like, your ammo count's lower. Bosses have more HP. It's gonna be a hard time. But both runners, very confident, are gonna make sure that you guys are gonna see a nice run. All right. So we're just gonna get our backpack, get some equipment. Now, Nick, what part of the runs are you the most excited for in general?
I know the exact point because I know why Callie said about not doing Foxhound, but I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil that bit because I think I know what's coming with that. We're gonna see 2 very different fights at one point.
Yes,
that's quite a way into the run yet.
Yeah, I'll be going for the top rank. I don't know about Callie, so let's see when we cross that bridge.
Yep. So something cool about this game is you can switch between the original camera and the newer camera that was released for Subsistence in 2006. And both runners use their cameras in very different ways. So you're gonna see some really interesting like camera movements compared to each other. Because the original camera is like static, it's just overhead, and then the other one is like you're looking third person behind Snake. Oh my god. Oh no, and immediately getting caught. And that's the problem with the game, you know. Sometimes you just get caught when you didn't expect it, and it's game over. Each time a game over happens, it's just so much time lost. Val's gotta come back and just do this room again. Doing a safer strat. You know, playing slow here. And 2 headshots.
The trick there that Delfino was using is called quick headshot. If you go into first person and auto aim and then jump up on your tiptoes, so hold L2 and R2 at the same time, Snake will go up on his tiptoes, puts you in the perfect position to get off a headshot nice and quick.
Yep, it makes getting headshots really, really, really easy in this game. I'm gonna go for that, making sure to get through this room. This guard does not look the opposite way, thank God. Sometimes that guard can look at you if you shoot a little too weird.
And there's a guard here that you need a very quick roll on so they don't, doesn't get spotted. Nice.
Yeah, that guard's always so scary to roll through, honestly, especially when there's like a lot of stakes on the line, like during a race or something like that. It is a start of the run, but it's such a precise like movement. It's really weird to get through. All right, looks like Callie gets it as well, so definitely not that bad for Rasmet.
And that's pretty much it for the prologue. This was the Virtuous mission, and once this is done, both runners will move on to Operation Snake Eater.
Yeah, that's the main like meat of the run. It's not the same as like this tanker and MGS2 where it's like there's a lot of stuff happening. And MGS3 it's very tutorial based, a lot of story lumping. There's a lot of cutscenes you guys just missed because we don't want to watch the cutscenes obviously in the speed run.
little bit of trauma center just before we move on.
Yep.
Very efficient.
It's the worst.
Yep. Very specific menuing here to make sure that you get through this menu as fast as possible, because the menu can be kind of weird if you don't move in a specific way, just to change one thing. All right. It looks like Operation Snake Eater for Delfino. Funny enough, in my opinion, the beginning of the run is already pretty difficult for Operation Snake Eater. It's when you kind of are tested on your movements, because basically what happens is the boss is going to take our weapon, right? Our M1911. And now all we have left is a stun grenade. And we're going to use that stun grenade to its fullest capacity here. And also, one thing I forgot to mention is that guards have really good vision in European Extreme. So right here, the field's going to roll specifically, get noticed by these guards, and start cooking this grenade. And cooking a grenade in this game actually silences your footsteps. He's able to get through that guard, and he's able to get through this room. So really clean room there by Delfino.
We're going to see the same from Val. Looks good so far. Another really tight room here on another note. This roll here, very, very precise to get into position so that those guards don't spot you as you're rolling through. Really, really easy to take a reset there.
Yeah, these rooms
was really nicely done.
Yeah, that was really, really well done by Delfino. And hopefully we see the same from Callie here as well. It's a very, very precise room. And there we go. Nice. Did we get through that room clean? Like, it doesn't look that complicated, but like when you do it with a speedrun for the first time or just playing the game casually, like it's ridiculously difficult. You're getting caught.
The timing is so precise because you're just sort of rolling in between those two guards as they're turning and looking in different directions.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And right now, Delfino gonna get the most overpowered item in this whole entire game.
Oh yeah,
the cardboard box.
You may have seen the cardboard box get used in other runs during this event, but it's nothing compared to how useful it is in Metal Gear Solid 3.
Yeah, this is like the final evolution of the cardboard box. You know, it's like now we're going to see the full powers of the box. But now we have the Ocelot unit. Now, this is actually one of the most difficult parts of the speedrun, in my opinion. So, what's going to happen here? We're going to menu first. Delfino's going to go for a pretty crazy strat here. Immediately shoot this guard. Stun grenade. And hit all these guards out here. Hopefully, it gets them all stunned. Nice. And gonna shoot this guard really, really far in the distance. To the wall, distract this guard. Headshot this guard. There's gonna be a guard on the roof here as well. Gonna try to get a specific crouching shot here. It hits right there, and that's gonna be the whole entire fight. Oh my god. One straggler left.
Why is he there? What's that?
Yes. All right, it looks like Callie's
similar execution from Callie is looking good.
Oh, another really interesting. Yeah, both of them just went for kind of different strats there.
That was. Cool. I'll be perfectly honest. I have never seen that version of the fight.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That was pretty cool to watch. Like honestly, like that fight has gone through so many different variations nowadays, and the recent the strat that Delfino uses has only been used like in the past like few years. So it's really cool to see like the evolution of the strat. And thankfully none of them got spotted, because at any time, if any part of the Ocelot unit does spot you, it's the fight again. You gotta do the same, you gotta get a game over and you gotta do it again. So both runners probably super relieved that that's actually over.
When you're first learning Metal Gear Solid 3 on European Extreme, that is the point where you decide whether you can do this run or not. If you just cannot hack the Ocelot unit, then that's the point where you go, nah, okay, maybe European Extreme is not for me.
Yeah, European Extreme.
But for those runners who do get through it, then you have an absolute blast with this game.
Yeah, it's really, really fun. European Extreme, just the thing about it is like when you're learning it, like the hardest thing in my opinion is the beginning, because it's a gauntlet of just like hard things over and over again. This room right here is pretty difficult too the first time. I'm gonna specifically shoot a shot here. Oh my god, okay. Needs to shoot
interesting couple of shots.
Yeah, it needs to make sure the guard the dog notices. which is really funny.
Yeah, that shot distracts a dog. The dog then barking distracts a guard and forces one of the guards in this area that they're coming up to now to start moving. Use the cardboard box there to distract another guard and get them to start moving. But they don't move towards you because there's no route part beyond the fence there. They actually have to go all the way around a different section. We start to see how powerful the cardboard box is.
The cardboard box, the reasons the cardboard box are broken is because in this game, when you walk uphill, it's actually like it's slower because Snake has to, like drag his leg a little bit, right? But when he is in the cardboard box, there's actually no animation for him to have his leg go up. So he just walks normal speed, which is really, really important, actually, especially when going upstairs. And now we have Ocelot. So immediately gonna shoot. Stun grenade. Gotta look away, make sure you don't get blinded here. Headshot. Throw the stun grenade and this. And you're gonna shoot this goat in the background, which is always really funny to see. Headshot. Headshot. Got the hat and then one more headshot. Yep. And one more shot out of nowhere.
That was fantastic fight. Yeah, everything during this fight has to happen. It's a very, very tight window. Make sure that you have to land headshots. They can't just be body shots. And making sure that you throw your grenades overhand. It's just such a tight window. So really well executed by both runners here.
Yeah, both runners definitely just doing such a good job at that fight. Because things can go wrong in that fight, which have happened so many times.
The moment Ocelot moves away from where you want him to be, the fight it basically just goes into a casual fight. There isn't really a backup for it. You just try and blast him and get headshots in wherever you can. So getting the routine down is really important.
Yeah, you lose a lot of time, so it's really, really good that both runners are able to get out of that. And it's funny, like I said, the gauntlet in the beginning is really, really difficult. You had Ocelot, you had that one room that we went through earlier. It was really hard. And then we had Ocelot, which is can be hard because you can lose a lot of time. He'll also kill you too because he does a lot of damage. Low health version. But then now we also have to fight the Pain, who's actually another really hard boss. So it's like I said, European Extreme is a really, really difficult speedrun because it's a lot of stuff in the early game that's just they keep throwing it at you. And here we go.
Just like Ocelot, the Pain is all about headshots. You need to be getting them. And the big problem with the Pain in this version of the game is his head hitbox is kind of off. It's a little lower than it should be. So it's very easy it may look like you get a headshot on him. But it'll actually whistle over the top of his head.
Yeah, it's disgusting. Like when you are first learning the speedrun, I feel like every time I talk to someone about the speedrun, they're always like, "Why is the Pain's headbox so small?" Oh my god! Ali almost dying there to the bees. Wow, that was actually so close.
Pretty much spot on from Delfino.
Delfino having a really, really clean run so far. Honestly, everything kind of going in his favor. Ali, should we be able to get through this fight?
Phase 2 looks good.
Nice.
Neither of them got the second shield in the second phase of the fight. If your headshots are just not quite fast enough, then the Pain will put on his bee shield where he has bees covering him for a second time. You just have to throw an extra grenade, but it's really good that both runners managed to avoid that. That's really, really good.
Yeah, very, very.
I just think it's so impressive with just how precise the movement is, but then also just where you have to line up your shots and everything in order to avoid that B shield, as well as just any of these very precise moments. It's really impressive.
Oh yeah, though these runners have put a lot of time to making sure that they just don't get bodied by some of these fights, because like I'm saying, those fights are clean, but the moment something goes wrong, it is really, really bad. And that's kind of the difficulty in this game is you can do one slight misstep, one slight shot off, and the fight can just be completely screwed. So it's really impressive to see these runners playing at this level right now. Really cool to see. And we've got some swimming, by the way. So this part of the run is a lot of swimming. There are guards here that are floating that can spot you, but as long as we head the right side of the river, we should be okay. This is part of the run also is what I call like the thumb hurting, because you have to just mash a lot.
Yeah, the most optimal way of swimming is to simultaneously mash X and circle at the same time.
Yep.
It's kind of awkward.
Yep. All right, so Delfino,
now, you may have heard.
Sorry,
I was going to say, you may have heard right at the start Delfino say that they were going for Foxhound strat, which does include no kills. You might be thinking, it just exploded that barrel right there and killed that guard. Barrels exploding doesn't count as a kill. It's what's called an environmental kill. And basically the logic is Snake didn't kill them. The explosion of the barrel killed them. So it does not count as a kill against the player.
Yeah, it's not your fault, you know. Like the barrel that blew up because of you is not the reason why you killed them. Is not why they died. It's really funny. Oh my god.
Oh.
Whoa. Oh my god.
Oh, that was a nice recovery from.
Oh, this.
There's a nice recovery from. Oh, but he gets spotted at the top, and that now switches the race.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming Callie can get through this room without getting spotted, Callie is now takes the lead.
Yeah, that's the nature of Metal Gear Solid 3 speedruns.
Ooh.
Yeah. At any point, if anyone makes a mistake, it's just a lot of time lost, and it can happen to anyone. Just one slight misstep, one thing that just doesn't go right. That guard turning around was just a really unfortunate luck there from Delfino. Now, one important thing that happened earlier was, I don't know if you guys saw, but they shot barrels and they actually did damage to the end. The boss called the end, right? Not the end of the game, but basically, you're probably wondering why we don't kill the end there. So people who play this game know that you can kill the end early and not even fight the boss, right? But it's actually really bad to fight the end early. I mean, kill the end early, because the only way to kill the end early is if you get the SVD, which is a pretty big detour in this version of the game. You need to grab the SVD, you need to headshot him. And the problem is when you get to the end area, you have to walk all the way over there, and there's an Ocelot unit, and it's really bad. Because like I said earlier, the Ocelot unit, if they spot you, then you're going to get spotted, and it's a game over. So it's actually faster to fight the end, which is really funny to think about, instead of just killing him early. And it's true in every version.
Saw another use of the cardboard box by Callie just then, where they were using the guards were seeing that a scientist was outside the building and was like saying, not so fast. So they want to get the scientist back inside. If you leave that, don't do anything about it, then the game will lock up. The guard will come over to you and they'll like, get back to the lab, and they'll throw you in prison. But by using the cardboard box there, just quickly, it just resets that guard's interaction, makes them think, oh, there's a box there, and then you get out and you're a scientist again. They're like, oh, there's a scientist there, and by that time you've run far enough through so that it doesn't cause them to come and get you before you get inside.
Yeah, then another power of the cardboard box. Cardboard box is the most powerful tool in this game, honestly, which is really funny to think about. Also using cardboard boxes there in general, just the way this works is the scientists know you're not a scientist, so you can't be in a scientist costume next to them. But the guards won't alert to you, but the scientists won't alert to the cardboard box, but the guards will. So it's like this weird thing where you gotta you have to be in between the cardboard box and the scientist outfit. Really, really, really funny.
Huh?
All right,
doing a menu here to get prepared for the next set of rooms. And you'll notice that both runners have now switched camouflage. They are now using the animals camo. This is they're both running New Game Plus, so they will have unlocked the animals camo on a previous run. But you can normally grab it anyway because it's awarded for non-lethally defeating ocelots. The advantage of the animals camo is it means that Snake's hands won't tremble if he is low on stamina. So normally, if you're really low on stamina and you try aiming in first person, your gun will be waving all over the place. The animals camo prevents that. It means that both runners don't have to worry about eating food which is obviously normally a very important mechanic in Metal Gear Solid 3, but we don't worry about it. Now we are on to the next boss. This is the Fear. We trick the Fear into coming towards us by using the fake death pill. And then I'm assuming Callie's going for the Patriot method. So throwing a stun grenade and then just blasting the Fear away with said stun grenade. And it looks like I'm not actually sure what Delphino's going for here.
He's doing the trap version. Yeah, this one's also really viable. Yeah, you get caught in the trap. He comes to you, and then you throw the stun grenade. Same idea.
That's very similar to the setup that's used in Delta for that fight, which is why I was confused. But I was like, this isn't Delta.
All right, so
yeah,
this is actually
there's a bug.
Difficult run. What was I saying?
There's a bug with the Fear. Ooh, and that is a reset room for Callie.
Oh no! Unfortunately, to see this room is very, very, very difficult though. Like that shot, Callie's shot at the end was slightly timed off, and just like that, barely missing, but probably by a fraction of a second, and that happening just lost Callie this room in the first attempt. Yep.
Yeah,
I bet that it can come back though.
Oh yeah,
I believe.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. That's like I said. That's the nature of the speedrun. It's like at any point someone can make a mistake and the other person can just take over. It's just gonna happen. It's gonna bounce back and forward from both runners. So it's really interesting to see. A lot of tension in a lot of these rooms. This next room shouldn't be that difficult as long as both runners do a very safe strat. There is, never mind, Delphino going for a safe strat using the grenade to walk over there. I know Callie likes to do a roll here that's a little risky. The ground here is actually pretty loud. Gonna get over it.
Nice.
And yeah, there we go. Now Delphino gonna go to the end, which is a really, really funny boss fight if you've never seen it before, because it's like, you think about it, it's like, what do? Do you snipe him like you do casually? Do you go up to him and like headshot him? Kinda. That's all I can really say. But yeah, so Delphino's gonna shoot the end. The end will leave the room, and what Delphino's doing here is he's just waiting. He's just waiting for 25 seconds. As long as the moment 25 seconds ends, the end will actually spawn at the perfect spot, because he's going to look at you from a specific spawn point, and then you'll do the fight. So right there, it's the end. And now we can start the loop. So we're going to have Delphino throw a stun grenade here. And now we're going to punch this old man and use some cigar gas spray, which is actually a really, really broken weapon in this game.
Yeah, it got nerfed heavily in Delta.
Oh yeah, no. It kind of had to though. It does so much damage. Look how much damage it does to the end right here. Oh my god! All right,
almost the whole bar.
So Delphino's gonna go over here, intercept the end right here. He's a fast old man. Gonna stand this very specific spot, so the end manipulates over here. Gonna go for some more cigar gas spray. That's gonna be the whole entire fight. So really so clean. Good. Yep. Callie almost done with the fight as well. Yep, and cigar gas spray. Wow. Really, really
both
clean.
runners absolutely spot on.
Yeah, very, very, very clean. That fight, I always say this, but things can go out of hand pretty damn fast if the end is able to escape you, because first of all, he's really fast, and you don't really want to shoot him because he's kind of moving pretty fast. It can go a lot of ways. So really, really happy for both runners that they were able to get out of that. And this is actually the hardest boss in the game. It's called the ladder.
Oh man.
You have one input. All right. So fun fact about this ladder, you actually cannot die on this ladder except for one particular way. So you can press any button on the ladder. There's actually no way to fall off. The only way you can fall off the ladder is if you find a specific mushroom that puts you to sleep, and you eat it on this ladder. Like, who else would know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah, that is literally the only way you can die on this ladder. There's actually no other way. Really, really fun.
That ladder got nerfed in Delta as well. It's slightly shorter.
Yeah, it's missing one rung.
Second shorter, I thought.
Yeah, you managed to get out of the room before the song stops playing. Terrible remake. Awful.
Oh yeah. I think about it. It's just like I wonder what that solved. What was the problem that they were just like, ladder is 9 seconds too long, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the song is like slightly shorter, just like in general, the way she sings it, but it's funny. So you guys might have noticed, but when you knock out the end, you actually don't get this camera. You actually get a weapon called the Mosin Nagant. Really, really important weapon for the rest of this game. It is the most broken, what's it called, non-lethal weapon in this entire game. And we're gonna need it for some boss fights coming up.
As the runners head into the mountains here, we generally call these mountains 1, 2, and 3. Here you're going to see exactly how powerful the cardboard box is when it comes to moving up and down terrain. So they're pretty much going to stay in the they're going to stay in the box except for times where they need to jump out to roll here. This room can be a bit of a challenge when you're first learning it, because you need to be on your toes. Your position is quite important because it's very, very easy to get spotted by any of the guards who are out here.
Oh, no.
Just like that, unfortunately.
You cursed Callie.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
But yeah, no, this room can be really tricky. There's a lot of things happening in this room. There's like a lot of guards. There's a guard patrolling that's looking directly at you. Thankfully, we're in the animals camo, which is actually a really strong camo in this area. But there's a lot of things that are happening here. There's actually a scorpion on the ground right here that, yeah, you gotta be careful about. If you get stung by it, then you got poison, you gotta heal it. Really, really funny. Allie's able to get out. Lupino going for quick tranks.
Really fast shots there.
Yep.
You're going to see a shot here from Callie. They just landed a headshot. There's no trick or skill with that. It's just simply when you first enter that room, the position that Snake stands in and aims at just automatically headshots that guard.
And you might have seen Delfino just sit there in the cover box for like a second for like no reason. The reason why he did that is because at that specific moment, Snake's stomach's gonna grumble, and the guard will always hear it if you take a specific line. So he has to make sure his stomach rumbles first, and then he goes over and shoots the guard. It's really, really funny. And it'll always happen at that specific moment in this room, which is pretty crazy. All right, so Callie gonna get spotted by this guard, shoot that, and then yeah, it's room. Mountains 3 for Delfino. This room is really difficult as well. As long as he takes a really good line, should be fine.
Yeah, it looks good.
Ah, it looks clean. All right.
So move up into the ruins, meet up with Eva. Eva gives us the key so that we can get into the secret entrance into Grossengrad. So now they do have to go back into Mountains 3, but it's relatively simple on the way back.
Yeah, they're about to high five actually, which is really fun. Which is
yeah, they are actually.
Okay, so for Delfino, he's about to experience the worst part of the speedrun.
Roll 5, roll through each other.
By far the worst part of the speedrun, which is fighting the Fury, which is the next boss fight, and this guy is not very nice. And he is honestly the first real danger of us dying in the speedrun because he does a lot of damage, especially in the HD version because the higher FPS the game is, the more fire is on the ground in general, and he can do a lot of things.
I do believe we are going to see 2 very different versions of this fight from the runners because Callie's been working on a lethal version of this fight. for quite some time, which has gotten really consistent. So we're going to see the more traditional non-lethal methods from Delfino first. This is using the Mosin Nagant, 3 hits. It doesn't have to be a headshot. And then you just have to sort of deal with the RNG. This is good RNG to start with. The
really
the
good.
Fury's gone straight into trying to take off again. And again, that is what that's what you like to see. Unfortunately, the iframes were kind of still there, so drop down. But now we go straight into this new version from Kali, which is a combination of the knife and shooting barrels. So take some damage. They're very, very low on health, which is really scary. Shoot the Fury in the leg. Fury's not going to take off. You take him down with the first barrel. It's going to land near to the second set of barrels.
Let's go!
Oh, it's so
yes,
clean.
let's go. That's the first time it's ever been recorded in like this kind of stream before. That was so sick to watch. Oh my god. That strat is so new. Like it is the fastest way to beat this boss. And it's really cool to see Kali pull it out here. So that was really, 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 really cool to see.
Delfino got really lucky with some of the RNG there. The Fury was pretty nice, but in Kali's, that is pretty much just standard. That is how that fight goes. It eliminates the RNG. The only issue with that version of the fight is it is lethal. So if you are going for Foxhound rank, which a lot of runners do like to go for Foxhound rank, can't use that version. But that was so good to see that done live like that. Well done.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but the guards just straight up ignored that cardboard box. Oh no!
Ooh,
Delfino getting
feeling like it's spotted going for Rykov.
They're about to be right the exact same spot actually. Like
they are
like
so close to each other now.
Wow.
So here what they're doing, they're using the smoke grenade, shooting a guard. That guard puts them on everyone on caution and causes Rykov here he runs, to head towards the nearest, that's nasty, to head towards the nearest alarm point. Delfino's got spotted again.
Yeah, no, this.
So yeah, it causes Rykov to run to the nearest alarm point, which just happens to be the top right-hand corner of that room. And then they intercept Rykov on his way there, knock him out, and take him over because we need to grab Rykov's uniform, and we already have their mask for some weird reason.
Yeah.
So we're now going to dress up as Rykov, and I think we are going to see the one and only glitch. Yeah, box
only
slide.
glitch. Literally the only glitch in the speedrun that's actually used. It's really funny to look at. Looks like Delfino's able to get out of the Rykov room finally as well. So still a close race. You know,
still pretty close.
Yep. And things can go wrong here pretty fast in the speedrun. Like I said, and like a lot of leads have gone and disappeared because of just like how the nature of the speedrun is. Like at any time, someone can just make one small step, and suddenly you're out of the lead. We still got a whole lot of game left, so we're gonna see how these runners are able to finish this run. I consider this mainly the halfway point of the run too.
It is pretty much halfway through. If you're including the credits, it is about halfway through.
Yeah. It's like halfway through, but it's like I feel like you got through like most of like the most difficult parts. There are still difficult parts of the speedrun left, but the first half is like definitely like where most of the continues are gonna come from.
How we doing, Jiggy?
We're doing pretty good here. I'm enjoying this wonderful race. We got all kinds of stuff going on here. We still have a whole other run after this, It's going good,
Nice. Get all the Metal Gears tonight. We got Metal Gear Solid 4 after as well. Just continuing the Metal Gear marathon.
Yeah, we're wrapping it up with Metal Gear Solid 4. Funny enough, the reason why I did this, and this is absolutely the reason, it's not that I just came up with this idea right now. It's that if you loop with Oops All Metal Gear Day 1, the game after Metal Gear Solid 4 would be Metal Gear Solid 5.
Oh, okay. So you're
So
basically
technically,
good
we
order.
have twin snakes into 2 with the bonus of mobile, into 3, into 4, and then if you loop, it's
Metal Gear Solid 5.
It's Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yep. And then all we're missing is Metal Gear survive after Metal Gear Solid 5.
What is your target?
One day, one of us will be crazy enough to do it on a live show.
Or Sokolov? Or maybe it's the
All right, we are now we're now out of torture with Callie. So removing the tracker, removing the fake death pill, and spinning 10 times causes Snake to throw up, and that is going to cause Johnny, our guard. This is Johnny here is the grandfather of the Johnny guard in Metal Gear Solid 1 and the Twin Snakes, because everyone in this game is connected. Still got to make sure that Johnny we don't get an alert from Johnny, so immediately knocking them out, grabbing some smoke grenades, which are going to be needed to get through these next couple of rooms.
All right. Next part coming up is a frame 1 trick. I gotta throw this rat, distract this guard. Pull the smoke grenade to silence her footsteps. Walk in a really specific line. Do not get spotted. Oh my god. Okay, and thankfully Callie is able to get out.
Delfino opting for the fake death pill version of that, of the escape instead.
Yep. And falling out of there. The rat has another rat, silence footsteps. Any throwable can silence it. And they will get out. Alright, so now Callie is going to use a smoke grenade here to get out. And hopefully this should work. Yes. Oh no! Why did I have to say that? No.
It is a pretty precise smoke grenade throw.
Yes.
Because you need to. There's 2 guards and a dog. You need both guards to be affected by the smoke. So your grenade has to be like bang in the middle of where the 2 of them are. This is looking better. Yep, that's better. And then one more smoke dog. Sorry, doggo. Delfino going for a very different strategy though. Combination of punches and then hitting with the SAA. Get past.
Yep, and is able to get out of that too. So they're both relatively, I would say probably 10 seconds apart right now. So, I mean, it's anyone's race at this point. It's really cool to see. I love watching close races. Really don't know who's going to take it at this point. All right.
Casual leg break for Snake as he drops down into the sewers. There's not much that happens here in the sewers.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys have noticed, but so Callie is using Scar, and you're probably wondering why she has a cigar on. It's because you really want to have lower health in general, just to for the next part of the section, which is the Sorrow. And the Sorrow, the boss fight is you want to die as fast as possible, essentially.
Yeah, it's not really a boss fight. Casually, you're sort of encouraged to wade down a really long river, and then at the end of the river, you actually come across the Sorrow's body. If you do that, you do get the Sorrow's camouflage, but it's completely unnecessary in a speedrun. Just take a death. The quickest way is to use the cigar here to bring your health as low as possible, and then drown in the river. And as soon as you have done, you can use the revival pill to wake back up again.
The fastest way, funny enough, to kill yourself in this version of the game in general is just to arc yourself. Very easy. You actually would want to use a handkerchief, which would knock you out and have Snake drown. He's out of that, and looks like Delfino's following up. So yeah, really close.
They are so close right now. This is really good.
Yep.
Into Technology, there's a couple of important rolls coming up on this log. If you fall down into the water, it's a pretty nasty time loss.
Definitely don't do it.
Oh
no!
Just like that.
What?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've got to stop. I'm gonna just stop talking. I'm just gonna.
Me and Nick are cursing these runs are left and right. This is ridiculous. Oh my god. Oh, that scared me too.
That was a really nice roll from Delfino, though.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's why All right.
Oh,
You know-
once again, the race is flipped. Delfino is in the lead. I think they're even tighter now, though.
Yeah, they're pretty damn close. So it's funny because the first thing I was taught in the speedrun when I was here, when I first started learning like 4 years ago, right, was do not go for the log roll. Do not go for the log roll because it's not worth saving like 1 to 2 seconds to lose 20 seconds. But
So they're now pretty much setting up for the final act. Both of them are going to do their final bit of menus to like get what equipment they want and the camouflage they want on. Finally, before they do, they need to pick up the next cardboard box. Very, very important. So here we're going to see they'll both. Oh, so we've got sneaking suit.
Yeah,
Cardboard box B. Callie opting to do the menu after climbing the ladder. Doesn't make too much difference. The only major difference between doing it at the top of the ladder with to doing it at the bottom is if for any reason Callie messes this room up, and now I feel bad because I feel like I'm jinxing it again. It does mean that Callie has to do this entire menu again.
Yep,
Whereas
that's why.
If Delfino Plaza guy messes this room up, they don't have to do the menu again because they didn't in the previous room.
Yeah, that's why I always do this room. I always do the menu before because if I do not want to do this menu again, it is not worth it. But it looks like I'm not gonna say it actually. I'm not gonna say it. Okay,
that was really cool. I've not seen that strategy for that room before.
Same. I've actually never seen a strategy for that. That's pretty cool. I was gonna say I don't want to jinx it by saying that Callie's out of the room, but Callie is out of the room. All right. Now this room right here is really funny because this room is actually harder on very easy than European Extreme. So you shoot this wall, and like that's it. That's the whole entire room. The guards will all move up and get out of your way, essentially. You don't have to worry about anything. And like I said, the maintenance workers / scientists, they won't alert you to the box.
Right now they're putting C3 down on the transformers that power the Shagahod in an attempt to destroy the Shagahod. It don't work.
Yeah, I was a bit spoiler. It doesn't work. I don't know if you guys knew, but there's a fight here called Shagahod. All right, here we go. Volgan, really easy boss fight, but at the same time, you definitely don't think to go wrong because
it's another fight that's very punishing if it goes out of whack.
Yeah, but he's
both of them seem to be using the similar strats, using the SVD, blast him. This doesn't count as a lethal kill because we have another boss fight against Volgan later, so he's technically not dead yet, so we haven't killed him.
Yep.
But yeah, that's clean for Delfino and clean for Callie.
Yep, nice.
Both really good. Move on to the bike chase.
All right, so this
is still such like a close race, really.
Yes, it very much is. Like any point, like this can win, but right now it's an auto scroller, but you want to do as much damage to the Shagahod as possible. You can get a very little damage here. It's just the next section is where you want to get most of your damage, but most of this is an auto scroller, so no one's really gonna catch anything like that. So it's how much damage you can do. And I don't know if you saw, if you guys have been noticing, but they're doing a thing with quick loads where they're able to just shoot rockets super fast. They actually nerfed this in Delta because they knew it was so ridiculous that you were able to shoot rockets as fast. So it's really funny to see this again in OG3. And oh no, Callie is killing people. That's not a fox sound.
Quick reloading like that isn't a bug or a trick or anything like that. It's actually in the instruction manual. I think it's called a tactical reload or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's
in the instruction manual.
But yeah, it's actually encouraged by the game creators. They knew what they were doing. Okay, I just don't think
they thought that we'd be doing it at hyper speed.
Yeah, with an RPG, which is really funny.
They get 2 opportunities to do this. They're not going to do that much damage here, but there's going to be a runway a little bit later on where they just get three shots off down the entire runway. And my God, it hurts after a while. Just because you're double tapping R2 and hitting square in between the double taps, and yeah, it is a one-way city to risk pain.
Yeah. Well, they're getting a lot of damage on the Shagohod. Both runners actually got a lot of damage on the Shagohod, which is really, really good. Because you really want to hit as much damage as possible, because the fight can actually take a really long time if things go wrong. And you can also lose a cycle if you don't do enough damage. Alright, so it looks like we got Delfino doing the stun grenade strat. So these guards, this part actually, you need to actually kill these guards or knock them out or whatever, because the room won't continue actually. Evo will actually just gatekeep you from continuing.
Yeah, this is the only part of the bike chase that does have some time loss.
Want to make sure you knock out all these guards. It's like, as long as you just keep it up, that's how you know it's over. Yep. Pretty Evo for good luck as well. You also want to make sure you shoot all these RPG guards, because the RPGs actually do a lot of damage, so you really don't want to let them get away with it. You might have noticed that Delfino is in the sneaking suit. The sneaking suit's actually one of the best camos in the game because it reduces your damage by half. So yeah. So that would have done a lot more damage if Delfino wasn't wearing the sneaking suit. And Callie is in Tiger Stripe, so Callie's just taking full damage, which is pretty scary for an upcoming section.
Callie has got the life meds equipped ready, so that if the health does drop to lethal, then they'll life med back up. I think the only place really to grab them during the run is just before the pain.
Yeah, the pain or after
them throughout the whole thing.
You can grab one before you fall off in the prison escape as well, but that will work out of them. So yeah, looks like Callie just has one. Really, really important that Callie has one, because a section coming up is really, really difficult. Again, the Keraton too.
I love them both for going for keratons during the bike chase.
Yeah, Keraton other side. Alright, so yeah, this section just kind of messing around a little bit. You can actually just shoot the passengers of these cars and just chill, but sometimes you just want to just have fun.
Just another casual pop at Eva for no good reason.
Yeah, she actually has so much health and stamina that and first of all, the only way she can get stamina out is if you were to do it. So you actually can just have free rangers shooting her. All right, this is the most important section for them to do damage, and you're gonna see how fast you can do it and how much it actually hurts your hands so much. I'm not gonna lie. And definitely just don't want to shoot them with a tread yet. Let's take back.
You're aiming for what looks like 3 little boxes just under the Shagohod's face, if you can call it a face. Yeah, slight miss aim means the Shagohod will sort of drop back as it's doing here for Delfino again. I think, if I recall correctly, you do need to do at least 25% of its damage to make sure that you're not having extra phases during the fight, which is coming up in a couple of rooms' time.
Yeah, you can tell how much damage you're doing by looking at your own health bar. You can look at the sections and your stamina gauge.
I'm pretty sure both of them are good.
So this section is called what I call MLG. Oh, going for the Keraton first. Okay. Ooh, okay.
I'm loving it. I'm loving the keratons.
There's four C3 charges, but you're about to see some epic no scopes here coming from both runners. So right here, look at that no scope, beautifully done by Delfino. Really difficult no scope, and now we have the Shagohod. So the most important shot of the Shagohod is the first shot. Looks like, oh no, lightly off. We're gonna see if Callie here is able to get it. Looks like Callie gets the first shot.
Callie gets into the loop. So now the important thing is to shoot the back and then immediately shoot the tread again. The tread iframes in MGS3 is kind of weird. They're not very well programmed, and it's really weird how sometimes you can seemingly shoot them and they'll immediately go out again, and sometimes they won't. It is something they fixed in Delta, and I'm really pleased that they fixed it. It's so obvious in Delta when the iframes are off.
The Phoenix got super unlucky, and Eva decided to drive behind the Shadowhawk and kill there and sit there. Oh my god, both these fights are so interesting.
Both of them have pretty much gone into almost casual fighting, where you just deal with whatever you've got.
Yes.
But it's if you lose the loop, it can be re-got, but it is very, very difficult to do so.
How is one more shot left?
One shot.
One more shot left. Oh no! No! The Shadowhawk on the opposite side again, and looks like Delfino gets out first. Oh my god.
Oh, Delfino goes into the lead. We move into phase 2, which phase 2 isn't an RNG fest. Very, very straightforward. Take out the treads, shoot Volgan in the head, take out the tread again, shoot Volgan in the head, take out the tread, shoot, but it's very rinse and repeat.
Yep, it looks like.
Delfino is through.
Yeah,
Callie is struggling.
Well, he can't get out because if Volgan's looking directly at you, you actually can't hit him. So Callie's in a really weird spot right now. Oh, there's a missile coming too.
There's a missile.
Oh no!
Oh.
Are they dodging it?
They still need one
dodging.
More,
hitting. Eva taking the shots. Oh my god! Did you guys just see that? There's no way. No. I've never seen that in the history of this game. Oh my god! What? the GDQ special, yeah, I've never seen that before. Oh my god.
That was crazy.
Dude.
Oh wow. Wow.
No way.
I did not realize how intense this race would be here on Oops All Metal Gear.
Yes. Yeah, so Delfino had a pretty stressless fight, and then Callie just had, oh no, into thank you, Eva.
Delfino takes a little bit of a lead going in. There's still a few rooms to go. Now, once again, they're in bike chase, so outside of death, there's no time save here. The only thing is like if they go into menus and stuff like that, but it's very, very minimal.
So yeah, I'm just gonna be going to do this. So since Delfino's in the sneaking suit, there's actually a very low chance that he will die this next section. It is actually, in my opinion, one of the most difficult sections of the whole entire fighting. It's literally just platform guards shooting you, but they do a lot of damage. And if you have one go on top of you, then it's really, really bad. All right, so we'll see here. And immediately, as I said, oh no, we get that, nice. And also, these platform guards can also crash into you and put you on fire. That's really, really bad as well. So you definitely don't want to see that.
Whee!
Oh, and right as I said that,
this commentary is completely cursed.
Yeah, no, it's been quite a race, honestly. The comms being cursed, what's been happening, Eva tanking, that's just crazy. So yeah, it's a lot of shooting. You gotta make sure you just don't take any damage on this section. It is deadly, especially when you're doing like a challenge run, like you're doing Tuxedo or something like that. Because on Tuxedo, you actually can't. The guards actually will hit you more because your combo index is so low.
There's a few different options for camouflage in here that change the way you might tackle this. The Allscam camo is another one which reduces the amount of damage you take. You can also use the Cold War camo, which is obtained by non-lethally defeating Volgin in his first fight, where you have a Soviet flag on the front of the costume and an American flag on the back of the costume. And if you're facing guards so they can see the Soviet side, they hesitate to shoot you, and that can make this section a lot easier.
Yeah, like you can just
Not
like,
got a great camo index though.
yeah, you can just look at the guards and then AFK like actually. It's really funny. All right, looks like Callie doesn't even life bet here. This next section with guards isn't that hard comparatively. Sofina's gonna shoot the passengers and then the drivers will just have some poor aim, but they won't respawn. But yeah, we're honestly this part of the run. I always in a race always like I'm like preparing for the next part. Like I'm thinking in my head like what's gonna happen in the next part of the run because I really don't want to do it. I really just want this to be over. I wanna close this out cleanly. You know what I mean? Always.
This is the last bike chase room. We've got 2 rooms of escorting Eva, and then final boss, and then Ocelot in the wig, but that's not really gameplay.
There's really only 2 rooms left for guards, so and one of them you can actually get a continue, so it can be kind of scary. I've seen it happen before. Someone just getting to the very end and not being able to close it out because sometimes the last room can just be a little tricky. And Eva's stamina on Delfino's screen very, very low. Thankfully, it doesn't matter, but she went through a lot. And Callie just behind. Probably, I would estimate about 20 seconds behind. So, really, really close for both runners. And we still have the final boss, the boss. So, that fight, if you mess up, can also be crazy, so we'll see here. We're gonna cure Eva.
Here back in trauma center, give Eva some food so she's at full stamina. We only need to heal Eva. We don't have to heal Snake. Even though your support team over the radios, there's like you have to come first. Just healing Eva triggers the advancement of the game.
And then you heal Eva and then you run away from her, so it looks really fun.
Yeah, you do. In that first section, you don't have to have Eva follow you. It's only in this section onwards. And this section is pretty straightforward. As long as you get away at the right time and keep moving, the guards will never catch up with you. So there's no danger here. The only thing that can mess you up here is if Eva decides to just kind of wander off in weird directions.
Yeah.
So you have to keep a close eye on her. You don't want to stray too far away from her. Because she can make some very, very questionable choices as to which direction she wants to go in.
It's bad, and it's funny because in Delta, she's like the same. Where it's like they kept the AI. They wanted you to experience what happened when you played this version. All right, so not much in danger here of getting spotted by anybody. There are guards following you, but yeah, like Nick said, there's not going to be any risk of it happening. But the next room has guards, and this is the last room with guards. So we're gonna see if we're able to get through it. It's actually a ridiculously long room. So you really don't want to get through.
Takes out the first guard on the left. Beating around the tree to take out the guard coming up. Guard to the right, and then there's 2 guards just ahead here.
Yep, and he's actually waiting for these guards to go around the street because they actually can't see through this little opening here. Like he's looking directly at Snake, but he can't even like see him. It's really funny. It's also the same.
Yeah, the
Delta.
the tree and the cliff edge combined still completely block their vision. There's the Freak.
Oh,
easiest.
Oh, and there is Eva trolling the usual. That's the MGS3 runner classic. Right. I also
so here Defino kicked that plant because there's a guard directly underneath where he stood. There he goes, and kicking that plant causes that guard to he wants to now go and check out the noise, and he's going to walk all the way around to get to that position.
There's a guard also in the brush here, but as long as you don't interact with them.
There we go. Hold him up.
The feelers gets him, yep.
Over safety.
Ali also. Right. So yeah, it's all gonna come down to the final boss. That's all it's gonna come down to.
Callie just getting that final guard taken care of before Eva turns up.
Yep. And this final boss is very precise. I'm gonna basically essentially what you're gonna shoot her, CQC her, use a stun grenade to knock her out on the ground. Oh, she's on the. I meant to knock her on the ground, but like do something. I was thinking about Delta for some reason.
Oh, and that was not a CQC throw. That was punching her. She's gone down to the ground. So Delphine is just slightly resetting the fight a little bit, bringing in the boss again for another CQC round. Slams down. Now that she's over half stamina depleted, these stun grenades don't work on her anymore. So they sort of like reset, making her run away. This is part of the route. You have to do this.
Oh, close. Holly's getting a loop right now as well.
3 more hits with the CQC slam. Hitting the body. It's still not quite over.
Holly doing the loop perfectly.
Callie has got this.
Needs one more good hit.
Callie now on the reset.
Oh my god!
Oh, this is so tight.
Oh my god, Delphino takes it. Barely
gets it.
How off was that?
Wow.
Like 4 seconds. Oh my god.
That is so tight.
That's
it does indeed appear that Delphino has taken it by a sliver.
Wow. That was ridiculous. Holy
I'm trying to count out the subtitles, and I'm roughly counting 5 seconds.
5 seconds off from this 1 hour and like what 10-minute speed run? Something like that on 1 hour speed run.
That is so tough for this run with everything that can happen and how like off kilter you can go with some of the boss fights and things like that. To have 2 runners 5 seconds apart is incredible.
Yeah, no, it was beautiful to watch at the very end. Like it was like how you needed Delphino to mess up. Delphino unfortunately missed the loop, but then Callie was doing a perfect loop, just wasn't barely off by like 5 seconds.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, wow.
There's only room for one.
Now, if I remember correctly, time is here at the gunshot, right?
No.
Not this gunshot. The final part, this was an unskippable cutscene. So Snake is forced to kill the boss. Now go into the Ocelot fight, and this is pretty much all scripted, and it's on this gunshot at the moment. Snake's gun fires, and that's time for Delphino.
And time. Wow. Oh my god.
That is
absolutely wild.
That is amazing.
Make sure to mute these credits, whoever's in charge of that.
Please,
copyright strike.
Thanks, Konami.
Wow.
Wow, guys. That was one of the most fun runs I've ever watched in my entire life. Beautifully done by both runners.
I'm back.
Yo.
Welcome back. That was incredible.
Who won?
Congratulations to Delphino Plaza Guy with a 101.30.8 and Callie with a 101.36.3.
6
seconds.
Yeah, 5.5. Wow.
5.5 seconds difference.
That is ridiculous.
Good God.
I knew the run was going to be super close.
What a race. Oh my gosh. Seriously, that was absolutely incredible. Let's get hype in the chat for both of our runners. You all did amazing. That was so much fun to watch, and I'm so pumped that we got to showcase that. And also thank you so much to our commentators here as well. We'll start with the runner-up by only 5.5 seconds. Really crazy. Callie Starrain, how are you feeling? Tell everybody just a little bit about what you do on your show and where can they find you?
I mean, I'm feeling okay. I'm not really doing anything recently. I have like a lot of stuff to take care of IRL. I'm like, my plan was to like, whatever happens today, I want to like step back from MGS3 for a while until like at least next month. So yeah, in the meantime, I don't know what I'll be doing. I've been thinking about getting into Batman speedruns maybe, so I might be doing that whenever I decide to stream again. And you can find me on Twitch and Blue Sky and Discord, I guess.
Absolutely. Well, that seriously, you should feel proud of that being the run that you had there. That was absolutely incredible. And Delfino Plaza guy coming in with a 5.5 second lead. What a run! How you feeling? And where can we find you?
Yeah, that was pretty nuts. I didn't expect it to be that close, and that was like the worst boss I've ever had in my life. But got the job done. I don't really stream or anything. You can find me on YouTube with my same name as on here though. Mainly just upload Metal Gear and Super Smash Brothers Melee stuff and some other random variety. Shout out the MGSR community. I'm pretty new to running. I've only been in the scene for about a year. But I've basically only done MGS3 up until this point at least, and Delta somewhat. And lastly, let me shout out my boy Boffs. He speedruns the Sinking City, and I know he's always down for some competition, so somebody challenge him at that.
Absolutely. Well, please, friends, go do me a favor and go follow both of our runners. You can hover over their names in the title of the Twitch stream and click the follow button. That would be absolutely incredible. Go give them some love. And I want to give a major shout out here and check in here with our two commentators, Nick RP Green and Vermilion. Thank you so much for commentating over this race. How are you feeling? And where can we find you all?
You want to go first, Nick?
Yeah. So, yeah, this has been an amazing race. I say 5.5 seconds between the two is just amazing. So, congratulations to both of you. You should be so proud of what you've showcased here. I've been Nick RP Green. You saw me yesterday running Metal Gear Solid 1. I did commentary for Twin Snakes and this as well. If you like me, come check me out, twitch.tv/Nick RP Green. And I am also Hotfix showrunner. So come and check out Fast Travel every other Friday here on Games Done Quick.
All right, guys.
Absolutely.
Guys, I'm Vermilion. I run MGS3 and other games as well. My Twitch is Vermilion Runs. But yeah, this race was... I've commentated a lot of MGS3 races, and this might be the best one I've ever seen in terms of the amount of drama, the amounts of new strats that I've experienced watching. And that ending was so close. Like it was a nail biter. So I'm really proud of both these runners for putting on a really good show, and I want to see both of these runners do a lot more things in the future.
Yes, me as well. Well, thank you all so much. Chat, we're going to take just a short break, and when we return, we're jumping into our final run of Oops All Metal Gear. We're jumping in to Metal Gear Solid 4 Naked Normal New Game Plus. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix. This is it. The last Metal Gear Solid game ever. We're never going to run it ever again. That's not true. We'll hopefully have, in fact, actually tomorrow we have a Metal Gear run on Speedruns today. So I hope that I will see you there. But yeah, I'm very excited about this last run that we have coming up here. During the final run of Oops All Metal Gear is Metal Gear Solid 4 Naked Normal New Game Plus with Sergeant Silent. I'm so pumped about it. But I hope that you've all been enjoying this show, and I hope that you're enjoying being a part of our little GDQ community. We have so many incredible people that are involved in GDQ as a whole, as it being the hub for speedrunning on Twitch and, of course, across the internet. So there are actually a few of our sub-communities that are absolutely incredible that I want to give big shout-outs to. And the first one being, of course, Frame Fatale. Femme Fatales is a community of women and femme who share their passion for speedrunning, gaming, and charity. In addition to their two flagship events that they do, they host activities year-round on their community Discord. Each month, games like randomizers and different events. We love the Fatales, and if you want to be a part of them, you can do !FF in the chat and learn how to get involved. The other one is Black in a Flash, the community that uplifts and connects Black speedrunners of all different levels. They host different events throughout the year and raise money for charities that celebrate Black voices in the speedrunning scene. You can learn more and apply to get involved with them over at gdq.gg/BAF, and make sure you follow them on Blue Sky at blackinaflash.bluesky social for all the updates that they do. But with that, we love those communities. We love you. And it's time to get into our next run. Metal Gear Solid 4. Silent, are you ready to rock and roll?
Oh boy, I'm ready. Let's do this. Hello, everyone.
I am so pumped.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I am so pumped for Metal Gear Solid 4. This is going to be a blast of a run. And yeah, why don't you tell us just a little bit about what we're about to see?
Yeah, so this is MGS4, probably one of the lesser played games even, since a lot of people here, especially nowadays, might know this game is PlayStation 3 locked. I am playing this on a physical PlayStation 3. Outside of RPCS3, the main PlayStation 3 emulator, there's really not a lot of ways to play this game, and even then, it's kind of rough. So we're really hoping that with Master Collection 2, an upcoming release, like this game has more or less been confirmed, and we will see it there. But yeah, we're doing Naked Normal, New Game Plus, which means we have all the stuff we need pretty much throughout the run. And we're doing Naked Normal, which is one of 5 difficulties. We're doing this one personally because it's my favorite, but secondly because if you haven't heard, I haven't ran this game in 5 years prior to a week ago. So I'm essentially coming out of retirement to do this. So I just hope I give you guys a great show of what I can do with this game. And I have with me on the mic.
Chat. I dragged Sarge out of retirement. Don't at me.
I have with me on the mic Jiggy, who is going to give a casual perspective from this game throughout the run, and a Pythonicus, who has played this game before and will be able to contribute occasional dialogue when I am focused on doing a menu or a boss fight or all kinds of things that we need to do.
I can't believe Jiggy would drag you out of your Alaskan dog mushing retirement just for this video game.
You know, sometimes it's worth it for the sake of the marathon, and I'm excited to be here. That's what's important.
The best part about this is Sarge is going to reinvigorate the speedrunning scene. People are going to be buying PS3s up the wazoo. Sony, start talking to GDQ.
Oh.
We need a sponsorship. You're going to sell so many PS3s.
Oh, I'm so ready. Please, everyone in chat, buy a PS3 and MGS4. We need more runners. Join us.
Well, whenever you are ready to rock and roll, let's do it.
All right. As you can see, Naked Normal's difficulty. We have a playtime of 2:33. We could explain that once we get in. This is playthrough 15. That's how you know we're on New Game Plus. So time will start once I confirm this load. So we'll get in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're loading a save, and this does 2 things. First of all, of course, is the New Game Plus aspect, but also, if you've played this game casually, you know there's this little segment at the start of the game when you hit New Game where you got the, we'll call them advertisements, but they're not real. They're future advertisements that haven't been made yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of like breakdowns and discussions on what exactly those 2 minutes and 34 seconds at the start mean. You If you go on a YouTube train of this game, you can spend hours just like, what is this game trying to say? What does this 10-minute section mean? It's deep dives all over the place. All right, well, that was Act 0. We've already finished an entire act, 1 of 7. Crazy how that works. But yeah, we just spawn into ground zero. A lot of this game is, I think the best way to describe it is this game was meant to be, I don't want to say absolute cinema, but like this is really Kojima saying, I'm done. We're going to wrap everything up, even if it doesn't make sense. So we're going to be skipping a lot of the cutscenes in this game because there's well over something like 8 hours of cutscenes if we played them all, including one segment you guys might know where it's over an hour long of just cutscenes. We will not be watching any of that. We will be here basically an entire...
Now I really want a speedrun where we don't play any gameplay, but we just watch the cutscenes.
Well... Lucky for you, there is a set of endgame rankings in this game. One of them is the chicken emblem, which requires you do 35 hours consecutive IGT. You can watch all the cutscenes and still not earn that emblem. So go ahead. let's get chicken featured on GDQ for that 35-hour run.
That's actually a fun thing that they've actually carried forward. MGS Delta also has a chicken emblem or a chicken rank, but that one requires 50 hours.
Yeah, it's intense looking at it, considering like anyone who goes to chicken will probably know you will spend time just sitting around doing nothing. You will almost certainly just leave your PS3 running overnight as the game. You just stand there collecting.
Wait, you think like even like me, I've never played this game. You don't think that it would take me 35 hours to play?
To be completely honest, no, I would be kind of impressed if it took you over 35 hours to do a single playthrough of this game.
I love the confidence. Thank you. I'm going to take that. I'm taking it.
Switch the solid night vision mode.
But
yes.
To kind of explain what's going on, we are basically running from point A to point B, but there's a couple of fun things about MGS4 that we've already got access to. The first is down in the bottom left, you see the solid eye item, which is basically your radar, but it also gives you like AR elements on your screen, like you can see health bars and stamina bars through it. We were kind of vaguely, shortly introduced to the Octo Camo. Not necessarily important for this section of the speedrun, but will come up later. Basically, we didn't talk about it during the Delta run, but there's an item called the AT Camo, and it basically adjusts to your environment and just really helps out with the stealth. But, yeah, stealth.
Yeah, so one of the benefits of Naked Normal, you'll notice, like, we immediately got an alert. Also, MGS4 introduced a couple new mechanics, like the side rolls. I'm pretty certain this is where they were first introduced. Little time saves whenever you can. But as Python pointed out, this game is going to be a lot of running from point A to point B. However, there is a difficulty easier than this, which is, if you prefer speed, is literal running from point A to point B. So we're actually playing on Naked Normal. One of the advantages of that is not only are we just running from point B to point A, but some places we have to do actual strats and techniques. This is our first menu in the game. We're going to be doing 5 of these menus throughout the run. Hopefully only 5. If we have to do more than that, then I've made some mistakes, but I'm sure as Python, who has ran this game, can vouch for, sometimes this game has a mind of its own in how menus work, and you just will lose all your pre-menu setup. The game will just decide, you know that stuff you put in? Nah, you've lost it all. We're gonna give you these weapons we wanted you to have instead.
Yeah, it's tricky, but there's also the fact that this game is really pushing the PS3 to its theoretical limit there. So anytime we're in gameplay and we're not like directly facing at a wall or something, the game runs generously at 25-ish frames a second.
Yeah. It targets 30 on console, 60 in cutscenes, but I mean, you guys are watching it live. You can tell me whether it's actually hitting those or not.
Yeah. So unfortunately, the menus are also pretty prey to that, so you can get some dropped inputs in there as well.
That's pretty wild that that's pretty wild that it like they did not consider putting it on PS4, you know?
I agree. I mean, it was like I think a year into the PlayStation 3's launch cycle it came out, and at least my personal theory is the reason this game is essentially PlayStation 3 locked is it has a lot of copyright material and like trademarks and stuff. There's the iPod, there's Regain, which is a brand of like energy drink in Japan. There's 4 fashion models who they actually licensed their likeness to throughout this game, and we'll be introduced to them later, don't worry. But there's just a lot of things they'd have to do on top of the fact that this game was more or less built with the PlayStation 3 architecture in mind. So I think the PS3 and this game are so integrated inside one another that porting this game would require a entire rework of a lot of internal systems just to get it to even boot.
Did someone say cell processing? Oh!
Yeah. Some of these things, like in the deep dive I talked about earlier, the memes and stuff you might hear, they're real. Like, they're based on facts. This game is intense on the hardware. What we just did was we ran around destroying 4 sleep gas mines. We needed to do that to get through this little area because we are coming up on our first boss. And now, during day 1, there was a lot of discussion of, but who is this character? So you might get a couple glimpses of them briefly. Like I said, MGS4 whole goal is to wrap a lot of story up. So, you know, there's a small teaser of some of the characters you'll see. And I'm going to focus up on the first boss fight encounter, if you want to take this for me.
Yeah, sure. So in the story, we met up with a unit called Rat Patrol Team 1, filled with maybe some familiar faces. But we get interrupted by an ambush by a special unit called the Frogs, which, if you were watching day 1, you noticed there was the Skull unit in MGS5. This is kind of like the precursor to them. Kind of like supernatural special forces kind of thing. So basically, we're going to be going section to section. There's going to be a combat section, then a traversal section. And during the traversal sections, we'll be taking shots at our teammates to make them move faster, basically. And as for the combat sections, it's just primarily knowing where the spawns are going to be and where the path your teammates are going to go. So it's a lot of premeditation on this one.
Yeah, a lot of the things, like, you'll see me running around, you'll see me shoot someone, and you might say, why did you shoot that person? What are you doing? Rat Patrol has a lot of animations, a lot of things they're trying to do to line up, and by interrupting their animations, by hitting them, you can actually cause things to speed up quite significantly. But yeah, a lot of this is... I know where to put things. I know where things need to be put, like those sleep gas satchels. And with that, we were able to take out the roof and the first floor, which was the main point I needed to focus on, really cleanly. On higher difficulties, more frogs do show up. A lot more things need to happen. But thankfully, on this difficulty, we could do a pretty cut and dry setup to make sure we get them all. Speaking of setups, this fight is not over, so we're doing some more setup here to prep for the next 2 waves that we'll have to do, including a animation skip 1, 2. that skips, it is 2 shots very specifically. That skips a couple animations of the guy you saw me shoot. His name is Johnny. You might know him. It is the same Johnny that you know and love from throughout the franchise. He's back. We love Kojima. However, Ed and Jonathan, who are the other 2 individuals you see here, I believe they're new. I don't think they're mentioned anywhere else. Also, shout out to Jonathan, who you see in the cutscene has a exclamation point shaped into the back of his head. They really went hard on the motifs here.
Yeah, and something we hadn't mentioned, but has come up in chat. We're using the big boss face, the face camo here. I don't know exactly what it does, so Sarge, if you could actually fill us in on that one.
Yeah, so the big boss face camo, as it's ragdoll. The big boss face camo, as it's known, what it does is it makes it so that when you walk up to one of the frogs survived. That's unfortunate. I went for a strat where you throw a stun grenade down and try to get essentially a wave skip. Oh, I must have missed them both. No. Hold on. Hold on. We'll get there. I did miss them both. Okay. All right. Slow fight. It's fine. So yeah, what this what this face camo does is it makes it so, like, that frog you just saw, as soon as she saw me, she instantly fainted. That is more or less what this face camo is set up to do. It instantly knocks out any enemy, or if they're like a human normal soldier, it will instill the fear emotion. Emotions are actually quite important to this run. We'll see them a couple times. But for frogs, it actually instantaneously knocks them out, which is very convenient for us, because if you try to take frogs out lethally, they'll usually take 1 or 2 or 2 or 3 hits unless you get a really solid headshot on them. Whereas if you use the big boss mask, you can not only... Did I get it? Hold on. I did not. All right, I have to hit an animation that I missed. There we go. You have to... Words are hard. I'm trying to focus on gameplay and speak at the same time.
Totally fair. Totally fair.
You can take the frogs out without causing an alert here. Also, you might be noticing there's a lot of flashbangs. You'll see flashbangs throughout the run. I apologize for all the flashing lights. That's just an unfortunate part of this game and this run. Anyway, one last animation skip. Got to get them all. And that is going to be the end of the frogs encounter. So that's boss 1 done. If we had done it, non-lethally, then there would be a little collectible doll saying, "Hey, you beat boss 1 without killing anyone." But we already have all the items in the game, so we don't need to worry about that. Plus, being lethal is a little bit faster in this game, so we'll take it. It was right there by that tire if it was going to be there. Oh yeah, now we're back to low energy. I just gotta walk through this gray zone. There's a lot going on in the story right now. Basically, this group of rebels is fighting the enemy PMC, which is one of the really cool aspects of this game. You're essentially a independent soldier who's been put into this very active war zone between these two forces, which you could use to your advantage, especially if you are playing this game for the highest rank in the game, Big Boss. You can sneak your way through encounters just by not getting seen. You could use one side against the other if you want to take it really slow. It starts getting really hard if you want to go fast, because then you have to worry about both sides, neither of which are your friend, mostly because neither of them have seen you helping each other. So you have to consider that. I really love this game because it has a lot of deep, intricate systems tied to it. Like for an example here, you'll see I'm running around with one-handed weapons equipped, such as my pistol and my sleep gas satchel, if I can help it. You actually move significantly slower when running with a two-handed weapon, like the M4 Custom, the main machine gun or assault rifle used to be running around. This one here, yeah, you just move quite slow with it. So the goal is speed, as we know. I also have an auto aim feature, which I'm going to take advantage of there to distract those guards, get them to look right at me, and I'll be able to take them out with the Big Boss face camo. And hopefully, oh, that's not good. We want to take this gunner out because even on naked normal, that gun will hurt.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're coming up on the end of Act 1 here. Look at this. I'm being shot up. I have rations equipped. The highest rank where you can get in this category is Wolf, which is a rank for completing the game using no healing items. Unfortunately, the moment you get a single alert, you essentially ruin your chance at any other possible rank. But that's okay. Wolf is a flex in itself. It's not super likely on naked normal, but if you get it, awesome. Time save. All right, that is Act 1. 2 acts done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left to go. I can do math.
I believe in you.
Oh,
now,
anything you guys would like to contribute? We've been thrown into a lot right at the start. And now we have what the game calls intermission, where we can sit down, relax, and reflect on everything we've seen.
So one of the
silence, stunned silence.
Well, one of the common throughputs of MGS4 is just how fragile you are. So yeah,
you're old.
Well, yes.
I'm old, and you know
Snake's last mission.
Snake also came out of retirement for this game. This game is a metaphor
Guns
for
and
me.
Patriots.
Unfortunately,
well, it's not the last in the timeline, right? Isn't Nano Machine?
Technically, Rising takes place after this. It is a direct sequel, but I don't know if you consider Rising to be part of the franchise or not.
Well, according to the trailer for this event, Coop said we're not playing that one. So if the boss says no, we're not playing that one, we're not playing that one.
And then, yeah, as far as we're concerned, this is the end of the franchise. It's all over here.
Look, I whatever Coop tells me to do, I do. He's the boss, you know.
Yeah. And I can side with that. I could side with that logic of, the series ends at 4.
Yeah.
We can just pretend Rising doesn't exist.
I don't know much about that game. I know that because again, I've never played my experience with this franchise, other than this weekend, which has been awesome, and I definitely feel like I need to play. Especially, I think Twin Snakes. I think that's one I really want to play. But I played Metal Gear Solid 5 and I played the first mission. That's it. So my experience was always just like external memes and whatever it is that we were running into. But all I know is that Metal Gear Rising, Kojima said to the team they could do whatever they wanted, and then they made that.
And yet it fits in perfectly. So they really did their homework.
Yeah.
So, new act, new locale. Where are we, Sarge?
Indeed. We have moved from the Middle East, which, quick synopsis of the story there. We heard Liquid was in the Middle East, so we went to the Middle East to find Liquid, a character who by now you all should be very familiar with. And he got away from us. So we heard that he had moved to South America. And along with South America, we have news that there are several other characters in South America. During a cutscene that we skipped, we were reintroduced to one of the what's called the B&B core. They're the 4 models I mentioned earlier. We will be fighting one of them here. The cutscene also featured another returning character named Vamp, who we saw earlier today, who was definitely defeated, but I guess not. I guess vampires, they come back. That's one of their tropes, right? And Kojima's really, really playing that up. So Vamp's back. And another character is coming back, who you'll see briefly during a cutscene. I won't spoil her arrival, but a lot happens in cutscenes in this game, which really leans into the fact that this game is unfortunately just not super structured to be a speed run, which is really unfortunate because the gameplay in it is honestly really good, but there's so much just cutscene skipping, and you have to get through this and that to get to the next action section. That this game is really, I don't know if it's fair to say the start of Kojima's movie career, but he definitely put a lot of I'm a movie maker first into this game. There's a lot of movie in this game.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, well, he's gone through phases, but this is the first time he's really gone hog wild with.
Yeah.
This isn't just a video game. This is a story.
It is. Yep. There's
cinema,
yeah. There's a lot of cutscene or like themes and motifs and things hidden in this game that really you have to play the game yourself to experience it. I could not begin to do it justice for you, but unfortunately, until we see this game on Master Collection 2, which I believe it's been more or less, I want to say soft confirmed, it's probably going to be on MC2. We'll see. Get a PS3. Buy PS3s. Play MGS4.
Yeah. Come on, Sony. I'll give you the email. You can email us at, you can email me at, no. I was going to put out my GDQ email. I don't work sponsorships for GDQ. My boss is trembling right now. I don't know. I feel like Kojima has gone full abstract since the departure from Konami. Konami, not Kunami. Who am I? I don't know. I think that a lot of people love Death Stranding. I call it Norman Reedus and the Funky Fetus. I think it depends on what kind of video games you like.
Kojima makes art, and he deserves to be recognized and praised for that. Whether you like it or not, it's what he does. It's what he likes to do.
And it's quite interesting because in my mind, you only have a few companies that can really make movies that are also video games. And Kojima obviously makes movies that are also video games, but I think Naughty Dog is very, very good at movies that are also video games with, their I miss Uncharted so much. Bring it back if you're listening. The Last of Us, and then I actually think that Rockstar is also, I don't know if that's a hot take, but I think Rockstar is very good at their narratives and making video games that are also movies.
I don't have a lot of experience with Rockstar games. I've played a couple Grand Theft Autos. I know they've done other games like Bully, but I'll take your word for it.
Play Red Dead Redemption 2. That's it. That's all you got to do. Play Red Dead Redemption 2.
Understood. I'll see what I can do.
If I play RDR2,
and chat, if you disagree, give me a reason. Give me a reason why you disagree right now.
If I play RDR2, does that mean you'll play Peace Walker?
I'll play Peace Walker. I don't have a PlayStation Portable.
I will take you up on that, Python. Yes.
When I was doing my research for this franchise, I was mostly just shocked that that 5 is a sequel to Peace Walker. Is it right after? Remind me. Is it directly after?
Directly, yeah.
Yeah, I think Ground Zeroes is literally directly, like the endings flow immediately into the start. 5 is pretty close. I think there's like a year gap at max, but yeah, essentially they are direct sequels.
9 years, I'm afraid.
9 years? Dang.
Yeah,
it's like I've only played 5 once.
Yeah, like between the end of Ground Zeroes and the real start of Phantom Pain, 9 years. Oh, but anyway, there's frogs again.
Yeah, so this is boss 2. Well, this is like the introduction to boss 2. We call this Frogs 2. We are purposely standing in a spot to manipulate these frogs to spawn exactly where we want to. And thankfully on this difficulty, with this New Game Plus item, we can take these frogs out immediately after they land, get them in position where we want, and done. And that is those frogs taken out. And now I am going to prep because I am about to start another boss fight, which I want to focus on getting the initial setup for.
All right, so our boss fight here is against Laughing Octopus, one of the 4 B&B core members. She is quite tricksy, but in order to kind of minimize the amount of RNG, we're going to set up in a specific way, take a nice shot with the railgun there, and she's going to vanish. Now, if we've set it up properly, we can tell where she's going to reappear, and hopefully it's in a really good spot.
That was basically a good spawn.
Yeah, there we go. But basically, casually, this fight is really just an extended game of hide and seek, because Laughing Octopus has the same kind of octo camo as we do, so she can just kind of become whatever she wants, like that Metal Gear Mark 3. Or is that Mark 2?
Metal Gear Mark 2.
Mark 2.
Right, so we tried to set up for what we call phase skip. Did not get the best phase skip. We got the average phase skip, which is okay. That actually saves quite a bit of time. She's supposed to pretend to be a frog, and then she jumps out a window. But instead, she goes straight to pretending to be Naomi, who, if you guys didn't catch in the earlier cutscene, Naomi is the character I was alluding to. She's back. And that's it. That was a pretty good octopus fight. I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah. But the boss fight isn't technically over yet. The B&B core are split into 2 distinct, phases. One where they're fully armored up, and one where they're not. But thankfully, the second phase is quite simple. Just flop on the floor, roll around a little, and
then quick flashbang, and it's over.
Yeah.
Yep. Those fights are... There's a lot of Easter eggs around them. Like, if you stand still and do nothing during them for, I think it's 2 minutes, you'll enter a scene, like a white screen where you can play music on the iPod and they'll start dancing to it. You could pull out a camera and start doing a photo shoot with them. There's a whole lot of small, cool Easter egg and features tied to them. But unfortunately, we don't have time for that. It does not help the speedrun. So play the game, find them out yourself.
Yeah, but the distraction of Octopus and the frogs has allowed Naomi to become captured, and they're trying to spirit her away, so we got to go chase after them.
Yeah. So the intended method to do this is to follow these footprints, and you can learn exactly which ones are Naomi's and how she moves and all of that stuff. But none of that actually matters because we're speedrunners and we have it all memorized. We know exactly where to go. I'll show you the whole trick we took right at the end really quick. Also, shout outs to that sniper out there who knows we're there about 50 meters dead ahead when we're literally directly under his nose. That's probably my favorite NPC in this entire game. He's just there.
That's weird.
But yeah, there's really, you use the solid eye, which you'll notice I just switched to night vision to show you that the technology that this game added in to show you, or to like really let you experience, I guess, what the PS3 could do, or what the devs wanted you to be able to do in this game is massive. I turned night vision off because right there we just passed a frog. Frogs actually can hear night vision, and we don't want it on. That will make the frog turn around. It will cause an alert. She won't see me in my Big Boss face camo. So then I'll have to run the rest of this in an alert, and more frogs will show up and more guys will shoot at me. And I really don't want that. It's a little less exciting, but is better for the sake of the run, that I don't have to worry about anything like that.
Yeah, again, Snake's quite fragile. Getting shot at hurts.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
So here, that's cool display. This is the entire path we just ran. All of this, it's not indicative of everything, since there's a couple like ledges and fake paths that are connected by overhangs. But yeah, you're intended to trek through that entire path, learning which way Naomi went and where she was taken. They do a couple things, like during one point they actually pick Naomi up and carry her so her footprints disappear entirely. But again, we know exactly where to go, and there's no RNG to that portion. So here we are on the escape sequence. The only real piece of tech to this particular room is they have these powered suits. As you'll hear at some point during the conversation, I think Otacon will say, Snake, take care of those powered suits or whatever. So we're trying to take them all out. There's a couple small skips we could get in here. So specifically, we're going to aim here where it looks like we're aiming at nothing. But this spot should guarantee we hit a power suit in the leg. Just like that. That takes him out, and that saves the whole animation of him having to jump over, which is cool. Just a little bit of time save. But in a game like this that's so narrative driven and linear, we want to take every little bit of time save that we possibly can to knock, or to
it adds
save
up,
everything.
you know?
Yeah, it does.
It adds up.
This is one of, at least in my opinion, the most notorious rooms in the game, especially on higher difficulties. This is our first real introduction to being able to take out what are called Irving, or nicknamed Gecko. Also cow. You do hear mooing. That is actually in game. Stop it. During this section, you need to take out all these Irvings, which will very happily shoot you. This turret I'm on doesn't actually provide as much protection as you wish it did, while what are called zombies are crawling onto the tank. And if you're going for a higher rank, my head is exposed, you'll notice that. An Irving can just headshot me, and there goes over 75% of your HP, which makes finishing this act very challenging. On top of that, if a zombie decides to just climb up the front of your APC, he climbs directly in front of your turret fire. That's it. You just lost Big Boss. It's over. Those are, that room alone is just one reason why I'm not running Big Boss here today. The RNG is potentially miserable. It makes some sections really rough.
Yeah. So, if you played the game before, you're familiar with this gate. It's kind of the big set piece, I could say. You're being chased down by an enemy APC. You got to take out this gate, and it takes ages.
Yeah, this is known as the Gate Boss by the community. We did fire 2 railguns at it. That did a little bit of damage, but essentially this gate is scripted, so it can't actually die until we've done the loop around and then back. Again, a lot of this is meant to be cinema, like that APC or the MGS chasing us. We're meant to take it out, but in reality, you don't have to. There's going to be a later scene that I'm going to add some engagement to, otherwise it will be hopefully not horribly boring, but like it's really going to demonstrate what you like how rough this game can be when you you've gotten to the point where you've ran or played this game so much that the cinema and the art and all that, you just don't notice it anymore. So I'm trying to, you gotta re-add life into this game any way you can to just, you gotta make your own experience. And this is a very good game for allowing you to do that, because there's so much time that you just like scenes like this. Like, I can't skip this. I have to watch this every single run, but that's okay if I add some fun into it, like maybe pull out the railgun or get off the turret or just do small things like that. You gotta make your own fun in a game like this.
Mm-hmm. I have two questions. First question.
Yes.
Who names a mechanized unit with weird legs Irving, first of all? And secondly, Jiggy, are we counting Irvings?
No, we're not counting It's not I don't consider it a Metal Gear unless unless chat thinks it is.
Here's the problem. US Army designating Metal Gear Irving is its official name.
No! I've already lost count. How many were there?
I wasn't counting either. So.
All right, chat. Go back in if you're on YouTube, comment at this point in the video how many Metal Gears we've seen, because I've lost track.
I mean, you also have to count Metal Gear Mark II. We saw in a cutscene. He's gonna appear periodically throughout. Technically, Otacon is piloting him. Not sure if he counts or not, but you have him. And I have unfortunate news for you in an upcoming act about how many Metal Gears you'll have to count. So maybe we don't count them, but I'll leave that up to all of you guys. Nice. And that's Act 2. That little marketplace escape is actually kind of scary. Those geckos can land on you. They can hit you. And even on Naked Normal, one kick from a gecko is definitely liable to take almost your entire health bar. You might see Naked Normal and think, well, he's playing this on an easier difficulty. That does not mean this is easy. In the name of speed, there's a lot of small things we need to do, such as not getting kicked by a gecko.
Yeah,
because that will lose time.
Even if you survive,
like a lot of us in life, I think our goal is don't get kicked by a gecko.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing that's even better is that even if you survive getting kicked by the gecko, it ragdolls you back. Ages. So like you have an opportunity to get kicked again.
You've seen ragdolls a couple times in this game. Ragdolls are actually quite funny. The problem with ragdolls is we know this from testing that Snake, even though his X and Y coordinate move, like he goes flying all over the place, his Z axis coordinate is actually fixed to the ground. So he can't actually ragdoll over objects or anything, which makes a lot of what we want to be skipped. They just can't happen because they just don't exist. Also, we're coming up on our first non-big boss scene. We are going to actually put a very specific face camo on. You saw a group of 4. Any of those will work. I need to be disguised essentially as not Snake for this act. Story reasons, all the PMCs, they know I'm here. So they're looking for me, and I need to take a very quick shot, and this is our first instance of RNG that will add time onto the run if it goes wrong.
You found a resistance member. It's time to start tailing them.
Go ahead.
Get on it, Snake.
New act, new locale. We're in Eastern Europe now.
We are. It's not... that's unfortunate. Okay. So we did not get the RNG. Good RNG, he will actually go to the right. He'll go down here. Just think about a little, and then he'll actually come all the way back to here, and he'll begin his cycle again. However, unfortunately, we got the worst RNG, which is he goes all the way down there into that alleyway, and now we have to wait for him to come back. You can tell he's walking because you can hear the whistling. The whistle is the main cue that he is on his way. this section of the run is very heavily based on he needs to hit specific triggers and I need to hit specific triggers. We're kind of like co-dependent on each other. He's waiting for me and I'm waiting for him. So right here, he came all the way back to that position and now he's going to start walking again. And now I could just kind of follow him. And you'll notice in the bottom right, I swapped to an ammo type that says Cry. That is a New Game Plus exclusive item. One of the small advantages of this category, and you might recognize the Mark II pistol. It's blue, which means it's non-lethal. We actually want to be non-lethal in this chapter, and we're going to hit this guard. And he is actually going to start crying rather than be knocked unconscious and put to sleep immediately. And what that is going to do is our resistance fellow here is going to... Come on. He's going to see the guy on the ground crying, and he's going to go, huh, normal day in Eastern Europe. And he's just going to keep on walking. If we had put them to sleep or killed them, what he would have done is he would have stopped, got a little exclamation above his head. He would have said, huh? What's this? And he would have taken a couple seconds to investigate it. And he would do that for every single guard. So by running this Cry ammo, you can also run others. We could run Scream, Cry, Rage, and Laugh. He'll just ignore them. However, Cry is the most beneficial because Laugh will incapacitate them, or Laugh and Scream, they'll be incapacitated for about 5 seconds, and then they'll start going crazy, and they'll pull out guns and start shooting. Rage, they will just immediately start shooting, and that includes the resistance guy. If we lose this resistance, we have to do a lot of this section all over again. So we're really trying to avoid getting seen by him, getting an alert, getting seen by the guards, or worst case scenario, him accidentally dying. So we're gonna come in a position here. This is a nice position that will trigger him to do what he needs to do. And we are in position to, as soon as he starts moving again, you could look at the top right with the solid eye, the Soliton radar. Very convenient. I've been using this a lot, whether I pointed it out or not. You could see movement light up, and that movement lighting up is going to tell me he started moving again. And that is my cue to go and take these two guards out, who, by the way, guards don't hear each other crying. Not sure why. To get all this stuff for a New Game Plus run, what I typically recommend to people is play through the game once to learn the game and get like your basic Drebin points and stuff, and then do a second playthrough where you're exclusively collecting what you would need for the speed run or to set up and to buy all the New Game Plus exclusive things like these emotion ammo rounds. Stuff like that. A typical speed run takes about just over 2 hours real time. So set aside probably 5 hours for your first playthrough, and then another 2 to 3 hours for your second playthrough. So I'd say about 8 hours, and you'd have a very competent initial setup for a New Game Plus run. Also,
I mean, learning a run in 2 hours, that just sounds incredible.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even consider learning the run. Like, also, we're not.
You gotta remember learning.
We're not the only one being followed here, or he's not the only one being followed here. We're being followed as well. There's a guy back there. Unfortunately, a cost has been triggered, so now he won't show up anymore.
It's just so interesting because like you're just chilling right now. And
I am.
In most speedruns, you don't just chill.
This is Act 3. This is probably the most notorious section of this game among speedrunners. there's just no skips for this in a single segment RTA sitting. Every run you do is I think 14 minutes of this, just following this guy spot to spot to spot. So every
it's 14 minutes. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, it's 14 minutes. This is just room
wild.
1, by the way.
Oh, we're chilling. We're here for a moment.
Welcome
We
to Eastern
are.
Europe. Enjoy your stay.
It's I really wish I could sell this game, but it's hard. I love this
You need
game,
a
but
PS3.
this
to
is
follow a guy for 14 minutes.
Yeah. I think this full act duration is something like 28 minutes, and 14 of it is spent following this guy.
Wow.
Yeah, that's room 1. Room 1 is probably the longest and the hardest room to do, though. So thankfully, with room 1 done, that's the big one that mistakes can happen, and it's actually possible to fail, especially on higher difficulties, to take out all the guards you needed to. You didn't see guards that would, on higher difficulties, have been in locations that I would have had to take out, or they would have forced him to take a different path and go into a 4th section of the city that you haven't even seen, which loses even more time if he chooses to go there. So we're really happy and hope he stays on this path, which is kind of why it's so hard to find resistance skips and ways to speed this up, because you need him to not notice you, but you need him to notice the shot, and his logic needs to jump ahead to the point where it will actually checkpoint. I can move ahead here, which is what we tried to do with that very first shot. Like that whole section there that we just walked between those cars is something like 8 checkpoints, and every single one of them requires that he stop and hit it. He can't skip a single one of those checkpoints, or he'll just walk back to it.
But what's wild is you're the only one that's here, and now he's just gonna walk past those tranked guys, and then you're not gonna care.
Well, crying. They're crying. They're not tranked yet.
Oh, they're crying. Yeah.
Yeah. If we had not taken them out, he actually would have casually come this way still. However, he kicks that can, which causes both of the guards to turn around, and then you get a call saying, "Hey, the resistance is about to be arrested. You gotta save him." So there's a lot that could go on, and it's a real shame that when you play this in a speedrun, you just don't see all the really cool, intricate details that this game has tucked away in it. I mean, look at this beautiful brown and mist and bloom. Like, aren't these the colors you guys?
that PS3 we were talking about it before, PS3, Xbox 360, and even a little bit of the Wii, other than like Mario Galaxy, are like HD. So HD, the world is so brown and gray, and it is what it is.
It is what it is. So we went for resistance skip 2 there. Let's see if we get it.
There's something
unfortunate. He ran in the alley. So if we get skip 2 properly, he goes all the way down, and then he comes back to hold on, I don't want to be seen. There's a barrel over behind this van. You'll see it when I come around that van, and it saves a huge amount of time. Unfortunately, he chose to run down this alley to the right, which essentially, it's not a time loss, but it's not a time gain either. So now we just have to slowly watch him walk all the way around past these guards. And you might say, well, there's guards here. How are you going to take these guards out directly in front of him without getting seen? The cool thing is, when we started this act, we put this face camo on. And this face camo is one of 4 face camos that actually makes it so that these guards will just ignore us because they're not on the look for us, so they don't care. It's kind of funny though, because there's a curfew in effect. So in reality, anyone who's out should raise some suspicions, but no, we're fine. We just get a walk around the street as long as we don't do anything weird like pull out a gun. But we have a slow walk here with our hands in our pockets, and this lets us hide our gun and just casually walk through the whole zone. Also worth pointing out, you might have noticed the resistance guy kind of blends in, but he has a couple things that stand out about him, like the fact that he's wearing a black bicycle helmet instead of the normal rounded helmet that they have. He walks a little different. He doesn't have a weapon. So there's a lot of small, cute, hidden cues that could tell you who he is. But he blends in convincingly enough that all of the PMCs here are perfectly content letting him join them as if he was one of them.
You know,
he's a real member of the Resistance.
Going back just a little bit to the curfew and the soldiers just letting you pass. If I'm not mistaken, you're wearing their boss's face. They should recognize that.
You know, at this exact moment, I do happen to be wearing their boss's face. That's a fact. This is the Raven PMC, and I am indeed wearing the Raging Raven face camo. I didn't even think about that. Maybe they should have noticed. So there's actually a third resistance skip you could do here, but because my first resistance skip didn't go well, I'm actually gonna let him casually walk. This one is the most likely to fail, so I really didn't want to go for it unless the first one and the second one succeeded, because that kind of like equalized the time loss. So it's a bit of a shame, but it's better to just let him do his thing and walk the way we need to, rather than lose even more time because we tried to do something flashy and the resistance guy just took off running. If he was to see me, which is very likely on that specific skip there, he will, if he sees me with a gun, he'll actually pull out a gun and start shooting at me, and then once he's convinced I'm not trying to kill him, then he'll run away. If he doesn't see me with a gun, because I'm wearing a this specific face camo, he'll actually come up to me and investigate me, and then at best he'll just continue on his way, but he will most likely run away in fear. So at this point, we hit a trigger that started a Jeep patrolling around the room. On higher difficulties, that Jeep's actually patrolling the room the entire time. In fact, on the easiest difficulty, they actually remove all the guards and the Jeep entirely. But starting on, I think, Big Boss Hard, maybe Solid Normal, I'd have to revisit my notes. This Jeep is consistently in the room the entire patrol. And that's not a big problem for us. It'll stop, it'll honk, it'll just basically say, move, you shouldn't be there. However, if the resistance gets in the way, that truck will not stop. And I know if some of the MGS4 runners, especially on the higher difficulties, they'll go for the resistance skips. That messes up the internal cycles that the game is expecting the resistance to be on, and he will just casually, literally get ran over by a truck. I would love to show you guys that that is indeed what happens, but we've been here this long following him. Let's just get through the section.
You know, life really comes at you fast sometimes in Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
And apparently sometimes so do trucks, but that's neither here nor there. At any rate,
it's nice.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's nice that it'll stop for you, but it does not stop for him. But yes, this is the end. Would you believe it? We've been here almost an hour now, and the midway point where our break is scheduled is coming up shortly after this resistance finishes. So we had a nice lull. People took this chance to go get food or drinks or whatever, because like it's just resistance, nothing's gonna happen. So I figured we'll take that break shortly here, and then when we get back in, action. The game is gonna pick back up with a lot of action. But we gotta
no
get
more
there
stealth,
first.
no more trailing missions, just pure Metal Gear Solid 4 action, right?
Pure Metal Gear Solid 4 action.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got a couple cutscenes to skip. There's a specific point we want to get to. because the IGT in this game is actually very consistent. That's how we time the runs. So I'm using the internal time to give me an idea of pacing here. Also, that's Big Mama, also known as Eva. You've seen her a lot. She's important. But yeah, this screen essentially pauses the IGT, and we could take our short break here before we come back for all the action.
All right, folks, we're going to take just a short break, but when we return, we will jump right back in to Metal Gear Solid 4. Stick around. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Metal Gear. This is it, the final stretch. We only got one half of a run left, but don't be upset. Don't be sad. We actually have something really, really exciting that I think you should put on your calendars. And that thing is Awesome Games Done Quick 2026. They're going to be live in Pittsburgh, PA from January 4th through the 10th. Registration is currently open, so make sure you go and register if you want to experience the event in person. You can also upgrade your badge to a foil badge by November 1st. If you want to be there in person, go to gdq.gg for all the information on how to go and attend in person Awesome Games Done Quick 2026. All right, without further ado, Silent, you ready to rock and roll? Sergeant Silent?
I am. We could get back into this. If everyone is good. All right, we'll continue in 3, 2, 1. Continue.
Sunday, come down for the big bike race in Eastern Europe.
There was nothing left.
Hey, don't spoil. They wouldn't know.
I don't know. I've never. What is this video game? I know that Snake's old in it, and that this game takes place after Metal Gear Solid 4, even though 5, even though Metal Gear Solid 5 is called Metal Gear Solid 5.
In fact, fun fact. I believe Peace Walker was originally intended to be Metal Gear Solid 4, but Konami did not want it to be on a portable console. I need to do my first menu.
They did not want a main, quote unquote, mainline Metal Gear game to be on a mobile.
Konami was, and still is to this point, a little weird about that. Yeah, Peace Walker was supposed to be MGS5 at first. But
MGS5 or 4?
5.
Really? Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, Peace Walker came out after 4, and I mean, it's so packed full of like important story that it really is kind of just MGS5, and MGS5 is actually MGS6. But you know, things.
So we are
in
timeline
jumping.
There is we're in Bike Chase, another pretty notorious section, especially on higher difficulties. Thankfully, for the sake of this run, we don't actually have to do much. However, we are going to attempt to live this up and take guards out non-lethally, because it's way more interesting if you can non-lethally go through Bike Chase. Again, standard tradition, barrels are not lethal, so we did not kill a single one of those guards. Those barrels did all of that for us.
It's true. Yeah, you have not killed anyone. It's all the barrels' fault.
Yep.
They did this. We blame barrels.
And Sarge also has the solar gun equipped, and if you notice, its portrait down in the bottom right, it's blue. It don't kill no one either, even though it's like pure concentrated sunlight. We're not going to talk about that.
Pure sunlight. This gun is actually a reference to the Boktai series. I don't know if it has another name other than Boktai, but that's what most people should know it by. For the, I believe, 3DS is what it's for, but it's essentially a Konami franchise that is pretty famous because you need to hold your DS up to light sources. I think it works for artificial and non-artificial. in order to essentially charge your energy in that game to be able to successfully play through it. So it's a nice little reference to that. This is also the reward for the, I mentioned the doll statues earlier. This is the reward if you get all 5 non-lethal doll statues. So this is proof that I have completed this game with non-lething all the bosses. I promise that I have done this game that way. But in the name of speed, we gotta be fast.
Another like half of the reference is that the solar gun, you can see down the bottom there, its ammo is actually energy. If you're in a sunny area in the video game, you can actually hold the solar gun up to charge it and regain your energy. So that's what that's all about.
You can indeed. I will show that off later, assuming I remember. Python, worst case scenario, just be like, hey, Sarge, do the thing. No, oh no, I accidentally hit my ally. Oops. It's fine. I didn't kill him. So we're okay.
It's true, you didn't. You hit him with the non-lethal sun.
Yep. That wasn't me.
Gave him a nice little tan on his back.
So,
look,
fun
I get
fact,
sunburn at night, so you know.
Fun fact about that specific room transition from room 2 to room 3 is our health and our ammo of whatever gun we currently have equipped are actually going to be fully refilled. So even though we went in with basically no solar gun energy left, we have it all back now, which is great. Not aim too much because again, this is a cinematic scene. So we want to kind of like play up the cinema. There we go. While just letting the camera do its thing. I don't need to ruin the scene. I could also put auto aim on and have the game do everything for me aim wise, but it's not that accurate. And also you have the giant auto aim stuck in the screen. You don't want that. You don't want that. Yeah.
Have you tried aiming the gun?
No. Just took a shot. I will explain what I did right at the start when I shot this. This is Raging Raven. You can see maybe her health is down a little bit. The XM25 that I hit her with, I put on exclusively for this scene. And what that does is it actually makes it so that she essentially loses 25% of her HP. I got him. Let's go. She loses 25% of her HP, which means a upcoming boss fight against her, she'll have 25% less HP, which is very, very good for us.
Yeah, sort of like how we set up the end in MGS3 and end in Delta.
Yeah, actually, it is kind of like that. Also, that truck on higher difficulties, or if I hadn't have taken that guy out, would have a guy in it. However, because we took him out, this truck does not have anyone in it. So now we're just kind of awkwardly driving down the street. It's fine, though.
All right, Eva's a better driver than whoever's got the pilot seat on that one.
Yeah, he could make that turn. All right, cool cinema. Try to hit the guy on the left. The guy on the right will never hit you. Fun fact about some of these guys will just physically, they will never hit you. It's not even impossible, or it's not possible for them to hit you. Guy on the left, though, he will hit you, and he'll also hit a van that I passed by, which will cause it to explode, which will cause a barrel nearby it to explode, which will cause you to lose essentially a half to a third of your HP. Here's a cool little scene. Go on. I think we missed him.
The amount of fun, well, I say fun, but the fun little, like, Rube Goldberg machine ways of just taking damage is great.
Yeah. There's a lot of cool things. Also, I haven't really talked about it, but I think it got mentioned at some point during this marathon. It surely did. Probably got mentioned during the Peace Walker run, since I was part of that, I should know. I am on a 3-weapon system known as Cycle. That's been allowing me to swap between 3 guns at a time. You can run 1 or 2 if you prefer, but this game is really the one that introduced this 3-weapon system, and it is super useful. It is definitely the preferred way to play this game. It's just so good. All right, try to get these last couple of frogs, and there we go.
MGS2 introduced the previous weapon equipment cycle where you would switch between the last 2 things you equipped. Useful there, and they just took it one step further, and it's even more useful. It's pretty great.
It is. It's nice that they give you the luxury of choice, but ultimately, I think most people will play with cycle, casually or not. Having the option to go between 3 weapons at once is just too good. Too good to pass up. All right. So that was Bike Chase. Cool action scene. Lots of cinema there. Hopefully I did it justice. And now we're coming up on this boss fight. Now, this boss fight is blink and you miss it if I do it correctly. Notice that she is missing a quarter of her health. That's important. We're going to try to shoot here a little earlier than you think you'd need to. We did not get it. Unfortunate. I shouldn't have said anything. That's okay though. She's gonna move, and she's done. So if you do that optimally, you actually will snipe Raven in the head with the railgun, and it will immediately take her out. That's it. Fight's over. There's a couple earlier shots you could take, but the most consistent for RTA single segment is the one we took, but obviously I missed it, so you know, it happens. Quick flashbang and she's done. Not bad though, because we know if you miss it, she's going to come indoors, and then you can use that time to charge her railgun. So it's not too bad. And that's Raging Raven. That boss fight is intended to be more challenging. She'll fly across all the roofs. She'll shoot at you. She'll come in with a grenade launcher. But instead, no. We just pulled the railgun out, which, mind you, we should not have the railgun yet. If you were doing a new game run, you would not have that there. But New Game Plus, we have the railgun, 1 shot, 2 in my case, and she's done. Also, that cutscene we just skipped there, that's where you get the title drop. Liquid shows up, and he says, "The guns of the Patriots." Unfortunately, can't see that. It's too deep in the cutscene.
Gotta go fast. There's a lot of cutscenes there. Speaking of going fast, that's not a good transition. Something's going to happen on screen. Trust me, everything is okay. This is not on your end. This is part of the game.
I don't trust you. I don't trust.
I'm going to need you to trust me. Just this once. Just this once.
Okay. All right. Press 1 in the chat or in the YouTube comments if you trust.
Oh man, that's a lot of pressure. Maybe I shouldn't have said this. No. Just trust me. Nothing has gone wrong. Everything is okay, guys. I promise. But what I didn't tell you is actually I might not have just signed up to run MGS4 today. I'm actually an MGS1 runner.
What?
And you just didn't know that.
I can't believe you've done this. How dare
I know.
you put MGS1 in the middle of
How
MGS4
dare I? How dare? Oh, I am maybe not the best MGS1 runner around, but you know, it's fine. I'm here to showcase that I can totally. This is why I didn't run MGS1 here today. I swear in practice that had gone way better. That it's fun though. It's fine. I'm hurt inside. I obviously need to go de-rust MGS1.
So it's worth noting you don't actually have to complete that section in order to move on. It's just fun. Also, I believe it's faster to complete it, right?
Yeah, RTA, it's faster. Thankfully, that whole section doesn't count for any IGT in-game time, and this whole run is timed with IGT. But yeah, RTA-wise, it's faster that you'll just run through it and do smart MGS1 helipad style movement. What you're supposed to do, as has most likely been explained by the far better runners, is grab the chaff, unequip the chaff, run up to the guy in front of the vent, and then flip him, and you equip and then unequip the chaff real quick, because that causes a throw cancel. Also, that was another Irving for anyone counting. However, I messed up. So here's the bad news for people counting. These are called Dwarf Gecko, which means that they're actually Metal Gear. And there are an infinitely spawning amount of them during an alert. So, yeah.
I guess we saved the best for last then.
But maybe... I was going to say the best is yet to come, but
4,
we've
5,
already
6.
passed that. Good luck, good luck. Those are just the ones you could see. Yeah, they come out of events. I don't know where they are. There's so many of them. Also in that field of Claymore mines, there were 3 more Irving hidden in the snow that you can only see on higher difficulty, where they're actually just active, or if you turn night vision on, night vision on, then you will see them. So we're gonna duck in.
We're only counting the ones we see.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, we definitely saw one, but I didn't show you the other 2, so we don't have to worry about them.
I've checked the APU on this floor and engaged the generator.
But yeah, a new act, a new locale, but it's not a new locale. We've been here before.
We have, in fact,
Shadow Moses.
I think we've been here a couple times this marathon. You guys might recognize it. We're going to the B2 of the tank hangar. I think that's the tank hangar we just were in.
That's the one we passed through. This is the storage building. We're going to Hal's office.
Oh, you're right. See, I definitely an MGS1 player. I know this map.
So this is where we fought the cyborg ninja, but here we just have to go through some old files to get some codes to open up the door in the first floor of the nuke building.
Yeah. If you come play this game casually, there's a ton of nice references in here. Like when we walked through here, you heard the TTS audio of Ninja and the Ninja and the guards when they had a fight. And yes, that is specifically from TTS. That's where they got most of their audio for this game from when it comes to the MGS1 callbacks, I'm fairly certain.
It's just wild because this game being the quote unquote final in the timeline and it being stuck on PS3 is wild to me.
Yeah. Master Collection 2. Here we go. Let's hope it's coming.
I literally could not wait just to see what the game looks like when it runs at a stable frame rate for one, but also so that so many more people can actually experience what's going on here.
Here's our first definitive, unskippable, that is Metal Gear Mark II. That definitely counts because that is piloted by Otacon remotely. And here's another Irving who's about to show up. Did you know that cows can ride elevators?
No, I did not know cows can ride elevators.
Cows can ride elevators. There he is. There's a boy.
Yeah,
he's here.
Cows also have best friends, and this one's ours, so he's trying to find us.
Yeah, he's looking for us. Casually, you might think, oh, well, I'll just hit him with a rocket launcher and end it. He actually has a fun thing called an EMP shielding unit on him. Any rockets you attempt to fire at him will be reflected, sometimes right back at you. We didn't see it during the Peace Walker run, but that technology was also used in Peace Walker during the final boss, who can put up an EMP shielding and reflect all those missiles you fire at it right back at you.
That sounds fun.
Honestly, happy we didn't see that, considering what we did see.
All right. And we are coming up on a fight. I'm going to focus on this one because I also have to do a menu here if you want to explain what we're about to see.
All right. So far we've seen Laughing Octopus and Raging Raven. These names may come familiar. Now we're facing Crying Wolf in this snowfield, which you also may remember from earlier in the event. This is supposed to be a big old sniper fight against a character called Wolf. We are not going to be sniping Wolf here. We are actually going to go track her down and try and defeat her a little bit more quickly using some tricksy tricks.
Many took longer than I would have liked, but we got it.
Yeah, It's been long enough since I've run this game that I'm not fully comfortable trying to explain this, but what I do know is at least we're going to track her down and almost fist fight her, basically. Almost.
Well, thankfully, on this difficulty, he's always right here. So we're going to throw a special type of emotion smoke at her. If you looked, you saw her stamina go down a little bit. And that's going to put her in a little bit of a loop. And just like that, Wolf is over. There was no sniping involved in that. No prolonged, drawn-out battle. That was literally just, hey, I hit her with a emotion smoke, which does a little bit of stamina damage to her. And bam. Just 3 or 4 stun grenades. And that's it. Also, fun fact, that strat I just showed, that strat was found 2 days ago. So that's the newest way to beat Wolf. That saves an entire additional menu. This game used to be 7 menus. Then it got brought down to 6, and now it's 5. We're going to go for skip. Did I get it? I got it live. Let's go.
Huge.
Shout outs to Metal Glenn Solid for finding that on accident. And also shout outs to Joseph Joestar 316 for they labbed that out at GDQ. So I'm quite happy that we got that. That skips one of the best codecs in the game. Basically, Otacon is like, Snake, it's time to change the disc. And Snake is like, but Otacon, we're on the PlayStation 3 hardware. We don't need to do that anymore. And he's like, oh yeah, we don't. It's a cute, cool little cutscene. But turns out, if you pause the game at the exact right moment, you skip it, and that's it. Also, we just ran through the smelting plant. I'm sure everyone, you've seen MGS1 enough times today. Everyone remembers the elevator in the smelting plant underneath all the boiling metal, right? Right?
We only saw it one time. You're acting like all we ran today was Metal Gear Solid 1. We ran it once.
You ran.
We had Twin Snakes, and then yesterday we did have Metal Gear Solid. You're right.
So twice, and that's 2 chances for you to have seen this elevator at the bottom of the smelting plant in the boiling metal that you guys definitely saw.
I mean,
there's so many Metal Gears.
Yep, there's another one. We took that very long elevator down to. This is the. It says the map zones on the right. I think this is the missile center. There we go. Casting Facility North. These rooms that totally existed in the original MGS1 release. There's some more dwarfs. And he is another Irving, which hopefully doesn't see me. He does, but that's honestly okay. There's actually 2 more Irvings that you can't see in that room. Getting an alert causes even more to spawn. But, as you said, we're only counting the ones you could see. Speaking of ones you could see, you'll notice I've been throwing chaffs constantly throughout this act. Chaffs are a godsend. You can only get 8 per run without doing a small, glitch thing to respawn more of them. So I have, I think, 14, which means that I've at least played through this game twice to get 14 because ammo does carry over. However, if you go for the highest difficulty, you only get 10. And now, guess who's about to show up? Vamp.
My goodness.
He's here. And you know what vampires are weak to?
Running water.
Sunlight.
Oh.
One single sunlight shot, and Vamp is done. And then we got to do a small grapple, and that is it. That is the entire Vamp fight. Over like that.
This here is my favorite part of MGS4. Just nostalgia, but also the incredible action cutscene on the right side that you're never going to be able to watch as you're playing this. Sunlight.
That's true. Speaking of the cutscene on the right,
watch it. You can watch it. Just pretend.
I want everyone here to notice that Snake has a beautiful half the screen just to him. You can see his beautiful back just here. There's one more sunlight for you. The right side of the screen, you might notice there's a large black bar on the right. That's not the stream. That's not you. That is just the game resolution is like 16 by 8 or like 15 by 9 or something here. They couldn't figure out how to stretch the little bit of extra footage over. So they just have a black bar there where there's nothing going on. But I do recommend watch the right side of the screen. The left side is just me sitting here shooting at geckos for a while. That Raiden versus Vamp fight, which is a callback to something that happened in Act 2, we had to skip it due to cutscenes, is actually pretty well choreographed and quite cool. And if you've seen any of the choreographing videos that have come out of Japan and stuff, that is most likely two real people fighting, and they mocapped all of their actions. So, like, big credit to those two for all this stuff they're doing over there. Also, here's a fun little motif.
Above you! They're coming from above!
No.
There you go. I can't shoot. I can't do it. I'll hit Raiden.
No,
there's a lot. You can also walk up to where a security camera used to be in this game, and Snake will give you the small like cutscene of a security camera. I don't actually know the lines to that cutscene, but trust me, he says that in the way he would.
I think like this part of the game is the definition of a Kojima it's cinema moment where like, hey, you know this single player game? Well, guess what? You're just gonna kind of stand there and it's like his team said, I know that you want this cutscene, but the player's gonna get bored. So Kojima's actually doing what TikTok does. Like this is you substitute the cutscene for Subway Surfers, and we have TikTok.
Indeed, yeah. That's just like put Subway or imagine Raiden and Vamp right now are Subway Surfers, and that's just what they're doing.
Yeah, on higher difficulties, the action on the left side is actually a little bit more frantic. Much less opportunity to actually see what in the world's happening with Raiden over there.
I can point out though, on this specific difficulty, actually I'll let him go down and you could see, because I have the solid eye, I could see these are self-destruct geckos. So after they land, they will self-destruct, giving you a immediate game over after that one. I think it's 25 seconds on this difficulty. On the hardest difficulty, you have about 10 seconds after they land. And as Python said, it is a little bit more hectic. Also, this is the point where we're done. There is nothing left to do here, so enjoy Snake's snowy mustache and some sunlight. Woohoo! I'm an absolute 360 fiend, I believe was your quote.
The spin! The serial spinning!
All right, so we're talking about cinema. Act 4 is probably the definition of fan service. There's something else coming, which if you've not seen this game, I think you'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it more if I mess up, but I think you'll enjoy it either way. It's a good one. But first, we have to get to the absolute loudest section of the game. Apologies, headphone users. I don't know how the audio is balanced, but I assume you will be okay.
It's okay. Ray's here. Ray will protect us from the loud.
Wow. Oh. Yeah, I was like, Ray, as in Metal Gear Ray? But no, this is Metal Gear Rick. Speaking of, here's another Metal Gear, which is piloted by us. This is us controlling.
First time in the franchise?
First time in the franchise, in the very last game in the timeline. We're controlling a Metal Gear, and let me tell you, when I was playing this for the first time, I was just in such a giddy, like, shaky excitement that I think I failed this the first time through.
Yeah, it's a really
you got
cool
the big
run.
dumb smile, right?
Yeah,
that happens to me with Zelda games.
You also noticed in the middle of this dashing sequence, Raiden had a cutscene where he jumps out of the wrecks or the wrecks that we're in. I was mashing during that on accident, which actually caused me to hit the dash button. The frame that the camera had swapped back but was still rotating behind Snake. So I actually did a sideways dash directly into the wall. So that's fun. Small little time loss. You can actually hit it so perfectly that you dash backwards, but we didn't get it. All right. I'm not going to say blink and you'll miss it, but this is it. Something crazy is about to happen.
Oh, my favorite part of this video game.
All right.
So in MGS2, they describe Ray very specifically as a Rex killer. Well, we're in Metal Gear Rex, and we're going to fight a Metal Gear Ray, and we're going to put the absolute lie to that statement. So we're going to quickly just stun him with some damage, and then he's going to hop around a couple of times.
Didn't get it. Nope, didn't get it. We're just going to casually fight this boy.
Fair enough.
We're going to really sell the fan service here. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. We'll try one time. We'll go for it one time, and then we'll just fight it because it's awesome fan service. I think I didn't step far enough forward.
Yeah,
go on.
It's very, very position based. But you can absolutely kind of dictate what happens in this fight. It's capable of being very, very scripted, and I'll wait until we see it to go in.
Here's the
further
goal.
on that.
I want to get this. This would be a real shame to miss this on this difficulty. I have labbed this setup. I haven't missed it since I learned it, and that was the first time. So, marathon karma. That's how it works. All right, this should be a good setup.
All right, so knock him down. This will cause him to jump away, and if we position just right, he's gonna jump
Watch his health.
again. Yep, fully charged laser straight in his head as he's jumping specifically. And then one more jump.
And that's it. There we go. Second try. We'll take it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so crazy scene. Enjoy that. Love that. Highly recommend you play through it casually. We got to go fast.
And, crazy as it is, reloading that was probably actually much faster than just playing it out.
That unironically was the better choice to attempt it a second time. The fight, especially on this difficulty, just takes so long. It's great, it's awesome, but it's not quick to actually fight that on this difficulty. And the short TLDR on that is his iframes get kind of forgotten about during his landing animation. So if we specifically bait him to jump, we can fire a laser into him and he'll take damage at least every frame. And this game runs at 30 FPS during combat, or its intent is 30. So essentially, imagine him taking 30 ticks of damage every second. And that's why his HP just destroys it. We know from testing on emulator, this game can be run with a 60 FPS patch. If you play at 60, you can literally one-shot Ray because he takes 60 damage per second. There are other techniques and multi-segment. Speaking of multi-segment, this run is single segment, which is doing it all in one. If you want to see cool stuff, go look at some multi-segment runs for this game. They're crazy. All right, I'm going to do my last menu here.
All right. So once again, a change in act means a change in scenery, but this time we're not in any specific country necessarily. If we fail, it will become its own country, and that's bad.
Yeah. Also, I suppose it's worth pointing out we're on Arsenal here. Doesn't have the word metal in the title, so I don't know if it counts.
Doesn't count.
Did you count
Metal Gear?
Did you count Arsenal Gear from Metal Gear Solid 2? If not, then we're okay.
It's not a Metal Gear. It's an Arsenal Gear.
What if it was Metal Gear Arsenal Gear?
It was described as a Metal Gear in MGS2.
Okay.
But was it described as it, or is the title of it Metal Gear?
There's another Irving, and there's two Irvings behind us. Yeah, I don't really know. Also, that was Top Deck. This is probably actually one of the most notorious rooms in the entire game. If you get an alert in Top Deck on any difficulty higher than this, and sometimes even this one, that gecko that landed will sometimes just kick you. You'll get shot by a bunch of guys, and that was a door I had to mash triangle to open, and anything will stagger you off of that door. So I'm actually very happy that we got through that. Just like that. That was very nice.
we were definitely yapping over some very, very good gameplay there. I gotta hand it to you.
I appreciate it. A lot of that technique came from I had help from Sir Schmuckle, who is in chat right now. He really helped me like get back in shape for this game. So full credits to him as well for teaching me a more optimal way to do that. And we're at Frogs again. We are going to do one more Frogs. Hopefully I don't flashbang us. The intent is not to do that, I promise, but it might happen. If we do this right, we'll see something reminiscent of Tengu. Uh-oh. Hold on. No. We're not gonna let that happen. We're gonna show everything off on this game. She moved, which was unfortunate. Trust me.
I like how you tagged her with the gas grenade after she already decided to go lay down for a minute.
I attempted. I don't want to lose Tengu. Just call it Tengu. Look, this is my one chance to show this game off. I really want to do it service, okay? Like I'm trying so hard here.
No, it was just the visual of, okay, I nap now. No smoke.
I wanted it so bad. All right, I'm gonna make sure she locks in place this time. Because if she moves like that, then I'm not gonna be able to catch her. Again, same logic. Hopefully we don't flashbang ourselves. That would be mucho. We did it.
There it goes.
I can't see. I can't see. All right, where are the frogs? There's one there, and then the last frog is over there. So let her wait for her to pick her spot. All right, there we go. 1, 2. Now notice she's still coughing, even though her stamina is down. 4 shots, that's good enough. And again, I brought up Tengu 2. There's a reason I brought up Tengu 2. She's going to go unconscious. You're going to see guards spawn in, but turns out that I'm bad and we have to fight it anyway. Okay, well, whatever. It needed 5. I'm going to actually fight it this time. I'm so good at this video game.
It's all right.
what should have happened is the fight would have just ended and we wouldn't have had to fight any of these frogs. Really wanted to show that off, but we've already tried once and it didn't work. So we're just gonna take the L on that one. Unfortunate, but yes, nature of marathons. You only get one try.
Yeah, so it goes sometimes.
There we go. Waiting. There are 3 waves of frogs. We wanted to skip 3, but we could not skip 3. The second wave stays up top, which is a mite annoying. And then the third wave, they'll be nice and they'll just come down. And we can go back to the stun grenades for this wave. Yeah, that's what I figured. Too fast. This is another strat that I learned super recently, so, you know, I'm not surprised I messed it up. It happens, though. We're still on good pace. I think there's one more in here. Where are we at? There she is. Okay. Easy frogs fight. Still over. It's not a hard fight. Just couldn't show off something cool. Such a shame. You know, we made up for it though by getting to show the Ray one off.
Absolutely.
That was definitely worth showing off. All right. So this is our final beauty fight. This is Mantis. Ooh. Well, you know what? I've already been told we didn't play the MGS1 that much, so I guess it's a callback.
Yeah.
You guys might know Mantis.
In keeping with the theme, we've had Octopus, which we didn't fight in MGS1, but still existed. We had Raven, we had Wolf. Now, of course, we've got Mantis.
Right. And fun fact, if you look on her right, she actually has 2 dolls, and you should recognize both of them. Oh, yeah. Come on.
So not only an MGS1 reference, but also an MGS3 reference.
The cool little Sorrow doll and the Mantis doll. Mantis doll can control the living, and the Sorrow doll can control the dead. So there are benefits to how you choose to do this fight. We are going to do it lethally, and we're going to use her own doll against her. Come on. And now we're going to violently shake the controller.
Oh, 6 axis.
I don't know if you can hear and pick up my controller, which is USB plugged in, flailing about. But yes, that is the only major use case of the 6-axis that you'll see during this. You don't need 6-axis, but this game is 6-axis compatible. Oh, don't do that. And that is the point you use it. And that's our last flashbang of the run. No more flashbangs.
Yep, the beauty and
everyone
the beast
could take their. I was gonna say everyone could take their sunglasses off. No more flashbangs.
No more flashbangs.
Yep, the Beauty and the Beast core dismantled, no longer an obstacle. But that's not to say we're done just yet.
Nope.
You see,
nope.
This entire game, we've been chasing one single person down. Just the one. And we may finally yet catch up to him here shortly. But first, heard you like hallways.
Hallways. That's a good description of this, is a hallway. But stay tuned, because there's more after this. There's more than one hallway.
There's so many hallways. This baby can fit so many hallways.
Arsenal Gear has so many hallways. All right. You saw Snake do a little, like, jut there. He has taken control away from me. I no longer have to be controlling. Earlier this marathon, someone mentioned Johnny and Meryl, they get together. That's during these cutscenes. Unfortunately, can't show it to you because we would have to go like 15 minutes deep into cutscenes for it. But if you're curious about when it happens, here's the point, and it's kind of tacky. I'm not a personal fan of this game's story, but this game's gameplay more than makes up for it. I love this game's gameplay. Also, more infinitely spawning geckos. So, double infinite? Add double infinite onto it, if these count.
Thankfully, we can make our way through pretty nicely with some chaff grenades.
Yeah.
So,
Good old Infinite 2.
Infinite squared.
All right. So, every Metal Gear game, I'm pretty certain, has a torture. We haven't had our torture yet. It's time for the triangle mashing sequence. So, a lot is going on the upper screen. If you want to pay attention to that, you can. It's very cinematic. It's like a very climactic wrap up to the story. I say wrap up, like summary of the final battle. However, as we've skipped almost every cutscene in this game, a lot of what you're seeing up there probably doesn't make a ton of sense. Just know that there's Mei Ling. He's in this game too. And everything else is cool cinema. Well, we casually work our way through.
You get to see Ray get absolutely owned by the ship's gun there, and that's pretty cool.
You do. Good thing the ship's not on Metal Gear, so the Ray can't kill it.
True.
They're also charging a railgun on Arsenal gear that is going to launch a nuke into the atmosphere. There's more Metal Gear. Technically, they're in a cutscene. Don't know if they count.
Yeah.
There's another Ray.
I think we've hit like 45 or something like that.
Also, Mark II's following us in this hallway too. He's here. There's a lot of Metal Gear in this game.
This is the most Metal Gear.
There are 3 sections of I need to push triangle. This is the easy torture section. And I found out while derusting this that I cannot mash anymore. I am actually an old man. So you will most likely see the triangle prompt appear several times during the second section. However, for the sake of the marathon, I will destroy my hand and I will attempt no triangle prompts.
I'll do the fighting. You can just go home. Give me the controller.
I appreciate it. Here, let me just pass it to you right now.
But yeah, this is actually like one of, like, you're not really in any specific danger, like on lower difficulties, but much like MGS2, this is one of the longer and more intense sequences where you have to keep the rhythm. Otherwise, it's just not going to go your way.
Yeah, if you casually stop moving and put the controller down, you will die. However, as long as you're somewhat holding the analog straight, which I am doing this whole time while I'm pushing triangle, I will successfully get to. Thankfully, as soon as you see that door open, this section is over. However, the door trolled me and it re-shut, which means I have to continue walking to open it. Now, I could stop here, but here's... this is the final torture. This is how fast they expect you to push triangle on the final section, which again is completely optional, but it's intense. Okay, and that was torture. We're done. It was literal torture. My wrist
just
hurts.
making you work for the end. You know.
Yes.
I mean, the payoff they give you at least is quite nice. You may know some things about MGS4, and this is probably one of the worst kept secrets in the video game at this point. But the payoff for getting through that section is old man fist fight.
Is Tekken. So each of these, this is a multi-phase fight. Also, this is the coolest fight in the entire Metal Gear franchise. You can't take that from me. That's my correct opinion. We are going to go for a loop if we can. We'll probably get beaten up. I have been practicing this, but 5 years of rust does a thing, so I am quite rusty at my liquid. So we might just experience casual liquid fighting for a couple phases here. We do have a loop that we're going for. If I can not get hit as much as I am. Each of these is themed. So you'll notice the health bars that we have here are MGS1 themed. I am absolutely being destroyed. Liquid, come on. Hold on.
This is just a reference. This is exactly what the sort of thing you can expect when you miss the infinite on MGS1 too.
Yeah. We are going for an infinite in MGS1 style. We're trying. He's blocking. He doesn't want me to have it, but it's coming. There are specific phase gates, which I can tell based on where his HP bar is. I also can't mash too fast or too slow or I'll drop it. Dude, he's being feisty this run. What's he doing?
No.
There we go. We faced him. Phase 1. Now, phase 2. This is MGS2 reminiscent, and it is a lot scarier. The loop is almost impossible to do. There's a one-punch loop, but I can't do a one-punch loop at all. I have tried and tried and tried, and I just can't do it. Dang it.
Yeah.
That punch right there. That punch is the scariest thing he can do. And we need to be very careful not to get hit by that.
Oh, yeah. So each of these phases also comes with its changes in like movesets. Not specifically for Snake, but definitely for Ocelot. He changes his moveset with each phase you go through. So we're gonna see some fun things as we progress. So in MGS2 version, he gains access to that huge haymaker.
Yeah.
And I believe also a couple of other little things. He's definitely more liable to dodge, in my experience, in MGS2 version. But
yes, that's one of the reasons the loop is so hard to maintain on phase 2, because he'll do exactly that. But we can do a slightly slower loop where he'll just back out and attempt to haymaker us. And if we get him to do that, then we can get him back into it. Really, the big thing we don't want is for me and him to punch at the same time, or for me to do some of the more cinematic. Disappointed in myself. Some of the more cinematic ones like that, because then you have cutscenes that you have to watch. Okay, I might need to just shut up and focus on the fight. I don't want to die. That would be real awkward.
But yeah, some of the things we're avoiding are like you said, the cinematic stuff, but also we're avoiding actually finishing out the combo because we don't want to knock him down. Just because if we do knock him down, then he's got invincibility frames while he's standing up, and that's just no fun. Also quite slow. So as long as we can keep him standing upright, we have the opportunity to damage him, assuming he wants to play ball.
Yeah, it very much assumes he wants to play ball, because he doesn't have to. Speaking of play ball, phase 3. Pretty notorious of him not playing ball. So here's hoping. Also, big shout outs to what we're listening to. Phase 3. This is a banger. So if his hands are open, he is going to attempt to CQC grab me. And if his hands are closed, he's going to attempt to block me. But I need to successfully attempt to somewhat land a combo on him. Or just fight him casually. Come on, behave.
He's not interested right now.
There we go. There we go. I found during practice that it seems like going for a 1-2 3 times and then a triangle headbutt seems to be slightly. Oh! It's the scene. I'm gonna let this play out. There we go. Brotherly love, people. Brotherly love.
They're just hugging, okay? Nothing wrong with that. They're just hugging.
What?
Oh no.
No, please. No! Oh, okay, hold on. No, we're back in it. It's okay.
Oh my God.
Live at GDQ, we saw it happen. Holy crap.
Don't scare me. Okay. For those of you who don't know, sometimes this game doesn't like you. Sometimes this game will let you get to the exact final part of the final boss and soft lock. And what we almost saw there was that soft lock. And somehow we were able to just narrowly avoid that. And my goodness, when I saw the opening bits of the soft lock, I was just, my heart sank.
I was fully ready to be soft locked there. The fact that I still had control and was able to get close enough to Liquid to keep the fight going, I didn't even know you could recover from that. So I'm quite happy that we could finish this out. Wow. What a run. You know what? That literally made this entire run worth it for me. Speaking of, final act, act 4, fight 4, round 4, whatever you want to call it, phase 4. This is the MGS4 phase. And the only tech is as soon as Snake steps over that line, start hitting your punch button. And someone asked in the Discord recently, can you actually die? Once this cutscene starts, like you punch him and he gets knocked down, it is now physically impossible to die for the rest of the game. You would have to like sit here and let him hit you, but it's just it's only possible at the start. You can actually just stand there and get hit. But yeah. Can't die now. Now it has turned into all cutscenes. Man, I was nervous there. So you could end gameplay here, but for the sake of the marathon and my estimate, there's one last thing that I want to get out. But most marathon runs, you could say, that's the end of the gameplay. You could say GG. However, I want to emphasize there's a little bit more before we go here. I promise you guys it's worth it. Now, when Jiggy asked me for an estimate, I told him we could do 2 hours, or we could do 2 hours and 10 minutes. And I followed that up with, there's a lot of credits.
There's so many credits.
And I mean that. I think there's like 18 minutes of credits. It's rough. But we have one last act to play, and I promise I'm not going to make us sit through the credits. I know for a fact this isn't a PB, so we're just not going to watch 18 minutes of credits, guys. I promise you that. We have a couple cutscenes to skip. This also, the famous section of like 1 hour of continuous non-broken cutscenes that kind of made this game famous is this set of cutscenes. The only input you'll ever do, actually, you don't even have to push start. The cutscenes just play. There is over an hour of cutscene that we're skipping right here. Alone, just in this part, is over an hour.
One of my favorite little bits of trivia for every Metal Gear game we speedrun is the biggest time save you will ever find in any of these games is skipping the cutscenes. And it's especially true here for MGS4.
There are like optimal cutscene skips you could get, but depending on how worn your PlayStation 3 controller is, if you have a squishy start button, because the only button to skip start cutscenes is start, you might actually have to watch almost an entire second of a cutscene to skip it. Also, this is the voice acting. Big credits to all these names. Some of them new to this game. Some of them you've seen constantly throughout the franchise. I believe every role here is reprised. I don't think there's any new voice actors to this game. So, you know, these are the people who did a lot of the voice acting you've seen throughout the franchise, including Kojima, who is the voice of God. Did you catch him in this game?
Of course he is. Why wouldn't he be?
Yeah.
I also enjoy the distinction between Ocelot and Revolver Ocelot.
Indeed. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta separate it. And it turns out there's one character we haven't met yet in this game. Big Boss.
But we haven't seen him. Where is he?
I think he's about to show up on screen. Well, there he is in art form. And there he is alive. The boss, Big Boss. He's here. He's with us. He's alive. Now, when you beat this game, there's tons of questions you might have. Like, what's going on? The man in the wheelchair? You haven't seen him? Don't worry about it. Play the game. Figure it out. But, all things have to come to an end. And that includes the MGS franchise. So I'm going to let this scene play for itself. This is good. Isn't it?
Isn't it?
Pouring out for Big Boss and the entire Metal Gear franchise. Rest in peace. And time is coming up. Time. There we go. What a run. Oh, thank you.
GG.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad that run went well.
What a great way
considering
to
everything that
end
happened.
off our Metal Gear, all Metal Gear special here on the GDQ channel. Absolutely incredible.
It was
thank
honestly,
you so much, Sarge.
it was fun
really
to come back out of retirement to run this. I remember when I first got into GDQ, I really wanted to run this. I did submit this to GDQ quite a few times, but I moved on eventually because this game stopped being fun. So in a way, this is kind of my dream to finally get to run this at GDQ, run the category I like most. So yeah, I was happy to be here. I mean, I could start doing shout outs and stuff while we do credits if there's time. I mean, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Sarge. I don't play this game typically. You could find me at twitch.tv/Sergeant Silent, SRGT Silent, as you see on screen. I've kind of been playing more variety lately. However, every Friday, I do attempt to play with my Peace Walker co-op partner. We tend to do a daily co-op session or daily Peace Walk if we can. That's mostly what I play nowadays. In fact, I mentioned it during the run, but I want to give a shout out to Python for being willing to do this. I asked in the MGS4 channel if anyone wanted to come, and I got silence. Nobody runs this game. Finding runners for this game is so hard. Finding comms is hard. So thanks again, and really big thanks to Sir Schmuckle. I genuinely mean that, Schmuck, for taking 2 sessions of our days to sit down and reteach me this game. After I retired, he came in and he beat a lot of my records. He improved everything. He beat another runner who replaced me and me. So like he taught me a lot, got me back into shape. Just very happy I was able to do a lot of things here. And yeah, I mean, by now you've heard, join the community. We have the Discord, we have the website, all that stuff. I doubt I need to rehash it, but you know, I think Metal Gear Speedrun is the website. The Discord should just be MGSR. You can find it if you go to literally any of the Metal Gear games. You can get linked to it. And I mean, I don't really have much else to say. Come hang out if you liked what I did here, or just having a chat. Python and Jiggy, floor is yours. Someone said, I'm not crying, you're crying.
Thank you, seriously. Thank you so much, Sarge, for showcasing this game, and Python. Thank you so much for doing commentary. It was an absolute blast to be here for this, and seriously, you killed it. And thank you so much for bringing an end to our wonderful Oops All Metal Gear showcase. Chat, do me a favor. Hover over his name in the title of the stream. Click that follow button on Sergeant Silent. And yeah, with that, everybody, we are done. Mission accomplished. The GDQ Oops All Metal Gear special has come to a close. I just want to say thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for you joining me these last 2 days. It's been an absolute blast to showcase all the incredible games and runners of the Metal Gear franchise. It's been awesome. My name is Jiggy. I've been here with you all weekend, and I just want to say thank you very much. Huge shout outs to our technical producer, Ray, and the rest of the runners that we had here during the Oops All Metal Gear special. And that's going to be it. That's going to be it for us. If you are interested in when I'm going to be here next, it's actually going to be tomorrow. Literally tomorrow. We have Speedruns today coming at you, with the first run being a little homage to this event. We have Metal Gear, the original Metal Gear for the NES, going to be played at 7 p.m. Eastern here at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick. But with that, I want to just thank you once again. You all are incredible. And if you missed out on the Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake run, stick around. The replay is going to begin right after this break. Good night, everybody, and I will see you tomorrow here at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick.